Well, good morning, El Dorado County. Welcome. Today is Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024, and it's my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. We're delighted you're here joining us, whether in the boardroom or online. So with that, I'd like to invite Pastor Phil Layton of the Gold Country Baptist Church to lead us in the invocation. Is he online? Not seeing him? All right, well, let's move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. And if he joins online, we'll let it. So Supervisor Heidel, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's always a good way to start our day as well.
Absolutely.
All right, with that, we move on to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. And I will go to my far left, Supervisor Parlin. Do you have any changes or comments?
No changes.
Supervisor Turnbow?
No changes.
Supervisor Heidel?
No changes.
Supervisor Lane?
No changes.
Okay, and it is lovely for us all to be back together again. So welcome,
Yes.
welcome back to my colleagues.
Miss you guys.
Exactly. And I don't have any changes either. So at this point, let's take comment on the consent calendar. And once again, it's just those items that are on the consent calendar. So Kim, could you please open that up?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Does anyone in the boardroom wish to comment on anything on our consent calendar? All right, I'm not seeing anyone. Let's go online, Kim.
Taking public comment from online participants and taking public comment from Sue.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to comment on number 18 and 19. So 18 is where, I'm really curious what planning is doing. I know we're paying for a lot of outside consultants for work that a lot of it should have been completed a couple of years after the general plan was adopted. And instead, it just seems like our planning staff is working for developers on all these projects with our TOT funds. So I don't approve that you keep moving forward with the type of spending that you're doing in planning. I feel like it's a slap in the face for the voters between the TOT tax that was put in place and the general plan. So I weigh in a negative on the 18. And then the number 19, it's not really clear what is being done in this item. I'd kind of like to have it pulled and have it clarified, because what's the project? It's not explained in Legistar. We're changing zoning in that area. Whose property are we rezoning? Why is the county paying for that? Shouldn't whoever owns that property be paying for the cost of changing land use and zoning changes? It's just, I tried to look up the history in the text and it just didn't explain anything. And I started going backwards, and I just would appreciate that better explained. And why are we taking money out of the general plan and EID? That's both taxpayer funds to rezone these parcels. If somebody could explain that or have a better discussion besides just approving it on consent, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll bring this back to the board. Is it possible to provide does any member wish to pull anything on the consent calendar? We have a big agenda. Is it possible just to offer a brief explanation on 19? For clarification?
Yeah, I don't see planning and building in the room, but I will give it a go here. So this I see Brett Sampson walking in.
There's Brett. Perfect. Thank you,
Awesome.
Brett. Perfect
I
timing.
stalled.
Yeah.
It's a good thing we have a fairly close county campus. Good morning,
My
Brett.
ears are ringing.
Thank you. There was a request for
Yes.
just a very brief explanation on item 19, which is the long-range planning work on the Texas Hill Reservoir take line parcel rezone.
Well, first of all, we are preparing an environmental impact report for that rezone and general plan amendment, and the notice of preparation for that EIR is about to go out in the next several weeks. And what that project is there's a conflict between the reservoir take line in the general plan for a future EID reservoir that has been determined to no longer be needed by EID. And unfortunately, that take line causes conflicts with residences that are already there that have homes. And so those residences, and there's many parcels that are affected, I can't remember the exact number, but they're all in this reservoir future take line. And so none of those residences right now can get like an accessory dwelling structure, a permitted shed, a swimming pool, anything like that, because there's this conflict between the zoning and that reservoir take line. And so it is a conflict that needs to be remedied. EID is paying for half of it, as the item says. About half the parcels are EID owned. They were very pleasant to deal with and very proactive, and were in favor of just removing the take line from the general plan.
Okay,
So that's the
perfect.
reason for the project and for their contribution.
Really appreciate
Yes.
that explanation,
Thank you
Brett.
so
Thank
much.
you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Bring this back to the board for action.
Adoption agenda and approve of the consent calendar with no changes.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Supervisor Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Heidel. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Appreciate that, and thank you for the explanation, Brett. All right, with that, we will move on to our 9 a.m. time allocation. Can you please open item number 23, Kim?
Of course. The Board of Supervisors ad hoc on housing and homelessness program in concert with the Chief Administrative Office, Health and Human Services Agency, and Sheriff's Office recommending the board, one, direct staff to develop a permit navigation center with standalone traditional housing units at 300 Forney Road, an approximately 1 acre site adjacent to the Placerville Jail, and abandon plans to develop a permanent navigation center at 300 Fair Lane. Two, direct staff to develop a temporary family site with the option to include transitional housing if feasible at 300 Fair Lane to serve the community while developing the permanent navigation center site. Three, approve the use of the design, build, construction project delivery method for the navigation center project at 300 Forney Road. And four, find that the proposed navigation center project is statutorily exempt from CEQA pursuant to Government Code Section 65660 subsection B.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And before we turn this over to staff, I know Supervisor Parlin and I have some brief opening comments since we've had the privilege of being on the ad hoc committee. So this has been years in the making as to where we are right now. And just want to express a lot of gratitude for the journey that we've all been in for the past, oh gosh, we could say for the last decade even. But it's been a long time getting here. And I'm a big believer in pilot projects as they give us the ability to test, to learn, to adapt, and to see where we're at before we, move forward on something more permanent. And that's exactly where we've been with this current navigation center. Has it been perfect? No. It never will be. And yet our current navigation center has allowed us to test and to pivot. And from the lessons learned on that navigation center, it brings us to today to consider new options for how we move forward in combating homelessness in El Dorado County. And so I'm looking forward to a rich discussion with my colleagues, with the community, with all of you, and with the city of Placerville, which will come after we have this initial discussion today. I'd like to recognize and celebrate the people who have gotten us to this point. There have been two people that have been instrumental that we would not be here today if it weren't for them. And that's Olivia, our Director of Health and Human Services, and Sheriff Lykoff. They built a trusted alliance early on and came together for the greater good. Both entities, both of you were willing to approach this issue with fresh perspectives, and open-minded ideas. And we would not be here today if it weren't for you. And a lot of gratitude for that. And then to your support team. Wouldn't be possible without Timolin, without our HHSA team, without facilities, who's been willing to embrace this change. I mean, we've caused facilities to pivot quite a bit on this issue, and you've done it with grace, and you've been, yeah, let's explore this. And I don't take that lightly. I can't imagine what we asked of you sometimes and really appreciate that. And then our COC partners in the community who's been willing to walk with us on this journey as well and being open to new ideas. So we've come so far in 4 years, and I applaud all of you who have made this happen. And I look forward to a really robust discussion forward to see how we move forward and how we want to do this. So with that, I'd love to turn this over to Supervisor Parlin.
Thank you. And just to verify, Chair, I was going to walk through the staff report, kind of how we
Great.
got to where we
Perfect.
were. I think that's what we decided with staff. So if
Perfect.
not, tell me to be
Yeah,
quiet.
that's perfect.
But, I think the staff report was really well done. Thank you, Emma, for pulling that together. But, just to get it on the record and kind of provide comments as how we got here. Yeah, it's been a year since the Navigation Center has been open, and yeah, lessons learned. And I appreciated being on the ad hoc to talk about, all right, here we are, and now where are we going? And that part's been really exciting. Reminder, the old juvenile hall is our temporary location. We always knew that was going to be temporary. And the current plan, until we make some changes perhaps today, if the board decides to go that route, we were going to put our permanent navigation center next door here on Fair Lane. And then as we started meeting and talking about, well, what do we need next? It became really clear quickly, I think, that there's so many steps that folks need once they get into the navigation center. And then how do we help them get to permanent housing someday? And what I found really eye-opening is the fact that we learned that we need a couple steps in between. You can't just take somebody, get them into a navigation center, get them document ready, and then put them in a house or an apartment somewhere. It doesn't work like that. And so we started talking about the need for transitional housing, meaning more independence, but still having the support services there. And as talks progressed, we started talking about putting the transitional housing over by the jail. It just seemed to make sense because for many reasons, with all the improvements that are being made to the jail right now to transition people out with the CalAIM and all that, right? Those folks that are coming out of jail need a system, and we're building that into the upgrades, but then what? So it kind of made sense to have some of those services over there and the transitional housing there, since the support's going to be right there. But then we started going, well, wait a minute. It doesn't make sense to spread our resources so thin between the permanent location here, transitional housing over there. That would spread everyone so thin. So then we thought, well, let's look and see, could that site accommodate the permanent location and the transitional housing over by the jail? And that's where staff and facilities especially was fabulous at going and checking the site for us. They did a whole bunch of core samples to see if the site was ready. Olivia and the sheriff were talking about, will this work operationally? And everybody came back with, yeah, it's going to work. And not only that, a big concern that our COC, continuum of care, for those that acronym, sorry, one of their biggest concerns all along has been, how are we going to serve families better? And with this idea of more of a campus over by the jail, we could actually dedicate some units to serve families. So that's kind of how we got to where we are today. It's a big pivot, but I think that talking to all parties that are going to be providing services and the facilities, it makes sense. But we had to bring it back to the board to do a big check-in. It's an opportunity for the public to weigh in on their thoughts. And the only, what would I say? Well, there's a couple of things along the way too. I believe, and help me with this, CEO, if I'm wrong, but we had dedicated some ARPA money to some of the potential housing units, and that money has a deadline on it. So we want to purchase those housing units, the individual ones for transitional housing sooner than later, because there's a deadline on ARPA money. And our thought was, if we go ahead and purchase those, maybe we could set up some transitional housing sooner than later, temporarily, more temporary, next door, because we can't start building our new campus by the jail until the jail expansion project is done. And that's not going to be done until, is it end of 2025, Laura? Middle of 2026. So the plan is, as soon as the jail expansion project is completed, then we can start on the campus for the permanent navigation center with transitional housing over as a campus next to the jail. So it's going to take us a little bit longer than we had hoped for our permanent location. But when you look at it as a big picture, it's going to meet everyone's needs better. So I think that explained it pretty well how we got here.
Good job.
And yeah, and if there's anything you want to add to that.
I think I do want to recognize, I alluded to it in my opening comments, that the other critical conversation we need to have is with the city of Placerville.
Yes.
And it was, we were, in our last large ad hoc meeting, we talked about what that looks like. But we recognized that first, we had to have a conversation here with my colleagues here at the county first to see if there was support for even exploring this direction forward. And then we do have a meeting set up toward the end of May with our entire team and the city of Placerville to talk about that, because it's always a challenge, because we recognize that this new location is inside the city limits. And so there's two jurisdictions in this. And so we look forward to those conversations. And we have time. We have time to have those conversations with the business owners, with the Placerville community, with the Placerville City Council. But this conversation needed to happen today. But I just want to get on record that, I pledge to work through this with the city of Placerville as we move forward. I also want to recognize that the entire reason for the Navigation Center was to be able to mitigate the large homeless encampments that we were seeing throughout the city of Placerville and in our county, and to mitigate the danger of fire that those posed. And we are seeing tremendous progress in that area. And, very, very grateful for that. But I should always want to keep in mind that was really the impetus for how we got here. So with that, would like to invite, I think, Olivia up to offer any other thoughts, and any members of your team. And then I'm sure my colleagues will have questions and comments. So Olivia, good morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you. I don't know that I have much more to add other than what strikes me most about this project is how flexible everybody has been to change course, and how appreciative I am of that, because I feel strongly that this is the right direction to go in. I also want to extend a huge amount of gratitude to Sheriff Lykoff and his team. This concept of having the Navigation Center in proximity to the jail is not new. I think it was floated around, a few years ago, and I'm really glad that we finally kind of picked it up again and revisited it. So it's been a really great collaborative process, and I appreciate everybody being willing to change course.
Yeah, wonderful. All right.
I want to see if the sheriff has anything to.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I didn't know if he wanted to or
Oh,
not.
he was going to be next. Yes. Good morning, Sheriff and Under Sheriff Golmitz. Thank you for being with us.
Oh boy, I want to take my hat off and just thank everybody that's been involved with this project. In law enforcement, we're reactive most of the time, and things happen, legislation gets passed, and we have to come up with a plan. So obviously, I want to go back and think. I think it was like almost 3 years ago. Liz Drummond was the community member that came forward, and I want to thank Sheriff D'Agostini for even wanting to explore going down this road of having this navigation center up at the jail. And I also want to point out too, it's really three three jurisdictions that we're dealing with, because I don't want to forget about South Lake Tahoe as well and the homeless issues that we experience up there. So, but going through this process and then getting to know Olivia, working with the ad hoc committee, it was refreshing to be at a table to hear, and I've pointed this out before, to hear, you don't hear, we can't do that.
Yeah.
It's let's find a way to make this happen. So again, I was sort of against the navigation center going across the street, but I agree with you wholeheartedly. It gave us a chance to kind of get our feet, put our toe in the water and test it and see lessons learned and things that we can do to make it better for our homeless population, because we have an obligation to help them as well. And I think we've held the line for so long and have come up with reactionary plans, but we had a big day yesterday. So with Prop 47, it's going to be back on the ballot. We've collected enough signatures, so that's good news. Navigation Center, that's big news, and just the county stance when it comes to harm reduction. I think we have our finger on the pulse of this, and we're turning the corner and keeping our community keeping our county the safest county in the state to live in and to work in, to raise kids in, and the safest place to work. So my hat's off to everybody involved in this, Olivia and her team. I take my hat off to my team. When I sat downstairs, when Sheriff DiAugustini told me go down and design something, and I went down on a grease board, literally, I think you guys have seen it, down in one of our conference rooms, and just doodled on a grease board. And this is what the concept would look like, and working with Olivia's team. But I'm only as good as my team, and I have to take my hat off to them too, and our hot team that goes out and works extremely hard and trying to help the less fortunate, our most vulnerable population. So with that being said, thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Sheriff. Well said. Excellent. All right, I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Any comments, questions?
Well, I just want to say, it was kind of a vision that I kind of had way back when to put it up by the jail. And I'm glad that you guys have worked on this and made this happen, especially for the county. So I think it's the best place, especially when it comes to the safety and welfare of the people that work here, in these buildings and stuff like that, with some of the issues that's happened, in the past and present. So I just want to thank you, and my hats are off to you for doing it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to applaud the collaboration on this. It's always difficult to get people to get together and be creative and find solutions that are not obvious. And this is one of those examples where a lot of people worked hard on this. There was an early discussion of this potential, and we brought it back, and people got involved and found a unique way to make all this work. So I think that's incredible. It speaks well to our organization, to our staff members, to the sheriff's department, everybody that's involved with this, the sheriff's office, of working together. And that's what good governance is all about, is collaboration and finding unique solutions that you can't do by yourself, right? It takes a team. And this was a prime example of that. There's a couple of things I want to understand a little bit more relative to the transitional housing. We talked about sprung structures and those kinds of things, and I know that's one of the candidates for this site, but from the transitional housing perspective of what would be located temporarily, it sounds like, on the old sheriff's office facility, what is that, a sprung structures concept, or is it something that would be like the original design of a hard structure building used for temporary purposes and then ultimately to be repurposed for some other activity? I just don't understand the facility overall
Good question.
plan in this, and I'd like to understand that a little bit more so I can understand the sequencing and the timing.
Okay.
And then I think the other thing we always recognize is this facility needs to be a low barrier, consistent application. And I know everybody's working towards that to make sure that when it comes to the funding sources, that there won't be any concerns there, that we satisfy all the requirements for low barrier, and because we need to continue to receive those revenues from the state and federal funds to make this happen. And I guess I just emphasize, I don't think there's been any county monies put into this other than staff time to facilitate it. And that's a key too. We don't want to get into a situation where we have to use general fund monies to do this when we have the availability of using alternate resources, which is what other communities have done. Then the other thing I'd just like to recognize is my understanding is that the alternate public defender's office, which is currently located up on this project site, would be utilized within the navigation center work, which means they would have to be relocated. But I have not heard what the relocation plan is for that. And obviously, we're talking 2026 timeframe. We're not talking something that's immediate, but we clearly need to make sure that they have an appropriate site to be relocated to. And I'm sure facilities has considered all those things, but I haven't heard what the thoughts are on that. So I just like to understand that a little bit better conceptually, not that it's going to be hard and fast. This is the way it has to go, but at least where are the moving pieces, going to the puzzle. So.
All right. Who would like to address that? So sprung structure, stick built, making sure it's low barrier so we preserve the funding model. And what are we doing with the alternate public defender's office conceptually? So good morning, Timlin. You have been instrumental in all of this. So
Yes.
thanks for being
Morning.
with us.
Thank you for bringing this item forward. We really appreciate it. So the sprung structures, we are looking at sprung structures. The state of California put out an RFQ and there were 6 respondents. We're currently exploring whether or not those 6 respondents would meet the criteria that we need for our county due to the inclement weather that we experience. If not, we would we're also exploring structures that other counties have used to explore the possibility of piggybacking off of a contract with another county or having to go to an RFQ. But the idea is, yes, we would purchase the sprung structure type facilities. They would be put up at this site for families and the potential of transitional housing. They would then move to the permanent site in 2026 or when that site was ready. This is it does 2 things. It gives us an option for families sooner than 2026, as well as potential transitional housing sooner than 2026. It also allows us to utilize some of our funding streams that have expiration dates before 2026. ARPA was mentioned, but then we also have some of our, the HAP monies also expire in, I think it's May of 25 and May of 26. So we would need to find a source to use those funds. And that's something that we could do now and then continue to use in the new site.
Excellent.
So I got a question.
Sure.
So you're talking about same thing that I talked about, pallet homes? Is that what you're calling?
The thing about pallet
That's
homes,
what a lot
it's
of them
very
have
similar.
used, yeah.
Yes, it's just this, they need to have some type of a snow load. Some of them don't.
Right.
So we've done a lot of preliminary work looking at there's pallet homes, there's fold up.
Yeah.
There's all different kinds, but yes.
Good, because I know these things can be assembled in less than 20 minutes, so.
Yeah, they can. And a lot of the vendors also have bathrooms. So the units themselves would most likely not have bathrooms in them because then we run into the individual plumbing and all of that, which facilities is being so helpful with.
Yeah.
I really appreciate them. So we're looking at kind of what would we need for restrooms and showers and the cabins, tiny homes, whatever we end up with or what.
Yeah, and
And I
they
wanna-
do.
Oh, sorry. I want to piggyback on that really quick. We're at a unique spot too with the jail expansion right now. So we are looking at how we address all of that infrastructure now while everything is torn up. So we have quantities of scale and can really maximize our funding. I think it's really a unique time to be designing all of this while we're working on the jail expansion. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
Supervisor
and
Frimberg.
Pallet also designs showers and
Yes.
and bathrooms and stuff, so they could be separate, so.
And Pallet is one of the contracts with the state that we could use
Right.
if they meet the requirements.
Well, it seems like that's what pretty much the Sacramento and some of these other counties adopted is the
Yes.
pallet shelters.
Yes.
Good. So we're looking at all of those. Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful. And then low barrier model that complies with HUD
Yes.
funding?
Yes, and one of the things that we've done kind of behind the scenes is dug into all of our funding sources with HHSA's housing and homeless programs and truly digging into the definition of low barrier and housing first. And then we did sit down with the sheriff and go through, this is low barrier. And these are the requirements that we have to adhere to in order to utilize our funding. So we've had those transparent conversations and everybody understands that these are the requirements that we have to adhere to. I would also say that we've agreed that HHSA will continue to run the navigation center as we do this navigation center. We would continue for it to be a referral only shelter. We would continue obviously with the encampment abatement and then the coordinated entry referrals with our COC partner. And all of those referrals are vetted through HHSA before they are entered into the navigation center. And that gives us the opportunity to ensure we're meeting the criteria for the referral, their county residents, and that we're also adhering to the number of agreed upon beds per partner.
This allows us to take on family related navigational services,
Yes.
where right now it's an individual related service, so we really can't address the family situation.
Right.
So this will give us that potential to address that earlier than
Yes.
later. And so I think all those things are to be applauded again, because I think that's the right answers. Dealing with it holistically, looking
Yes.
at all of the needs that are out there, including the family needs, and being able to provide
Right.
those resources. So
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah.
And then, the other was the alternate public defenders building that's there and their relocation. That may be a facilities
gonna
question,
say-
but have we defined where they would likely be relocated to?
Let Laura take that.
Yeah, thank you, Timlin.
Morning, Laura.
Good morning, Laura Schwartz, Chief Administrative Office. We have not. We kind of wanted this conversation to happen today. I did speak with the alternate public defender yesterday, assured her that, we would get started.
You're not
on
gonna be
that
on the
process.
streets?
No. But, we do have some time, so
Yeah.
we would certainly be looking for an alternate location for them.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
very good. So no homeless in there.
No.
Yeah,
All right,
I certainly don't want to create that.
Yeah.
Excellent.
don't take away their home, yes.
Great questions. All
Okay.
right. Supervisor Lane, you're kind of new to this issue on the
I
West
am.
Slope, so what questions do you have?
I am. I have two very basic questions and one comment. And the comment is, I observed all of this happening in 2022. While I was running for office, I was trying to keep up with what you were doing. And it was fever pitch back then. It was very divisive. And so I want to offer my congratulations to my two colleagues, Supervisor Parlin, Supervisor Thomas, because you two came together at a time where it could have just imploded.
We didn't talk for a week. I'm grateful for that too. Yeah.
And I was surprised when I heard that you were the two that had come together. But, congratulations to both of you for bringing us along in the political context as well, because we can see in the room today, there's a lot more calm. So congratulations. My two quick, very basic questions are, number one, I expect that there's adequate transit in the area. I wasn't sure if that was something that you had thought about. The other question is, have we talked to our homeless population that we're currently working with to see, are they comfortable? Because it was a big thing going next to the sheriff's department. There was a lot of concern that people wouldn't go and they wouldn't seek the services if it was in that location. So have we spoken to, our customers and seen if that's still a problem or if that's something that has subsided?
Great questions. All right. So who would like to address that? First of all, transportation, transit, accessibility to jobs, to community services. And what has the communication been with those that are currently in our NAP center as this new model?
Hello again. So transportation. So one of the nice things about this site is it is right on the bike trail, which offers easy access to the Missouri Flat Corridor and also Placerville Drive Corridor. There are bus routes along both. It's also right next to our Brew Road campus, which we have the bus route there also. And so I would say, yes, it's along the transportation lines, and it's also easy walking distance to main corridors in the Placerville area.
Okay, good.
And then the other question, have we spoken with our customers? No, we have not spoken with our customers because this discussion needed to happen first. However, I can say that we have approached the subject with our VOA partners who are running the shelter. We've taken them over to tour the site. They were very excited about the site, about the location, and they didn't feel that there would be any reservations or concerns. It is near the jail, it's adjacent to the jail, but it will be separate. You're not going up to the jail and then coming over. So we are separating it. And we really want to make this site a community. We've seen with the juvenile hall or the navigation center here in the juvenile hall, it's very difficult to make this a community, right? It's right on the street. So we're really envisioning a community over there that is more welcoming.
Yeah, that's excellent. I think a little bit about kids, who've had their parents taken away for a variety of reasons and, just wanting to make sure that they know that they're in a safe place.
Yes.
And that the sheriffs are our friends and they not only are there in bad situations, but they can be there in good situations too. And I think somehow we have to think about the aesthetics of that and making sure that they feel safe.
So I think what I would add to that is having a site for families will be new to us. So of course, we're going to have lessons learned. But one thing that has stood out to me and my team is the relationship that our HOT team has with the Navigation Center participants. They really do a good job of working with the clients and supporting them. I mean, sometimes they interact a little differently than a social worker would, but sometimes that's needed.
Right.
So I have a lot of confidence in the HOT team's ability to relate to the population that they're serving, and I believe that would continue with a family site also.
And this location will allow us to serve more vulnerable populations that we can't serve now.
Yes.
Right. And I think that's so important because as along with the COC, we were, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we were finding that there are 9 or 12 families living in cars right now.
Yeah.
And is that about right, Nicole? Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
the 90 families that are, I'm sorry.
Yeah, come on up here. Because this is an important aspect of this new plan. So thank you. I know you're with Housing El Dorado. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Nicole Payne. I'm with Housing El Dorado. I'm also the co-chair of the COC. And right now we have 9 to 12 families within our safe parking program. That doesn't speak to the number of families writ large that are actually in the community and frankly kind of hiding because they don't want to be found because they're afraid of CPS involvement. So this would allow us to kind of bring services together in such a way that they don't have to fear that anymore because they know that they're in the right place and doing the right thing for their children.
Right. Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate you bringing that up because, right now the current population that we're serving, you can't combine with families. And it's like, why are we focusing on this and not on embracing those that are most vulnerable in our community that we have most responsibility to? And we've shifted that thought and that model to allow us to do that, to really help move folks out of that terrible situation into stability. So I'm really grateful for that. This model will allow us to do it. And as well as this transitional village will give also folks a place to go to while we're waiting for permanent housing. So thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it.
I want to add something on aesthetics. This site is incredible relative to its view. And as I understand it, the orientation of the navigation facility will be looking towards Sacramento and that area, which is you're top of the hill with a fantastic view.
It is.
And that inspires people to do something with their life better than sitting in a dungeon type of situation, right?
Yeah.
So I think getting up and having that visibility is an uplifting situation. And I think for families or individuals, that is a unique situation where you can provide great aesthetics, great views. And that's part of the treatment that happens in that navigation center. So from that perspective, with the orientation we're talking about and stuff, I can't think of a more suitable place to put it within El Dorado County. It's ideal from that perspective.
It is. Yeah, it's beautiful up there. It really is.
Great.
I
Well,
don't know
thank
if
you.
Supervisor Lane's had a chance to visit, but if you haven't, you ought to try to run up the hill and take a look.
Well, I have been up there.
Okay, good,
Obviously, yes,
good.
I've been to the sheriff's department, but I'm probably not as familiar with the site as you are. So
Okay,
I appreciate those comments.
yeah.
And Sheriff, do you have anything else to weigh in on this? Thank you, Timbaland.
Add to what Timbaland said. Our HOT team is obviously out there embedded and working with this population. So that will be a great tool that we'll be able to use to build trust. We already have trust built with our homeless population, with the HOT team. So to get them to buy in and come up there will be, a lot of that'll be HOT driven. But I also want to point out just with the location where it's at, and I want to point out something to the neighborhood around that.
Yeah.
Just by where this location is, and we've known this all along, this will be, and Timlin talked about creating a community up there. This will be probably the best patrolled community in the county, just by where it's at. And the patrol units that are going up there to our jail. So the neighbors around there that had concerns about this will be, they can be rest assured that this will be there'll be a lot of paint, as we put it, in the area. There'll be a lot of patrol cars in the area just by where this location is at. And this isn't, because I know one of the stigmas back when we were originally talking about this was the sheriff's office, and the sheriff just wanted to go out and round up people and imprison them up by the jail. That's not it at all. This is going to be a full service location where they can come and get the help they need to better their lives. So that's what I wanted to add.
And thank you for that, Sheriff, because I think the next steps, one of my focuses is engaging the neighborhoods, the communities, and the businesses around this area
Absolutely.
to make sure that they have a chance to dialogue with us, express their concerns, and work through any of those issues, because it has to be a win-win. It has to, work for our community, work for the community impact that we're seeing with homelessness, as well as work for the population we're serving. And so I am certainly committed to having those conversations. I know all of us are. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the board at this point?
That's
All
fine.
right. Is there anyone else on the team that has brought this forward that would like to offer any other comments before we open it up? Okay, I'm not seeing any. All right, Kim, let's open this item up for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning. Respectfully, I'd like to make a couple of comments.
Sure.
Yesterday, I want to thank Health and Human Services for coming to the Taxpayers Association. Jim, thank you very much. I noted on our agenda that Jim came and spent some time with us talking about this item as well as other items that we have today. So I want to let him know that I really appreciated it. We appreciated it at the Taxpayers Association to have him there and to answer these questions. To Supervisor Lane's point, I remember, Chair, when we go back to Hangtown Haven 1 and Hangtown Haven 2, the crushing thing was Hangtown Haven 2 having to close, but that the city had supported it, and it was a very positive experience for a lot of people. I'm speaking about the homeless. We didn't really have anything to take its place. And all of those years have gone by. The HOT team has been formed. There's so many things that we can check off and say, we've done them. So when you and Supervisor Parlin talks about, here we are, having all this evolution, this is critical to us in our situation. As you know, Grants Pass is being discussed back in the Supreme Court. Has to do with homelessness, has to do with decisions that have been made by local governments about how to handle it. This is one of the most complex, but yet very important issues that you're dealing with now. And you're dealing with all the pieces. Transportation, you're talking to the homeless population, to your point about to each individual has to be treated as a respectful person. Some have mental health issues. They may not want to go up there, but then the law we rely on the law to help us navigate through that. Get the word navigate. I just want to say that after we spent about 20 minutes on this as an item on the taxpayers discussion, and we really appreciate where you are right now. I did want to say before I lose my time, how about the courts? Because remember, we had that issue about the court was going to move up there. I'm talking about well, moving the courthouse from Main Street to up there. If you remember, Wendy?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate your comments. Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Ruth Michelson, District 4. Well, you've all been congratulating yourselves today on this plan, and I will be the voice of dissent. You've worn us down. You know, many of us were in this room saying, no, do not put this next to the jail. It is a deterrent. I would hate to see you build it and have no one come. Look at Portland. They built it and no one came. You know, beautiful view, that's great. That is not the issue. The issue is the perception of criminalizing homelessness. That is the perception. And how you can be bringing this forward without having spoken to the population is mind-boggling. You have no idea if those who you are hoping to serve will even choose to go there. So I don't see how you can proceed without at least doing that very elementary task. I do want to also refer to what Chris Payne referred to, the current case in front of the Supreme Court being argued quite vehemently yesterday for 2.5 hours. Very relevant to this. The Eighth Amendment, very relevant to this. I am not an attorney. I don't want to paraphrase, but all of you, I really suggest looking into that court case. It's just really a kind of an outlook, I think, about the homeless and yes, having them out of sight. And even Sheriff Lykoff said, this will be well patrolled. There'll be a lot of paint. Again, really criminalizing the homeless. I know none of us want to see people who have mental health issues, people who have drug addiction, people who leave garbage around because, gee, there aren't places to take their garbage. I know that it's something we don't want to see tense. And so, yeah, let's go put it someplace where no one can see. I hate to see us just comparing option A and option B, one being the old sheriff's site, and now this being near the jail. Isn't there option C or D or E? I mean, yes, this has much more land, great places to have all these various facilities. I still think it's a very poor choice of location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Good morning, Peg.
Good morning, Peg Vanderkar, resident of Placerville, also a member of Housing El Dorado. And I wanted to say some specific things. But first comment on Supervisor Heidel mentioned government by community or something like that and how important that is. And I wanted to emphasize that too. In this day and age when not having government by ruler is really critical. I want to thank the team for coming together, all of this coming together and coming up with a proposal. HED has general support, has support for the concept. We realize the issues of being near the jail and all those things, but it's moving forward to something. And this is several years since Hangtown Haven, which was a successful thing, but had to close down because it gathered so much publicity. I would recommend that we don't publicize this all that much. Actually, that's personal, not HED. HED strongly recommends adding some more winter shelter and capabilities for the worst cold weather for people that are out there that might not otherwise be in this shelter navigation center. There are people out there in the winter now with the current navigation center. So adding more winter shelter somehow, I don't know how, but I think it can be done if there's the desire to do it. I personally and a few others have some concerns about the design I wanted to quickly share. Is there a sense of security and healing being promoted by the way it's designed? Are there rooms for life skill classes? Because those are really, really needed. We see a lot of folks who need adulting 101, either because of mental illness or because of who knows what going on in their lives. It's not easy to, once you get an apartment, to manage it and stay in it. I understand there's people in and out of the shelter because of that. And a question about 110 people in one room. I haven't studied the design really carefully, but men and women together is the question. Women have to pass through the men's area on the way to the restroom in the middle of the night. I mean, I wouldn't like that. We had to do that in one nomadic shelter one night, Christmas night, because we only had this one space we could do it in. And the man that passed through the women's area displayed himself outside of the camera. Anyway, where can a person go to be alone with their thoughts? Maybe in a patio overlooking the view, and a secure place to store personal items. Those are the concerns we have. We support the project and we want to move forward. It's a start, and I really appreciate all of you who've been working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Peg. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Good morning, Mayor Nell.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. This is a really easy conversation for you guys sitting up there because we're not talking about putting it in anyone's district except the city of Placerville. So I just want to recognize that while everyone's getting along and it sounds happy and we're moving forward, you're moving forward without the city. We haven't even had a conversation with the city. And so I understand you had an ad hoc and you talked to the sheriff. Well, the sheriff hasn't been responding to the navigation center. The city has, the city police. We had 126 calls in 2023. You know, it seems like that would be an important person to have at the table and talk about the lessons learned and talk about the solutions and talk about the problems. What are the problems that the city is having now that you've caused by putting the navigation center in the city? We have, when we're looking at our homeless situation now, we're looking at mostly people who will not go in the navigation center, specifically won't stay in the navigation center. So you've moved them from other parts of the county into the city. They go into the navigation center, they don't want to be in the navigation center, and now they're camping in the city. And so you're systematically moving your county problems into the city without a solution for us. And you're a drain on our resources, you're affecting our citizens, you're affecting our businesses. And we haven't had an opportunity to have a real in-depth conversation with that. So I'm speaking on behalf of one council member because my council hasn't had an opportunity. I don't know what other concerns and things they want to talk about, concerns they may or may not have with the relocation, with what's going on. No one's, I mean, I looked at the staff report. There was no even staff report before walking into this room to understand what's going on. So what I'm really asking you to do is just take this as a first conversation and not take a direction today. Don't make an action. I mean, I'm looking at all these actions and you're going to be moving forward without the city. And I want to ask you, is that how you want to be treated? Because you're upset with the state because they've come in and they've done something that you don't like that's affecting your district. They had, I think, one conversation, pretty much ignored you and kept moving. And you haven't even given us the consideration of one conversation yet. So I'm asking you to have those conversations. Let's work through the problem. Let's be the example, right? We see everybody fighting and nobody working together. I'm asking you to take the time to work together with us, to talk about all the issues, to let, you talk about all the lessons learned. Well, no one's being specific about what those lessons are. No one's asking us what our lessons learned and the solutions that we need. And so all I'm asking you, I'm not saying whether we support or don't support anything. I'm saying we haven't really had an opportunity to look at that. And I'm asking you not to make a decision to move forward until we have those conversations. move forward with everyone. And then I know I only have a couple seconds, but I'd like to know, is the sheriff department going to respond to the calls of the new navigation center? Are they going to respond to the calls of the temporary shelter? Are they going to respond to the navigation center now? I mean, this is all what you've dumped on the city. And I hear that the sheriff is in favor. Well, I'd be in favor too if I'm giving another jurisdiction all the responsibility. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? All right, let's go ahead and go online, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning.
Oh my gosh, good morning. I really have a lot to say, and it'll be, oh, Kelly's mean, Kelly's critical, but I'd like to take a little visit back memory lane, because I'm sitting here shaking my head because I seem to recall a time where this was originally going to go off Missouri Flat Road. Let's go back to that date. In a growing business community, and a group in the El Dorado County GOP had the courage to stand up and take action to say this is not an appropriate location. I do believe it also may be one of the triggers that got Todd White fired. Through the support of George and the sheriff, immediately it was suggested to do what you're doing now. With all the forewarnings of what has happened with it in the government location. First of all, I don't even know if I want to know how much money we have spent on sheriff's resources, on loss of business, on security, on people not utilizing the library, all the things that have happened by simply not listening and having this wall between the county and the sheriff's department that hopefully is over in our new administration. But maybe the lesson here is to listen a little more carefully to the people who are not trying to fight against this need. Nobody denies that we need it and that it's not a service that shouldn't be available. Do I take a little bit of contention? First of all, I would say to whoever said this, I don't remember her name, our unhoused people are not customers. I'm the customer because I pay for the service. Okay, so I found that to be a really offensive word in describing our unhoused people, that they were customers. They are being offered through the generosity of taxpayers like myself and the rest of the people listening, an opportunity to put their life back together. If they do not choose that because they don't like the location or the food or the landscaping, I think we really need to really look into what are we expecting from taxpayers who have children living with them like myself, because those hardworking kids can't even afford a starter home that starts at $650,000 in El Dorado County. So I'm really glad to see we're moving on. I hope that this is the final destination and that we have a more realistic look in the future when people who know it's time for us to listen to them and not have these constant financial lessons. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Not taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning.
Hey everyone, good morning. This is Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I just want to say I think that it personally is a great idea to shift the focus to the area by the jail that, as noted, have been discussed before. I think one of the challenges is there's only 2 documents attached to this agenda item, and they're the site definition as well as a draft plan. But there's not a lot of other details around that. Even in the discussion that was brought up that there was a potential for tiny homes. So that would be different than the plan created. So I think maybe having some of the work continue on analyzing this, including a firm design, would be super helpful, because then that contributes to the amount of money that it's going to cost. So right now we're not seeing anything about the money. To the point also discussed earlier, one of the things that I do like is that I think that this should support families. And that's an area I think that there should be more focus on because of the children. Having something a little more stable and contained, I think would be.
Oops, we lost you. Linda, are you still there? Is she muted or no? Linda, we can't hear you if you can hear us.
Sorry, I don't know what
there we
happened.
go. There we go.
Okay, sorry. I don't know why I didn't mute or anything, but anyway, so I don't know what part cut off, but definitely focusing on serving the families. I agree that there probably should be more coordination before a formal decision is made. I'm just suggesting there could be more details provided to have everyone a little bit more aligned.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Dawn Wolfson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just a few random thoughts as I was listening to people. First of all, it doesn't seem like all parties have been included in the conversation yet. The city, the people at the navigation center, etc. I think probably you need to have those conversations before you take an action. I'm not necessarily opposed to having a facility near the jail, although it may be a problem for some people. I did rather take offense at Kelly's comments. I don't think the taxpayers are not the only people who are involved with this. The people that we are trying to help are as well, and they are customers and they are human beings and they need to be treated with respect. Sounds like we kind of want to get them out of sight here, and I don't like that whole mentality. And the only other thing I have to say is, as far as the sheriff's hot team, one of them was really kind to me on a really awful day, and he was the only person who was kind to me, and I want to thank him. But other than that, please have those other conversations before making a final decision. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from John Clarici.
Good morning, Vice Mayor Clarici. Oops, the timer's still going, Kim.
Hi there.
Oh,
Okay.
good morning.
I'm sorry, I had to unmute. Okay. I'd be there in person, but I had a client call at 9 and I have to make money. There's a couple things here. I want to echo and support all the comments by the mayor. Not having really been talked to is really disrespectful to the city. And I understand you folks want to do something. There's other chunks of land. The county owns lots of land in this county. They own a pretty good sized chunk of land, if I remember correctly, down off of Durock Road. This idea has always come back to the city because of these services that are provided. But the county, at least, except for the fact that they run the navigation center, which is only accessible by appointment or whatever, it's not a walk-up service. The county, at least as far as I know, provides very few, if no, walk-up services for the homeless. So the virtue of this thing being in the city is just because it's in the city. And I want to support what the mayor said. It's real easy to put things in Placerville because then it doesn't go somewhere else. If this is a serious attempt to do something, then this should be opened up. Because it's hard to imagine that 7% or 8% or whatever percent of the population of this county is generating every homeless person that lives in Placerville. And so I would strongly urge you not take action today. And the other thing that was mentioned, the trail was mentioned. Homelessness on the trail is one of our biggest problems. The idea that this is some sort of a plus point for this particular project is concerning to me, taking a public facility like the trail and then saying, well, this is how everybody's going to get around. And if you want transit, you can extend transit down to other parts of this county. Okay, that's not a problem. And making a decision without talking to those folks up on Gold Nugget or Excalibur or any of those roads, or talking to the businesses on that side of the highway before you take action, you should do that. Because my guess is, despite what the sheriff might say, those people may come unglued. You remember what I think 4 houses over off Perks Court did, and you got a whole bunch of people living up there, and those people all live in the county, by the way. So I think this needs to be cooked a whole lot more. I think you need to engage the city. You need to engage all those people before you make a decision, because otherwise it's just going to look like a fait accompli, which it's starting to feel like a little bit from my perspective. So I respectfully request that you table this until you get a chance to talk to us and talk to other folks. Do some outreach. Anyway, thanks.
Thanks for your comments. Appreciate you calling in.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good morning.
Can you please unmute yourself, 525?
Good morning, 525. You're up
Hi,
if you're there.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
My fingers are out of practice. Leo Bennett, Koshan, new resident, Pollock Pines. I haven't phoned in for a while, focusing on family issues, but this is family and so dear to my heart. Decades of work with our homeless neighbors and family members who lived next to that major encampment. I hope you listen to the voices that you're hearing from Placerville, where my family lives. Lessons learned. I mean, this is great conversation. Please table it, get more voices, look at other pieces of property. There's so many different possibilities as you're looking at this from these different perspectives. But I know from personal experience working with the unhoused that it'll be a real challenge. Doable, but you'll have to spend a lot of money on landscaping to make this particular location really work. And there may be other locations just like you pivoted, commendable, flexible, collaboration, just extend the conversation. That's what we need so we can get this right and truly address a house, a connected community, caring across El Dorado. But thank you for this start. Take care.
Thanks for calling in. Nice to hear from you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board. Thank you all for your comments. And, you know, I want to address Mayor and Vice Mayor's the comments. We recognize that those critical conversations, there's a lot we need to talk about. There's a lot we need to work through. And, you know, I've pledged to do that. And once again, prior to a week and a half ago, my colleagues hadn't heard about this. So it was, once again, it's one of these kind of catch-22 things. We needed to have this conversation first, and then that will be next as far as working at how we work out all the details, how we understand what all the issues are. And so that will come next. And so I agree that I'm going to suggest that we do direct perhaps our staff to move forward on the exploration of this while we have those critical conversations with the city of Placerville, and then bring it back for more formal action later. So I think that's a prudent course forward. But I just wanted to assure everyone that at no time was it our intention just to move boldly forward without those critical conversations. So timing's always a tricky thing.
I'd like to add to that.
Yes.
The history of this process was also the fact that there was a severe fire threat to the city of Placerville, primarily up on Broadway.
There you go.
And the county looked at what can we do to help resolve that issue that the city was faced with pretty much on an ongoing basis, because that fire threat was felt to be the driving force to get a navigation center set up. That was the thing that was saying, it's now time to do it. So don't forget the fact that the county worked extensively with the city of Placerville to try to find a solution that would help alleviate that threat. And that's what this was in part to get started. So don't forget that part of the history. I guess I'm a little offended by the county dumping these things because I'm not sure that history is well understood. But I was in those meetings with Sheriff Lykoff and this chief of police for the city of Placerville when that discussion happened, and it was a dire situation that needed to be addressed. That was one of the major drivers that got us into the navigation center. So it was a collective discussion. We need to continue those.
I agree.
But I don't like it when we get to the point that we're throwing stones back and forth without understanding all the history that went into things, period. So I'll leave it at that.
I also, when I was on the city council, I remember the city throwing stones at the county wasn't even engaged in these conversations. And so I think it's so important that we continue to lay down our swords and come together and, we know each other. We can have these conversations. We can work out these details. And so the fact that we're having this discussion today does not preclude that. We will continue those. And I think our track record and our history, I believe, shows that we've built trust with each other in terms of whether our unhoused population will accept this location. The proof is in the pudding. Let's look at how our law enforcement partners are dealing with our unhoused. We have a history of trusted relationships that are working. We don't need to jump to generalizations and we've been working on this for 5 or 6 years, really in the trenches, and we will continue to work out these issues. So today is just another step forward, but I think it's so important that we don't lose momentum. We've been there before too, where we've had momentum and then we've killed it in the tracks because nothing is ever perfect. No location is perfect. No solution is perfect. Nothing is perfect. But perfection is the enemy of good. So we need to continue this forward march while we work out the details, while we work together. And, we're going to arrive at someplace even better than we are today. And that's what we're doing today. So,
can I add one more statement? We do have a 2x2 between the county and the city of Placerville.
Yes.
It seems like there are issues brewing that haven't been discussed. We have a 2x2 with the city of Folsom. And so George and I participated in that to work through some of the discussion. So I would encourage those to continue because that's where I think we get the continuing conversation of what is it that concerns you? What is it that we can do to work collaboratively before it gets to this kind of a situation? Just more discussion is helpful. That's what it comes down to.
Well, we have a meeting set up, like I said, at the end of May.
Perfect.
For this. But we wanted the entire homeless team from HHSA to meet with the city. And so it was a lot of people to coordinate. And so, that is in the works. So any other comments or discussions or?
I got a lot to say, but I'm not going to talk about it.
No, thank you for addressing the statements that were made by the city. Because I felt it was pretty offensive also. And thank you, Supervisor Heidel, for reminding everyone. And we had an urgency ordinance to get this going. So the fact that the county has been working diligently to assist the city, I don't want that forgotten. We've been doing a lot of this, in my mind, for the city. So, and Supervisor Thomas opened it up saying that this was just the beginning of this pivot. We realized we have to pivot somewhere. We're not going here. It's not going to work. So we're pivoting and we're exploring.
That's not good for the city, that location.
Yeah.
It's not good for anyone. So
anyway, I really want to move forward in this direction and explore this option and the conversations that need to have.
Okay, so with that, I'll take a stab at it.
Okay.
And then it's going to be a collaborative motion, but direct staff to move forward with the exploration of a permanent navigation center with standalone transitional housing units at 300 Forney Road, while we explore and collaborate with the city of Placerville on I should have on issues on issues to be reconciled. And yeah, can you read that back to me, Kim? Sorry to do that too. We usually don't do this.
She's
but
really good at this.
I know.
Okay, so what I picked up was, so for as far as item number 23, item 1, you would direct staff to explore a permanent navigation center with a standalone transitional housing at 300 Forney Road and approximate, and continue with that. And then adding to it, while the county explores and collaborates with the city of Placerville on issues to be reconciled.
Okay.
And then what about item 2 on here? Do we still want to develop the temporary next door?
Even on one, the other part is abandoned plans to develop, so you're just gonna leave that out at this point? Right, at the
No,
very end
I-
of the sentence?
No, I was.
No, and abandoned. No, I think that's a part. I'm sorry. And that's a part. And number 1 is complete, and abandoned plans to develop a permanent navigation center at 300 Fair Lane.
That stays?
Yes, that
Okay,
stays.
all right.
Yeah, that stays.
Okay.
Do any of
Okay.
my colleagues have anything to add, or CAO?
And that's the only one of the 4 that's on here you're going to propose changes to? Because the second one is direct staff to develop a temporary family site. So
Right.
does that stay? Because that would be within the county, but again, it could be an impact to the city, so.
Well, no, direct staff, I'm sorry, to move forward with the exploration of a permanent navigation center.
Right.
As well as number 2, direct staff to
So replacing the word develop with move forward.
move
essentially.
forward with the exploration of both 1 and 2, a permanent navigation center and a temporary family site, with the option to include transitional housing. We're not going to approve the use of design-built construction right now because we're not to that
So
point.
3 is out.
3 is out.
Your motion.
And we don't need to deal with SEQA right now while we're continuing
No, I think all we need is 1 and 2.
So 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yep.
And then, so move forward with 1 and 2, direct staff to move forward with the exploration of items 1 and 2.
Yep.
While we work with the city of Placerville to have those collaborative conversations and address what issues need to be reconciled. But we don't, if we get to the point, and I'm not foreseeing that, but if we get to the point that there's just critical flaws in all of this, we won't take the next steps and we can pivot again. But we need to continue forward motion on this. I don't want to lose that.
Does that work?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I think putting myself in the city of Placerville's position, that if we left the and abandoned plans to develop a permanent nav center at 300 Fair Lane, if we left that off today,
Yep.
it seems like we've made less of a decision and there's more opportunity for discussion. Even though we are giving direction to really continue to explore a permanent nav center at 300 Forney, I just think it doesn't put us in a position where it appears we already made a decision.
That was my thought as well.
I'm
which is why I
happy
questioned
to
that
amend my motion to
specifically.
that.
Okay, all
So
right.
we'll strike.
And I'm
Take that
wanting,
out.
yeah. Go ahead, CAO.
I'm fine, or of course, fine with where the board is going. However, I would like to have some idea of the timing expectation because there are a lot of moving pieces.
Yeah.
We are in the process of doing the design build for the structure adjacent to this building. We have financial timing constraints that are very near upon us, specifically ARPA. That's December of 2024. So we're at 7 months.
Okay.
Very narrow window. So I want the board to be aware that there is some pressure here.
Would 60 days be too long? Recognizing that I don't believe our meeting is until the end of May.
Is there a reason why it has to be, I mean, I understand what you said, there's a lot of people involved, so there's a lot of schedules, but that seems like a long ways off.
It does.
It
And I've
is.
not been involved in the coordination of that meeting, but it's hard to get everyone together.
It's hard to get everyone together, and if people want to reconsider their schedules, we can certainly try and make that meeting sooner, but
Would 60 days be too long for this item?
to return back to the board
Mhm.
within 60 days.
And Olivia and facilities, feel free to come on
Yeah.
up. Feel free to come on up.
I'm
That's
looking
2
at
months.
Laura,
Where
like,
so I mean, we
Yeah.
have 7 months to encumber that ARPA funding for at least the temporary.
Please tell us what the
Yeah.
critical timelines
You
are.
know, we obviously wouldn't move forward with any sort of contract for the design process on the new facility. So that would stop. You know, we could potentially move forward with, you know, some contracts to kind of explore site constraints in a little bit more detail. But again, you know, that's if we haven't decided on that side, do we want to expend funds towards that? The bigger question would be that the purchase of the potential tiny homes or whichever those structures are, that ARPA deadline is really what's going to become problematic. Six months is not a lot of time to do that.
Right.
So do the funds have to be expended or committed from the standpoint of contractual arrangement?
Obligated.
Obligated, okay, so that seems like it's a little less difficult than getting them expended, so, okay.
Yeah, but
But
we
it's
would
still
we
tight.
would want to do a little bit of upfront work to determine, you know, sizes, what's going to work as far as a site layout, where are our utilities, where is our, you know, sewer connections. I mean, some of that is the types of things that are going to take a lot of time.
Okay.
Olivia, you have something to add here.
Just selfishly, I think that 60 days is too long.
Okay, we need to hear that.
I worry because this is one project of many that HHSA is working on. And by kind of narrowing everything toward the very end of the year, I'm afraid we're going to lose funding. That being said, I suggest that maybe we look at having a smaller group, meet with the city sooner, perhaps. We don't all have to be there and just start that conversation. That might be a good compromise.
30 days?
That'll work.
Okay, all right.
And then may I ask a question of the director while you're here? I do think it's a missed opportunity that we're not checking in with the clientele that currently utilize services and have in the past too.
Understood.
I think we know who these people are.
Yep.
I would love to know that, as Ms. Michelson said, you know, we're not going to build it and no one's going to come. I think that's a critical piece of information that we need to know to be confident in whatever decision is made.
We can do that in tandem.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, perfect. All right. So I will add to the end of my motion and come back to the board within 30 days, recognizing that we are going to expedite our meeting with the city. I pledge to be available for that too.
What's our calendar look
Yeah, I was
like
gonna
for
say,
30-day? I'm just,
Get out
you
there in
know,
May and look.
because holidays and all that. I'm just trying to make sure we're not messing ourselves up.
Right, with days that are dark.
So
Yeah.
that May 21st would be the latest within the 30-day period to get it on the agenda again. And I don't know what that looks like. Tuesday, May 21st, is that?
May 21st would have
Yeah,
to be
right, a
it.
fully booked calendar, or is there some availability for this discussion to continue, hopefully?
Thank you all for your patience while we work through this.
Your May 21st board meeting is completely packed.
So we'd have to look at a special board meeting or something of that type to accommodate it, so,
Or it'll just be a long one. I mean,
yeah.
I
I'm
say
okay with
perhaps
that.
45 days. That be,
I hate to go beyond 30 days.
I don't think we
All right,
can.
But we're
because-
squeezing that ARPA stuff down is the sense I'm
This
getting.
is
and we
a-
really need the time to do it.
right, we need to
properly.
prioritize this and do what we need to do in order to have the conversations we need to have and move forward.
Maybe we can look to move some things.
That's, I was just
Okay,
going to
sounds good.
suggest, we can
And- and,
reevaluate the
we-
counter
there's
calendar. Yep.
6:30 or 7:30 before, so. if we
Sounds
have to
good.
do it now.
So I think, okay, so within 30
So come
days, it
back
has to
within
be
30
the
days.
21st, because the
All right.
previous meeting to that is too soon and it's up in Tahoe, which is not the right format.
That's not right, yeah.
So, all right.
It has
so
to be
is
the
the
21st. Okay.
And then I would just put on the record that if we had to have a special meeting the following day, that I would accommodate that.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane, appreciate it. All right. So Kim, can you attempt to read that? And then we'll see if there's a second for the motion.
So the motion made by Supervisor Thomas is To direct staff to explore, number one, direct staff to explore a permit navigation center with a standalone transitional housing unit at 300 Forney Road, an approximate 1 acre site adjacent to the Placerville Jail, while the county, to explore them while the county explores and collaborates with the city of Placerville on issues to be reconciled. Two, direct staff to explore a temporary site with the option to include transitional housing, if feasible, at 300 Fair Lane to serve the community while developing the permanent navigation center. And three, direct staff to return to the board within 30 days with a recommendation.
You're okay without the wording move forward, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that
that's
seems
fine.
like it's a
That's
little
fine.
redundant,
Yeah,
so
that's fine.
explore is fine.
I'm just thinking though, on the one item where it says to have the meetings with the city of Placerville though, and the business community too, are you gonna try and squeeze that in prior or?
If possible, but sometimes those are not always possible. So
Okay.
I think we just need to start our collaborative process with the city,
Mhm.
knowing that that is going to be an ongoing process. It's not going to be a one and done.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, I don't think we need it in the direction, but to make it clear, we need everyone to drop everything to get these
To make this
meetings
possible.
scheduled.
Yeah.
So, be ready to move your calendars around.
Sounds good. All right. So is there a second?
Oh, I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. All right. All right. Thank you all. And there's a lot of work ahead of us. And I will look forward to digging in and working through this. All right. Thank you all. All right.
Where are we?
We are.
I think we're back
Does
to
anyone need
department
a
heads.
brief break before we go on?
Yes.
Okay, let's take about 5 minutes and then we'll do item number 20. So. All right. Good morning, El Dorado County, and we are back. And we are on item number 20. So Kim, can you please read that into the record?
Of course. Item number 20 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board consider the draft Board of Supervisors responses to the 23-24 grand jury final reports for cases 24-01 Georgetown Airport and 24-04 transient occupancy tax and take one of the following actions. 1, direct staff to make changes and return to the board with a final report on May 7th, 2024. Or 2, approve the report as the final report and authorize the CAO to submit it to the pending presiding judge.
Thank you. And good morning, Sue.
Good morning, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. So first, before we get started, I really want to just thank the grand jury for their work. Clearly, if you read through the reports, they did a ton of research, put a lot of effort into this, and made a lot of really thoughtful recommendations. And I know the nature of the process doesn't always feel like it's a collaborative or like process or we get to have a discussion. The penal code unfortunately kind of lays out exactly how you have to respond. And then there are times when, we don't want to disagree with the grand jury, but there are some times where just maybe slightly the way something is worded, we kind of have to, instead of saying we agree, we might have to say we disagree partially and sort of clarify. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that everybody understands and we try to strike a balance of kind of sticking to the facts and what's there. Some of these issues, I know there's a lot of emotion out in the public and sometimes, that's, we have to kind of set that aside and try to get down to what the intent is. I believe the jury, with everything they do, they're looking for improvement. They're looking out for, the betterment of the county and the citizens and how we can operate better to serve them. So just appreciate that. I have had the opportunity to meet with the grand jury outside, not in an investigative process, but they called and said, hey, we want to understand better a little bit how the county budget process works, had some general county questions, and just hadn't really had that with a jury in the past and really appreciate that collaboration. And they were all a really thoughtful bunch. So we do read the reports very, very carefully. We try to agree as much as possible where we can. And even if we don't always take every specific recommendation, we do take what you're saying to heart and the intent of it. And I'll just a quick example with the TOT report. One of the recommendations was, and of course the point is trying to increase transparency and make it easier for people to understand how that whole process works with the discretionary TOT. So there was a recommendation of a TOT page on the website. And we said, well, we're not going to do that. But we went back and we thought about it. And we are making some changes to what we do with regard to TOT based on a lot of, what we saw in the report. And so one of those is in the recommended budget book, we are going to break out the TOT section. And right now it's in Department 15, which I know we all love to talk about Department 15 and how confusing that is. So we're going to break out TOT in its own separate section. I think what we did at the April budget meeting went a long way toward that transparency as well. We had the line items broken out, the categories that everything went into. So just an example of, we do take it to heart. We do try to use it to improve ourselves and to make county operations better. And with that, I'll open up for any questions or recommendations the board has on changes.
All right, thank you. Any, before we get into that, I would also like to thank the grand jury for their efforts. I was very impressed with this grand jury, and your reports were very thorough, and appreciate all of the work. I can't imagine all the work it takes. I know you've been on the grand jury before, Supervisor Turnbull, and it's a tremendous amount of work, and we appreciate your dedication to our community. So with that, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, and I exactly agree with that, but I do think it would be beneficial if somewhere maybe in the lead in to our response, we would give credit to the grand jury for all of their efforts. That's a difficult task to try to take on all that information, absorb everything. And regrettably, you're always going to miss some key element of it if you don't know all the history, right? So I thought they did an outstanding job with their recommendation, their findings and their recommendations. But I think if in our response, we could maybe in the lead paragraph, just acknowledge, their efforts and the work that went into it, then that makes it a little bit more compatible because like you mentioned, the format is so constraining. It sounds like you're basically debating back and forth and stuff, as opposed to let's have the bigger discussion, right? That's essentially what it is, because you have to be specific. There's only specific responses you can provide to start out with, and then you can kind of elaborate upon that. But in general, I agree with all of the findings and the recommendations from our response. I don't see anything in there that needs to be modified. I do think that there's some opportunities here that we need to look at separate from what the grand jury's recommendations were for improvement, particularly with the airport situation. We've talked about the economic aspects of that, and I think that's not to be ignored. We need to really get to a point where the airports are as self-funded as possible with the utilization of them, because to continue to supplement the operation using general fund monies, I don't think is a good long-range plan. We're not going to have the resources to do that given our current budget projections. So we need to make that transition of finding a way to make it self-sufficient. And so that's, I think, the other takeaway from this is it kind of accelerates the need to do those things, recognizing that maintenance in terms of tree removal and stuff is one of those things called self-sufficiency. So, and I think that we've made the right decision with the transfer of the responsibilities into the CEO's office from where it's been in the past and planning and building. Those changes, I think, are going to be helpful as well. So it gives us a more direct ability to respond to some of these things as opposed to one more thing on a long list of things you're always chasing. So I'll leave it at that point.
Very good. All right. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. You know, I know what it's like being on the grand jury, and especially when you try to get these reports done quickly, because you only got a certain amount of time period to do it, and especially when there's different groups working on different projects. And I'm glad that this is brought to our attention, because especially when it comes to the safety of the people that use that airport, especially with the tree removal and stuff. And I'm glad that and hopefully we can get this addressed and fix those problems that we need to fix. So anyway, thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Any other comments? No? All right, let's open it up for public comment then, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, staff. My name is Scott Chad. I'm a member of the grand jury. I've never done anything like this before. It's been a really amazing experience.
It is.
And the grand jury is made up of people from the whole spectrum. And the one thing I can say about us is that most of us are well-developed adults. The grand jury members tend to be older rather than younger. But we're committed to the work, and I think that the task that we're given is to try and respond to areas of local government where, for whatever reason, the situation has gotten jammed up. Things are not moving the way people would expect them to, or it's taking longer. And we think that the grand jury is really the perfect vehicle to be able to go in and do those interviews and talk to people and provide recommendations and findings. And because we're seated under the state law and sworn in by the superior courts, the grand jury has the power to acquire information that would not normally be floating around within the system. And we try to provide your board and the other entities that we've interacted with sound recommendations that they can implement and findings that will be of value to them. That's all I have.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chad. Appreciate your work on that. Is there any other public comments in the boardroom? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Sue.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I disagree with the Board of Supervisors response on the TOTF, the findings 2 and recommendations 1. I think you need a much better, so that has to do with the, well, I'll read it. So you need a clear set of rules for what qualifies for grants, how to apply, and how the county can be accounting for those funds that are being spent. So what the county board, well, I don't know if the board has agreed, I guess you have if you're going to pass this, but basically the grand jury's support or report said there's no formal or consistent process for various chambers or groups to request TOT funds or transparency on how decisions are made to allocate funds. And there was a disagreement, but yet the what was stated is what the board reports back is there is no policy outlining a formal process for any group or request TOT funds from the county, which they agree with. And they just said that the board provides direction to staff at a public meeting with regard to which agencies should be considered for funding, and the decisions to allocate funds are made by the board at public meetings based on staff reports that are available to the public in advance of these meetings. But it doesn't say where these discussions start and how the accountability is. And so this to me response sounds so backdoor. And to be not that way, I think first I appreciate that this should be its own budget item so someone can look and see how much TOT was collected and where it was allocated. And then I think that the county should establish rules for applying so that people that may qualify for this have an ability to apply. It just, in appearance, it's just the same people getting the same one. And I don't know, are they acquiring those through some osmosis? I don't know. And then 3, an application process should be available. Number 4, a hearing, as you currently do, you do the hearings. But then 5, an avenue for accountability, and then a place, number 6, a place where the public can actually find the information, such as under a separate budget item where, again, it's given and taken. I had requested some information about TOT, and what I got was a bunch of Legistar items that we had, nobody, I just passed them off to somebody else that was asking me, and it was just a lot of work to go through all the legislative items that were given that didn't clearly state the funding. So I would hope that you would step back and make this a better process for the public. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring this back to the board. And I would like to, thank you for your comments, Sue. I would like to address that in my mind, you're right, we don't necessarily have a formal process or an application process, and our response, talked about that. I think it's important for us to continue to keep in mind that TOT is discretionary funding, and that is important. It allows us to address issues as they come up and be flexible year to year. And in my mind, we don't have a rigid policy because we need that to be flexible. Think of how we've shifted this year, recognizing that we needed to shore up our own house first. And yet when money was flush, we were able to give it more to the outside agencies with impacts to tourism, recognizing how they were hit so unexpectedly during the pandemic. That allowed us to be flexible. If we had a rigid policy, we might not have been able to shift. So I'm a big believer in where we are right now with our discretionary TOT. And I think we have built in a lot more transparency to the process. So I think just wanted to articulate, in my mind, being a little more flexible with that is important, recognizing that discretionary funding is precious. So I'll bring this back to the board for other comments, vote or action.
Yeah, I guess I'll just piggyback on that a little. I agree with you. The flexibility is very, very important, but I think we could have a little bit better defined policy as time goes on to understand it. Because from my view, impacts of tourism is a broad category, right? Almost every entity that interacts with our tourists that come into the county probably could identify some impact. They're using my restroom in the back, and Well, okay, and I'm not getting the sales. I mean, we had that issue a number of years ago in some of the locations along Highway 50. But the primary emphasis we had, and I think we could state this, is public safety. And those impacts upon public safety and the funding to make sure that we have adequate resources to respond to emergency situations and stuff, which is why a lot of the fire departments have received a lot of funding to compensate them for the response to the tourism aspect of it. So I think we could do a little bit more in establishing maybe a policy statement, but I think it needs to be kept at a very high level and maybe prioritize some things, but we could do more there probably. I'm not sure how extensive that effort would be, but I would think it would be relatively simple to start creating a policy, but I'm not in favor of an application form and stuff. I just think that probably goes too far because we don't have unlimited funds there. So anyway.
So the
just a
grand
thought.
jury has given us good food for thought for
Yep.
consideration in the future. Obviously, that's not before us today as far
Right.
as shifting
Right,
that policy,
exactly.
but thank you for your efforts.
District
And
5 also has a comment that came up
yes.
on the board there. So yep.
yeah, perfect. Supervisor Lane.
I was trying to celebrate our win, from last week with regards to the board's support of allocating more funds out of TOT for the basin. And I highlighted that in a press release that went out, thanking all of you for supporting that, because I can't do any of this without you. And as all of you know, I've been talking about the transit occupancy tax for the last 16 months.
Mhm.
And I was trying to insert a little bit of a pause here. But I do think that you've brought up some points, and I don't want to miss, again, the opportunity to drill home the fact that, as acknowledged in finding one, sales tax, property taxes, they're discretionary as well. Why we isolate only transient occupancy tax has been problematic for the basin because they're the main contributor of it, but they get so little back from transient occupancy tax in terms of services. So when we talk about impacts on tourism, the step further that I would like to take it is, what the basin generates in revenue, it should get back in revenue. And what the West Slope generates in revenue, it should spend on whatever it wants on the West Slope. But the impacts of tourism is one thing. Vacation home rentals is what generates transient occupancy tax, and there's no acknowledgement of the amount of impact that has on the residents. And that's a topic we're going to take up in a couple of weeks up in Tahoe, and I know all of you know all of this. So I'm simply just stating it for the record and not wanting to, elongate the conversation, but feeling that has to completely be repeated over and over and over, because it's what the basin strongly believes is fair.
Okay. I understand your sentiment, and I think we have, through your fierce advocacy of the Tahoe Basin, which is very appropriate, you have helped us all understand how your community has been, impacted and the inequities of perhaps how we were allocating things. And I think we've come a long way in helping reconcile that with this year's budget.
Long way.
That said, I do also want to get on the record. I firmly believe that we cannot set a precedent where money is allocated exactly where it's generated. Because if we were to do that with TOT, with property tax, with everything else,
Sales tax.
Sales
the whole thing,
tax.
Yep.
we would no longer have a county. And I think that is so important to understand. 80% of our population lives in the unincorporated portion. I believe 9% of our population lives in Tahoe. So if we were to take property tax and just, we'd give it all to, a majority to El Dorado Hills, and communities like Georgetown and Pollock Pines and Camino and all of those other areas would be sorely lacking funding. And our departments serve the whole county. So yes, we need to continue to make sure we have a balanced approach to discretionary spending. That is so important. But we also need to keep in mind that we serve a vast and diverse county, which is so incredibly important and so incredibly challenging in balancing roads and infrastructure and public safety and services, that we also need to keep that in mind. So I just also want to get that on a record. That's part of the balance. And just setting a precedent for the funding staying where it's generated, we wouldn't solely be able to function as a county. So I think there's just a balance.
But with regards to transient occupancy tax, we absolutely could. And remember, transient occupancy tax is paid for by the visitor. It's a very big difference.
That's true.
Compared to, well, sales taxes a little bit too, but property taxes and others. So it is different, and its impacts on the community that is generating that money, it is a logical argument to ask that those monies be returned to impact tourism in the areas in which they're created, not elsewhere. It's an argument for tomorrow.
Yes.
But I do want to go back and say how much I appreciate the board's support this year and how much I appreciate the CAO's office and Ms. Henneke. It took me 16 months just to understand this process. It's complicated.
It is.
It's very complicated. And just to your point, I want to, remind everyone that TOT, VHRs, the new code enforcement officers. I mean, I think that was huge, and appreciate the board understanding that, because that is an impact of tourism. I mean, flat out. And in the enforcement there, I hope, because it's just now started, they're just hired. They're coming. I hope that the residents, understand that we want to be there to support them and make it all work. So
they felt that.
Well said.
And they thank you as well.
Yeah.
They felt that.
It was a big deal.
It was a big deal.
Is their work hours are nights and weekends.
Yeah, that's true.
As the emphasis is where the most of the, I'm guessing most of the violations occur on nights and weekends, right? So that's when they're in staff, as opposed to in the past, there's always been nobody's working those hours, so it has to go to the sheriff's office, and that's never a good role for them to be engaged in anyway. So I think we've done some really good things, and the residents will see the benefits of that, over the next period of time. But
Yeah.
And that wouldn't have happened without your advocacy.
Well, it wouldn't have happened without your support. It's a team.
We are.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
So with that, where would the board like to go with this item? I will entertain a motion.
Did you guys suggest changes? I don't recall. Was there any
There was
suggestion?
Changes to the cover letter, maybe?
Just a lead in to make sure that we thank the grand jury for their dedicated
Right,
efforts.
yeah.
And I
Okay.
wanted to back that up. I was impressed with this grand jury because some grand juries have perhaps an agenda. It's more of a witch hunt.
Yeah.
This grand jury wasn't. And you've fulfilled a valuable service to us, and we thank you for that and recognize that. So we
And for
appreciate
those-
it.
And for those who don't recognize, Scott served with the county for many, many years in our Department of Planning and Building, I believe it was. And so he's recognized as a county employee, provider, service-oriented individual. So I'm pleased to see those kinds of experiences are being applied at the grand jury, because it does take that collective history to really come up with a total picture, and appreciate your commitment to that.
Sounds good. Perfect. All right. So who would like to make a motion on this item?
I'll move to approve it with the suggested changes to the cover letter.
Second it.
Okay.
We can trust staff to make that
I
change
think
without bringing it
so.
back.
Yeah.
Okay, just a clarifying question. So you want that language in the letter that goes to the presiding judge?
Yes, I
Yes.
think that's the appropriate place to put
Perfect.
it. We could either put it within the first lead in here or the letter, but it's probably good within the letter, because that covers everything then, as opposed to separate entries.
Right, and we can work with the grand jury to get that letter posted on their site too, so that when folks are going and looking at the reports, they can see the letter and know that it pertains to all the
Absolutely.
reports.
Oh,
And
that's
not just
nice.
one
I'm really
That's
saying
okay.
we appreciate all their efforts, because it's helpful for us to be better governors of the government, right? Better facilitators of the government services by knowing what the public, the larger public representatives are telling us about our services, where we can make improvements.
Very good.
Continuous improvement, that helps. Yep.
All right. So it's been moved by
Move to
Supervisor
second.
Parlin, seconded by Supervisor Heidel.
No, it was
Nope.
Supervisor Turnbull.
My apologies.
Okay.
No, no.
Any other discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously with our gratitude to the grand jury. All right, excellent. With that, we will move on to item number 21, our MHSA update, Kim.
Item number 21 comes from the Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board, one, receive a presentation on El Dorado County's Mental Health Services Act fiscal year 24-25 annual update, and two, discuss the draft MHSA annual report for fiscal year 24-25 and provide direction if needed.
All right.
It's okay.
Good morning, Jim and Meredith. Thank you for being with us again this morning.
Thanks for having us. So I am going to serve the important function of introducing Meredith.
Very good.
Who's going to do most of the talking on this,
That is a-
and then I'll
she is an
respond to some
expert.
questions. So this is Meredith Zanardi. She oversees our Mental Health Services Act programs here in El Dorado County and is where the magic happens.
Yes. Well said. She does a beautiful job. Good morning, Meredith.
Good morning, supervisors. Today's presentation gives an overview of our intended changes to the MHSA fiscal year 23-24 through 25-26 three-year plan brought forward as the fiscal year 24-25 annual update. As we go through the slides, I invite any supervisor questions specific to the information shown, and we'll also have an opportunity for additional questions at the end of the presentation. The community program planning process is required by MHSA regulations as a means to solicit stakeholder input. This was done through several meetings and a survey to better understand what the community sees as the greatest mental health needs. Community meetings also serve as a valuable training opportunity to inform community members of MHSA funded services, future opportunities, as well as some limitations of MHSA regulation and funding. We continue to explore additional CPP training opportunities to better inform the public in order to receive more constructive feedback on future MHSA plans and updates. On March 5th, 2024, voters passed Proposition 1, which includes Assembly Bill 531, the Behavioral Health Infrastructure Bond Act of 2024, and Senate Bill 326, the Behavioral Health Services Act. AB 531 is a $6.4 billion bond measure to finance permanent supportive housing for veterans and others, as well as construct unlocked and locked behavioral health treatment in residential settings for individuals experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness with severe behavioral health challenges. Section 5966 of the new law directs the Department of Housing and Community Development, in coordination with the Department of Veteran Affairs, to determine the methodology and distribution of the funds. Counties are awaiting guidance for how to apply for this funding. SB 326 renames the Mental Health Services Act and details a broad array of changes for counties to implement by July 1, 2026. One of the notable changes under BHSA is a restructuring of funding requirements, including a new housing intervention component where 30% of total BHSA funds received must be allocated to programs addressing housing constraints for homeless residents with behavioral health challenges, with an emphasis on chronically homeless individuals. BHSA will also require more integrated substance use disorder services, as well as an emphasis on evidence-based practices used statewide. Though the SB 326 text is extensive, there are many areas for which additional state guidance is necessary before county staff are able to engage community members and stakeholders in an updated regional community program planning process. SB 43.
So Meredith, before you go beyond
Yes.
that, when do we expect the state to respond? Because historically, they have not been real responsive in these things. And we've got plans to make and we've got to continue services. So do we have a commitment from the state as to when we'll get more definition on these programs?
We don't have a commitment right now. Our team is projecting January 1, 2025 to have more details and be able to have time before then to then review those details and begin our planning process to then bring to the community and to the board.
All right, that helps me. All right, thank you.
Senate Bill 43 was passed on October 23rd, 2023, amending the Lanterman-Petrie Short Act and expanding the definition of gravely disabled for purposes of involuntarily detaining an individual with a severe substance use disorder or a co-occurring mental health disorder and severe substance use disorder or chronic alcoholism that is unable to additionally provide for personal safety or necessary medical care. On December 5th, 2023, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors approved Resolution 176-2023, deferring the implementation of SB 43 until January 1, 2026, allowing El Dorado County and the state adequate time to ensure proper facilities exist to support this expansion of involuntary care.
So question, we're halfway through that time period. How's it looking?
Would you like to speak that?
I mean, recognizing this is a heavy lift.
So with SB 43, I came and spoke to the board about that in December 12th, and the action was taken to defer it to January 1st, 2026. So we have a little bit more time, but we have been engaged in conversations with other county jurisdictions that have, there are two that have implemented, San Luis Obispo and the city and county of San Francisco. San Francisco is so different that we did not find that to be particularly useful. That they have their own county hospitals and so forth. The scale isn't really transferable. San Luis Obispo is a little bit more like us, and we're engaged in some discussions about what they're doing and how they're incorporating it into their PUF and other services. So we're in the planning process at this point. I would anticipate it will still be some months before we have a formal process plan, but I am prepared to return as I was directed to do in January and give an update.
Well, grateful that you're finding some models that may be applicable to us, recognizing that January will come awfully quick. Yeah. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the supervisors on this item?
Not seeing any. Thank you, Meredith.
Community services and supports includes full service partnership programs, general system development programs, outreach and engagement programs, and permanent supportive housing projects. The FSP Unhoused Individuals Projects was added to specifically address the unique needs of unhoused residents experiencing mental health challenges. Behavioral health staff will work closely with the HHSA Housing and Homelessness staff to provide a holistic model of outreach, linkage, and ongoing service delivery. Prevention and early intervention includes prevention programs, early intervention programs, stigma and discrimination reduction programs, outreach for increasing recognition of early signs of mental illness, access and linkage to treatment programs, and suicide prevention and stigma reduction programs. At this time, staff are not proposing any substantial changes to PEI programs. Several updates were approved on the February 27th, 2024 in the fiscal year 23-24 plan amendment. These addressed many of the areas requiring addition or revision ahead of the fiscal year 24-25 annual update.
Any questions?
No, that's fine.
Workforce education and training includes WET Coordinator, Workforce Development Project, Recruitment and Retention Project, and statewide WET Planning and Community Needs Assessment. With unprecedented behavioral health staff vacancies continuously experienced system-wide, El Dorado County Behavioral Health has sought to maximize the existing opportunities under the WET component, including hiring incentives and maximization of workforce development funds. This annual update proposes a change in language to support ongoing integration of mental health and substance use disorder services within the Behavioral Health Division. Capital facilities and technology needs includes electronic health record, telehealth project, integrated community-based wellness center project, and the county-wide clinic project. The integrated community-based wellness project was first included in the fiscal year 2027 through 20 MHSA 3-year plan. In 2024, a potential site became available and is under initial review by the county. Early analysis of the potential site indicated a need to increase the projected funds for this project to account for contingencies that may or may not be necessary through the acquisition and opening of this new site. If this site is selected, future funding for the project will include continued operating costs.
Okay, I do have a question on that, Meredith. As we increase the budget on it, but it looks like through this new MHSA plan that funding will no longer be available in this category. So what is the long-term financial sustainability of this project?
So for this is referring a space for our adult wellness centers.
Right.
For our internal clients. We do see some correlation between clients served under our full service partnership projects as well as under our general systems development. When we are looking to the future for that, we are looking at how to maximize the full service partnership component that will continue under BHSA.
Okay.
The general systems development isn't necessarily fully going away. It is transitioning to behavioral health services and supports, which still does give opportunity for discretionary funding for items like this.
Okay.
Was there anything else?
That's helpful. That's helpful.
That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
The partnership between senior nutrition and behavioral health to reach homebound older adults in need of mental health services project was not implemented prior to its approved termination date. This project was developed prior to the pandemic, and due to the additional layer of mental health services oversight and accountability approval, was not able to be adequately adapted to the realities post-COVID. Staff are working to best understand implications of innovation funding under BHSA before finalizing any plans for new projects under this component.
Meredith, this one I didn't understand. I mean, I get it, there was a deadline and all that, but to me, this sounded, I like this one a lot. So I don't understand why it doesn't sound like, I mean, it just sounds like it's been dropped and not morphed into somewhere else, or help me out here.
Yeah, so one nuance of innovation is it's new, it's creative, it's not something that's already being done. We do have strong connections with our senior services. We have our older adult enrichment project that has been expanded in this past year. So we're looking at other avenues where we can serve seniors adequately, but not necessarily within the constraints of the approved MHS OAC plan that is more challenging to adapt than our annual processes.
Okay, so the concept of reaching out to the homebound seniors and getting, checking on their mental health while we're there and all that, that's still being worked on elsewhere then, is what
Yeah,
you're
we
saying?
still have collaborative partnerships with our other divisions within HHSA to be able to best serve these individuals and our contract provider.
Okay.
And so it was just this project and the specific details around it that with different staff developing the project, so losing some historical knowledge around it, after COVID, the perception of going to somebody's home changed.
Yeah.
And so how do we adapt to that? And then also just the timelines for being able to implement when the programs within senior nutrition did start back up. How do we then turn around to be able to implement that with a lessened workforce included?
Okay, got it. And I get it. These funding streams are so specific and the deadlines and the criteria. So I just want to make sure that this conceptually though is still being pursued elsewhere. So
Yeah, we want to make sure we are serving our full representation in the county, and older adults is a specifically identified population. And so we do look at it with the data of how are we serving them? How effectively are we seeing that our contract, especially to directly serve them with our senior peer counseling, is being successful, and all indications are yes. And then how do we continue to collaborate with our HHSA partners to make sure that we see that connection still, even if it's not in a defined MHS OAC approved plan.
Thank you.
So Meredith, the Arts and Cultural Organization has done a lot for veterans in terms of mental stability, particularly with the PTSD things. Have we reached out to them to look for an innovative program that might be more just for seniors from a mental health perspective and not focused on the veteran aspect of it?
When I started about a little less than 3 years ago, we had a contract with that organization.
Okay.
That was also pre-COVID, and then post-COVID, we did not continue it because of some of the ways that was administered.
Okay.
We are open to still collaborating with that agency. Right now, EDCA Life Skills is our contracted provider for the older adult enrichment project.
Okay.
And so we continue to work with them. We haven't reached out necessarily to arts and culture, but we're always interested in having our vendors and our community providers talk with us when we are going through our community program planning process, bring us new ideas. Innovation is going to be interesting over the next few years as we learn more about BHSA.
Yeah.
There is no dedicated innovation area, so we are waiting on guidance from the state as far as what happens to existing plans, what happens to any funding that might be either encumbered or distributed to the states. We don't have that information yet, and we want to get that before we develop our long-term plan.
Okay, very good.
The next two slides are a snapshot of the revenue and expenditure projections currently in the draft MHSA annual update. Next, please. With all potential expenditures included in this MHSA annual update, the average actual expenditure percentage provides a 4-year historical average of actual spending per component derived from the annual revenue and expense report, or ARER. This percentage has no correlation to the fund reversion, but is included to provide a more accurate representation of budgeted fund balance at fiscal year end, presented as the anticipated fund balance at fiscal year end. Any questions on revenue or expenses?
I know there's always been concern that we're not spending enough money, the expenditures part and the programs and stuff, but I also understand there's a lot of constraints on how those funds can be expended. But I know there's public sentiment, if we've got the money there, can't we find a way to provide the services that we know are needed? And so I hope there's an ongoing search to try to find out what that, and to influence the state at some level in terms of MHSA guidelines to allow us to be more creative in some of those things that right now have pretty firm boundaries.
So MHSA regulations for us as a small county under 200,000 allow for our CSS, PEI, and innovation funding to be spent within 5 years of when it's received.
Yep.
We have 10 years for any money we distribute from CSS to our WET or CFTN component. So we are spending well within that in all categories. Innovation is the one we are looking at the closest for potential reversion. And that is true statewide, every single county, because of the extra constraints having to go through additional approvals. For PEI, actually, let me start CSS. We did see that we were spending within, I'll say, about a year and a half of when it was received. Being a conservative county, we want to ensure that we are fiscally conservative with that and not spend what we haven't received.
Yep.
So that was pretty close to aligning of what we received in a previous fiscal year is what we expend in the next fiscal year. And we felt really good in that area for CSS. So we looked more closely at our PEI expenditures. We wanted to have that similar balance of what was received previous year, fiscal year, is what's expended the next year. We were about 2 years, 2.5 years removed from that. In this past year, in fiscal year 23-24, we were able to bring that into alignment, increase the projects we have, increase the spending on contracts, and looking at ways that we could effectively spend those funds to bring that fund balance into more reasonable alignment. So as we look at the projected fund balance at the end of fiscal year 24-25, we'll actually see that the fund balance going into the next fiscal year is less than what we truly anticipate spending in those different areas. So we have been able to bring it into alignment. We are seeing, and then BHSA is going to give us a whole nother level of challenge, still trying to figure out how we are going to be able to plan for funds that aren't received until July 1, 2026, and how the funds that may or may not be expended at the end of fiscal year 25-26 transition over. So we are looking into that and don't have all the answers yet from the state.
Meredith said it beautifully, but I also
Yes.
want to let you know that this is something that the Behavioral Health Commission continues to look at.
Yep.
And it's a point of discussion frequently. And I think the commission as a whole has been, very pleased with the direction that we're moving in supportive of that. So, just
But
wanted
it
to-
has to be well managed. It doesn't happen
Oh, I
on its
know.
own.
It's
So
and our staff is doing, they're on it. And so they've made just a lot of progress in that area.
As
Very
the steward for
conscientious.
these funds, one thing I personally want to ensure is that we don't get into a position where, because of lack of revenue that is unknown, because of MHSA's volatility, that we don't get into a position where an intended project has to be cut because revenues weren't received. So we try to find that balance to the best of our ability.
Yep. Very good.
You do it well.
Yep.
It's very complex.
Listed here are our next steps in the annual update process. Are there any additional questions?
Any questions, Meredith? I do. My question is, there are a lot of different programs funded through the MHSA plan, and some is, as noted in the attached report, serve a small amount of people versus a large amount of people. And I just have to ask this conceptual question. How do we oversee and manage all of these various programs? And in the future, would we be better served as a county to combine the funds to provide more robust funding for larger impactful projects? Or are we spending a lot of time managing a bunch of smaller programs? And this is not for this plan, but it's just conceptually going forward. I have to ask the question.
Thank you. So I'm going to interpret that in two parts. The first one is how do we manage it? Right.
The
And so
administrative burden.
administratively,
burden, yeah.
MHSA is one of the most volatile funding streams we received. It has a significant amount of administrative burden associated with it from a county perspective. Thanks to the hard work of Meredith and her team, we have a high level of community engagement, feedback, surveys, meetings that are kind of inherent to the management of this funding, identifying what the community needs are as the first thing. And then also, as displayed in this, really tracking the finances, both by funding category, by service type, by timeline, because you run into statutory limitations on expenditure. The Innovations Project, for example, has to be specifically approved by the MHSOAC, which then imposes a timeline on you at the end of which that funding cannot be expended for that project anymore. And you can potentially get a 1-year renewal, maybe not. These have to be reappealed. So there's a lot of administration, and I can't say enough about the hard work. I've seen a lot of MHSA plans. Meredith does an excellent job with MHSA. With regard to the idea of consolidating for greater impact, certainly that we could look at that philosophically. I think given the new regulatory environment, BHSA speaks a lot about focusing on the highest needs populations, on integrated substance use, on individuals experiencing housing needs. We're going to have to look philosophically at how we're structuring our programs, what are our target populations, and there will be opportunities for us to evaluate kind of collective impact, community impact, where can we have the most bang for our buck as a county.
Yeah, I can't imagine how you even figure that out, but I know this as these regulations from the state come down, we'll get more clarity on that. But I think from the board's perspective, I think I just want to articulate that you have permission to kind of look at things. You know, we don't always have to do what we've always done, and as more and more pressures come down from the state, I want you to be flexible because you are the experts and you are just doing an amazing job managing community needs with the restrictions that you're given from the state and the funding that you're given. So, just be open to, we're open, I think, to looking at if we need to make a philosophical shift with these new pressures and guidelines rather than managing a bunch of little programs that take up an awful lot of time.
And I do feel like we are poised to be able to do that. I personally am recognizing BHSA as an opportunity for us to look at our system as a whole, be able to at least put on paper what the ideal system looks like,
right,
and then be able to bring it into what is the reality of what can be achieved. So having a strategy to be able to accomplish that, bring in as many of the integrated partners as we can in developing that. BHSA is going to require a good bit of that, but it's the direction we were planning to go anyway. It's the direction we are already building within our MHSA plan, acknowledging things that weren't funded by MHSA, but we're collaborative and coordinating of why did we make a decision with our MHSA funding because of other projects and programs that are happening within the county. As far as how we're looking at, the level of service and the number of people, we in this past year actually have started collecting our demographic data for all PEI projects into a comprehensive worksheet that hadn't been done previously. So we're able to look more closely at how are we serving our demographics. If that population is a small percentage of our county, but it's a large percentage of who we're serving, then that's going to make different impacts and different decisions on how we are funding these programs and projects. So being able to look at that comprehensively across all of our contracted providers and other programs, especially under PEI that is less regulated and restricted as far as the state regulations go, we are starting to look into that from this past year's information, but we know we still have more room to grow. So under BHSA, we will receive a lot of guidance of what has to be in our outcomes report. And we're hoping to take that and then be able to look at the full system of then what do we need to make our informed decisions.
Right. Yeah. We like that, informed decisions. Yes. All right. Excellent. Any further questions for Meredith or Jim? Right. Thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation.
So today's presentation was for a review. We will take any feedback from the commissioners to bring forward, from our supervisors to bring forward in the final plan or update to be approved in June.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. With that, Kim, let's take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Chris.
Chris Payne, Taxpayers Association. Just wanted to say that, again, Jim spoke with us yesterday, and there were some key things that I took from the Legistar that I thought were pertinent to this discussion. So respectfully, here's what it says. In 2004, the California voters passed Proposition 63. This imposes a 1% personal tax in excess of $1 million. It says the funds from the tax are distributed to California counties and are intended to transform the mental health system into one that is consumer and family driven, recovery oriented, accessible, cultural competent, and a system that offers services appropriate for the population that is served. I think that is important to recognize as we discuss now the responsibilities we have based on the plan that is going to come back on June the 18th based on the literature that was available. If anybody then, including the taxpayers, has anything more to add, obviously it'll be at that time, because now we're just having staff prepare as we have today and give us information that I think is pertinent to the public to know. And then therefore your action follows that recommendation. Thank you. Bye.
Any other comments on the item before us? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. I'll bring this back to the board. So we have received the presentation. Thank you so much. And we've discussed the draft. Is there any other direction that we'd like to provide before this comes back?
There wasn't any, was there?
I don't think there's any
we just
specific
discussed the draft
direction.
and
Yeah, we had questions.
You're on a good
and
course. Just keep it going, right?
So there's no formal action needed, County Council?
Unless you were intending to provide some direction in
think so.
advance of this
All
returning,
right.
it doesn't appear that there's any further action
Well,
required.
thank you so much and look forward to the discussion with the Behavioral Health Commission. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and take item number 22, Kim.
Item number 22 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Parks Division, recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending the El Dorado County Ordinance Code Title IX, Public Peace, Morals, and Welfare, adding Chapter 9.49 Dog Parks, and 2, waive the reading of the full ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to April 30th. And there's a clerical correction. The item reads 2023. It should say 2024 for the final passage, second reading.
Public peace, morals, and welfare. So good morning, Jennifer.
Thank you. Good morning. Jennifer Fanish, Chief Administrative Office. So on January 9th of this year, the board conceptually approved our staff working on a new ordinance for dog parks. And on January 18th, 2024, the Parks and Rec Commission reviewed our draft and provided some input on the new ordinance. So this ordinance before you is to add to our rules for parks. The dog park is the first dog park we've developed in the county, and it comes with its own set of risks and potential challenges. So the rules are meant to protect dogs as well as the people that are visiting the new park. And we will be posting whatever rules get approved today and next week at the park to ensure that all of our users understand what rules there are at that new park. The proposed ordinance refers to rules and regulations adopted by resolution. So we did this ordinance a little bit differently in that we have the new ordinance and it refers to a resolution that actually has the rules in there. So there's always potential that we can revise the rules going forward if we find that we need something else or need to take something out. We have run this set of rules by Animal Services to make sure there aren't any red flags in there that they would want changed in our set of rules. And just an update on the dog park, we have finished the fencing. We have installed some bear boxes for trash cans, and we have a dog waste bag station. And then once we have this set of rules approved, we will post those at the dog park. So it's pretty much ready to be open, save for the set of rules. And if we have approval from the board today, we will have the second reading of the ordinance next week on April 30th. And then the rules would go into effect on May 30th.
Excellent. Well, personally, I'm very excited to have this dog park open in District 3. Just really thank you for all your work on this. And it's just really exciting. And I appreciate that it makes sense to have the rules in a resolution. It's easier to, we have to tweak it later to deal with. So any board comments or questions at this point?
I just got to say.
Supervisor Heidel, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
So my question is always going to be enforcement. Is this really a practical way to enforce these rules, given the fact that we're relying on law enforcement, county parks and recreation staff, which we know is at a minimal quantity? I don't see code enforcement on here, so we're not considering this a code enforcement activity. And I understand why, but is there really effective enforcement of these kinds of provisions? Because I've seen dogs get out of control and it happens very fast. And if you got to wait 10 minutes for somebody to arrive, you can have severe injuries to a child, to an individual, to something, because nobody could stop an aggressive dog. And you try to recognize it early, et cetera, et cetera. But is there really effective enforcement that goes with this? Because I've seen incidents that are difficult to understand what could have been done differently, but they don't end well, right? And then there's liabilities involved and those kinds of things, which is always a consideration. So is our law enforcement agencies really going to be able to enforce this?
So the ordinance would rely on the same set of enforcement rules that our other park rules ordinances do. So it would be the same method of enforcement. We don't have too many issues with users not following the rules. Again, because this is sort of a new type of amenity for the county, we wanted to put a lot in the rules that would hopefully put everyone on alert that it is up to them to keep the park safe, to keep themselves safe, and to keep their dogs safe. So one of the rules is if your dog has been deemed an aggressive dog, you're not allowed at the park. We have restrictions on ages for humans and dogs to make sure it's just adults in there. And yeah, I mean, if something were to happen, we would rely on law enforcement and our animal services. We wouldn't be relying on code enforcement in this case. So, you know, I'm not sure if there's a way that we could add to enforcement to make it stronger. The hope would be that just like our other parks, that we don't have much of an issue with users following the rules.
Well, one thing I thought was kind of interesting, if a dog injures a person or another dog, handlers must exchange contact information such as name, address. And I think most people are going to grab their dog and get in their vehicle and leave. They're not going to bother to exchange information because they recognize there's a liability there. So great rules. The practicality of how this is all going to work remains to be seen, but we have to start with some very significant rules that people need to understand, that their responsibilities when they enter that dog park. But I don't know that you can do that with a simple sign, because nobody's going to read this extensive set of rules before they enter, and there's no commitment to sign in or sign out or anything. So I'm just saying it is an exposure that the county takes on, and we need to recognize what that is. But the practicality of enforcement is what I struggle with. I don't know how we cannot possibly do all these things in earnest, but hopefully we don't have major incidents.
We can tweak it if we come up with a challenge. And
Can I piggyback on
yes, and then
Supervisor Heidel's
Wade.
concerns? Because, I mean, there are dog parks in the county, they're just run by CSD. So I mean, we have that as a model. Did we
Right.
model our rules from that? And they don't have people at the park enforcing. So, I mean, this is a known type of park in our county. So my only question would be, did we kind of mirror the same rules at the CSD dog park so that people, you know, it's kind of consistent? Do you know?
Yes, we looked at what the CSD rules, and then we also looked at what other counties have for rules. So I believe our set are a little bit more strict than what some of the CSDs have. Because we were kind of trying to strike a balance, but make sure that we were, that everything was covered. So that's kind of how we went at this set of rules. We wanted it to not be too different from what everyone would expect at the CSD parks, but cover all of our bases.
Okay.
So I guess the extension that would, if someone witnesses things going on and they want to call law enforcement, you dial 911? Do you dial the non-emergency number? I mean, what information are we giving to the public who might see something going on that would require enforcement to provide, you know, to make the call to get somebody out there? Do they call Parks and Recreation, and then it's distributed from there? So that's the other part that I think we need to clearly understand is what is that chain of communication that needs to happen from somebody witnessing something in real time to get a response?
You know, and I want to piggyback on John's theory because that should be posted. I mean, especially that should be right at the top of the list, especially when it call 911 or the sheriff's office or
Animal
Parks
control,
or
whatever
animal
we're going to
control, right?
direct them to, right?
And that
So-
should be up above the, you know, the dog park rules and regulations. Definitely needs to be posted. That should be number one.
All of our signs, at least the ones that we've been making recently, we put our parks contact number directly on there, especially if there are any incidents that happen. We want those to be reported to us so that we can report it to risk management. So we want to have parks contact information there. My understanding is that yes, you could call 911 if dispatch wants, you know, thinks that it is more appropriate to go to animal services, then they would contact animal services. In my experience, having dogs for a long time and using other dog parks, they are pretty self-regulated. The user groups tend to be pretty clear with each other on kind of what the rules and boundaries are. And I don't anticipate that we'll have a whole lot of issues, honestly. Having the rules posted kind of sets that baseline. And then, you know, all dog owners want to protect their dogs and want to make sure that they can continue to use the park. So there is some kind of self-policing that goes on in dog park culture.
Yeah. And that's good. There is a number to call though. That's appropriate.
But,
Yes.
but after hours and weekends, I mean, you call Parks and Recreation at 6:30 and nobody's going to pick up the phone. You do it on a Saturday and nobody's going to pick up the phone. So I think we need to just think through how we provide information that if you do need to call for enforcement, who do you contact where somebody's going to respond, right? And just work out that specific detail. Because there are certain breeds of dogs that can be very aggressive and they can turn very quickly. And nobody can stop that if that particular environment exists and the dog gets reactive to something, right? So, but it's a function of the breed of the dog. And I've had a lot of experiences with dogs, so agreed. So anyway, that's my only caveat here is we want to make sure that if people need to summon enforcement, who would they contact that will be able to pick up the call and obviously respond?
Well, with the, Jennifer, can we post the sheriff's non-emergency number on there then?
Yeah,
Is the
we could
alternate?
add that to the sign.
That would probably be
That
the
would seem the
best.
most appropriate.
And then, of course, if somebody, if it's life-threatening,
sure,
people
yeah.
know to
Call
call
911.
911.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
but I think just putting the non-emergency number, because then they can reroute it if.
That's a
if
good
it-
idea.
if it
Sometimes it's
elevates.
just the behavior of the animal. Nothing's happened yet, but
Right.
you can tell by the behavior that
But having an all hours number that.
And having the
people
number
can get.
there
Yeah.
is helpful because there's been times where I'm like, oh, I did not put that in my phone. So
Right. That's
that'd
a
be
good
great.
idea. And that would help mitigate too on 911 calls perhaps.
There it is,
So,
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
good discussion.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Lane.
Yeah, thank you. Three things. Number one, with regards to definitions, there's no definition of a dog owner. There's only a definition of a handler, and the handler specifically clarifies that it has to be an adult 18 years old or older. And you cite here in the actual ordinance. Nope, it's not in the actual ordinance. It's in the resolution. You cite section 6.12, which is general animal regulations. There is not a definition of handler in there. There's only a definition of dog owner. And I'm just wondering, out of consistency throughout all of our ordinances, it seems like, why reinvent the wheel? We already have a definition of dog owner. And a handler just seems odd to me, because I wouldn't, if I were bringing my dogs to the dog park, irregardless of my age, I don't consider myself a handler. So, and I'm wondering, really, like if a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old brought the family dog to the dog park, they wouldn't be allowed? I mean, are we really going to enforce that?
We can look again at the definition of handler. I've only printed out my rules here, so I don't have it in front of me, but I think the idea of having that defined was that if somebody were to be bringing their neighbor's dog with them to the dog park, or if somebody had hired a dog walker and they were bringing them to the dog park, then it would apply to those people and not just the owners of the dog.
Well, and I think that's why I like the definition that's referenced in 6.12 under general animal regulations. It states, owner means a person who possesses, has title to, or interest in, harbors, or has control, custody, or possession of an animal. And it has a little bit of extra stuff that doesn't pertain, but that definition already exists within our ordinance, and I think it covers everything. And it also covers that minor that, you know, might be there with the family dog, and I don't see us checking IDs at the gate. So take a look at it. Maybe you like that, maybe you won't.
Okay, maybe replace the handlers with that definition of owner
Right,
that
and
we
then it
already
would
have.
be also consistent throughout
Okay.
our ordinances. And then on enforcement, I'm hyper focused on this as we're working through the vacation home rental ordinance, and there's so many ambiguities. I just caution you on the piece about if there's 3 violations in 12 months, there will be a penalty of not less than 1 month and up to 1 year that the dog would be prohibited from being in the park. And it's that discretion and that ambiguity that sometimes gets us, well, how come that person only got 1 month and I got suspended for 6 months? I like to see it just be clear what the penalty is, and let's not have that much grayness. And that's repeated again in section C, where it talks about the discretion of the enforcing authority. It might be an infraction, it might be a misdemeanor. Well, I don't know. I just, they pop out at me as being problematic. And then the other piece that wasn't clear is in E, it talks about the date that you can appeal would be based on the enforcement action or citation date. But there's a 10-day ticking clock there. So which one is it? And what if they're different?
Which one is that? Is that E? Oh,
That's E. And that's for appealing a citation. So it talks about it can be 10 days from the enforcement action or citation date. And if they're different, which most of the time the citation will follow, if VHRs are my example, you know, they follow days and sometimes weeks later. So I think that could be a little bit clearer. And those are my 3 comments.
Guess I'm going to go back to Supervisor Parlin's comment, because I'm not sure I heard a clear answer. Did we research what the CSDs have with dog parks? And these are duplications of their provision? Because they've had experience with it. I'm sure they've made modifications, but this is the best practice we could find locally. Is that what this is?
Yes, that I would describe it as what we determined to kind of be best practices, because we did look at the CSD rules and we looked at other county ordinances.
Because when you get into things like appeals and all that stuff and the fines and those sorts of things, they've had some experience with it. Maybe they're effective, maybe they're not, but that's where you have to start ultimately, I think, is with what we consider a best practice, and then modify as necessary. Because none of us really know how this is going to play out at this point, right?
So question, Jennifer, to Supervisor Lane's points on violations. Is there a benefit to having some flexibility on whether, for example, on section A, where we talk about once you have 3 violations, period, you'll be expelled from the park from 1 month up to a year. Is that confusing? Is that difficult? Or is it good to have some flexibility in this?
Honestly, I'm not aware of any instance where we've had to use this section of code. We just don't run into issues like this where we have to expel anyone from a park. I think maybe it is good to have some flexibility, because you can kind of look at, well, what was the violation and how, how
severe
strict should we be with it?
Hard to have maybe a one size fits all policy, because you're going to be dealing with some just variances, but we're probably not going to have the issues that VHRs have, but I understand where you're going, recognizing that if we pass this today as is, we're always willing to make changes if we find something problematic.
And I would offer, we looked at whether this ordinance should apply just to county parks or countywide, which would include for CSDs. We went the route of just having this apply to county owned and operated parks, but we do plan to have some meetings with our partners at the CSDs. So it might be something that we can talk about as enforcement of rules at parks, because that, I think, would apply countywide. And so maybe it's something that they do have experience with and have had to expel individuals from parks. And so maybe that's something to discuss, kind of on a wider basis, not just for dog parks. And maybe that's something we can talk about with the CSDs.
Okay. Any further discussion before we
Yeah,
open
I
this
just
up?
got a question on this. All dogs must be collared, licensed, vaccinated, and wear ID tags. I mean, you're saying license, somebody could just say, well, the dog's licensed. They should show tags. It should be on the dog. Same thing with rabies. It should show, that tag should be on that particular animal, because people could say they are, but that doesn't mean that they are. So I think we need to reword it somehow or another so it makes more sense, but I would make sure that would, needs to be put in there, so.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, then we'll bring it back to the board to see any direction the board wants to give.
Now, taking public comment on item number 22, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hi, Chris Payne, resident of Diamond Springs. Also, I'm involved with Eldorado Western Railroad, which brings up the question that I had was, first of all, handler versus owner. In my mind, an owner can own the animal, but might not be the handler, because there's businesses where people go pick up dogs and then take them to places as their business. They would be considered a handler, not the owner. So there is a distinction, I think, and I appreciate your board discussing that distinction. Supervisor Lane, that was excellent to pick that up. There should be some consistency, but I think you might have a definition for both, meaning not only the owner, but the handler itself. They could be the same, but that's my comment. This is the El Dorado Railroad Park, and there's currently a no camping rule within the park. It's got a little sign as you come in. As you know, Supervisor Thomas, we've had a homeless situation there. It continues to be a homeless situation there. You can't have people who are transitory. You tell them not to be there and they go away for a while and then they come back. That restroom is open 24/7. That's just up the street from this park. And certainly people will be using that restroom related to this park unless you put some kind of portable facilities there, meaning portable toilets. Okay. It's an agricultural area. As you know, there's cattle in the general area. There's bulls that I've seen just adjacent parcel that I haven't seen for a while. These are animals though that dogs might find attractive. And then we're going to be running the new full-size train between the depot and Missouri Flat. Essentially, at some point in time, there'll be a change in just the sound, the ambient sound. I'm not sure animals, it would affect them one way or the other, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention that's ongoing and will happen. And then also grass versus dirt. It's currently dirt. I assume it's still going to be dirt, that we're not going to landscape it with sod and make it grass. So it'll be then better to use it when it's drier, because then the dogs won't pick up dirt on their paws and stuff like that. So it might be a seasonal use unless you change it. And then thanks, Vicki Sanders, for all your assistance in making some of these projects happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Anyone else like to speak on this item? All right.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board, and the items that I heard from my colleagues, we talked about replacing the definition of handler to be consistent with County Code 6.12.050 within the resolution. We talked about the potential concern about the ambiguities of violations and the time frame involved. We talked about perhaps we might want to clarify whether it's 10 days from enforcement action or the citation date on an appeal. And then perhaps whether we want to note that dogs need to be tagged and identified for license and rabies. Those are the concerns I heard from my colleagues, in addition to the contact number at the top of the sign to make sure that at all hours someone could get a hold of the appropriate person. So those are the concerns I heard from my board for direction. Is there anyone that would like to make a motion?
Let me just pull on 21 a little bit more. It almost sounds like we're asking to be collared, licensed, vaccinated, and wear ID tags, that it'd be a registered animal with some veterinarian that can verify all those things have been done before you would allow entrance. And I don't think that's the intent of this, particularly the vaccinations. How would you ever verify that a vaccination has happened unless you went to the provider, i.e. the vet?
At some point, this is on honor code, this is, it's just making clear what our expectations are.
Then you use a should, not must. But anyway.
No, yeah, please go ahead, Jennifer.
Okay, I think I could maybe help with this a little bit. So when you get a license through Animal Services, they do check on the vaccination status of the animal. You have to submit that you have done that within the time frame. And I hear what you're saying about the ID tags, because a lot of times people will get their license, but not necessarily put that tag on their dog's collar. So I think that is the expectation here. But again, you're right. We can put the rules out there to some extent. I think it gets kind of self-enforced by the community that's using the dog park to make sure, that everyone's following the rules. But as far as day-to-day enforcement, no, we wouldn't be able to be checking.
Or have a
each
registry,
user.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
Right,
it's
exactly.
not practical.
Okay.
Well, I think as long as they're properly tagged, so that's what we should.
The fact that they have to wear their ID
Right,
tags, yes.
exactly.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So if the board is looking to provide direction to staff to make some changes, I think the best course of action would be to provide that direction and continue this item to come back for an additional first reading with that language. The code does provide you, the statutes do provide you an opportunity to make changes and alterations at the time of your first reading. But given that you don't have any specific language in mind, I think the best course of action, if this is what the board intends to do, would be to provide that direction and ask staff to come back with, again, you'll do the first reading again as revised.
Perfect. All right. So for me, I think Jennifer answered that as far as the ambiguity of violations, I'm okay with having it open-ended. And if we have to cut it down, we can in the future. But I think you do bring up a really good point about 10 days from enforcement action or citation. Those can be very different dates that starts the clock ticking. And I think probably citation is once they get something in, then they know that there's an enforcement against them because they might not think of the date when that happened. Yes. So I think that's a really good change. Is everyone else good with the contact number on the sign, definition of handler, clarifying 10 days from enforcement? I'm sorry, the confirmation citation date. And I think we've answered that the dogs tagged is already in there. So those 3 changes and bring it back at that point.
Are those specific enough that we don't need to do an additional first reading then were those specific enough changes?
I still heard some things somewhat unanswered. And frankly, I think staff might want to take a moment to consider the change to the enforcement versus the citation, because I believe it's intended to address different things. Citation being something specific, enforcement, I believe under the proposal could be being kind of revoking your dog park privileges, which appears to be something short of a citation. So I guess I'm a little nervous too about whether the proposals have been thoroughly considered by staff before they're made. So I think there'd be a benefit in providing time to consider that.
Excellent. Okay.
And the only reason I was asking about the time part is because we want to open the dog part.
Right. We don't want to delay that.
So we do need these rules sooner than later, correct? And I know our upcoming board meetings are so full. So that's the reason I was asking.
It was planned to come back on April 30th, right? Now, number 2, right? Waive the reading.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, normally we do the second readings kind of on consent and we don't
Right.
talk about them,
Right.
but this would be an additional
Discussion. that has to
discussion
happen.
item. So that's why I'm just
Yes.
bringing
Well,
that up.
I think it could come back on consent because these are not
It could,
material items.
So
Well, except for
although first, we've typically done
Okay,
first
that's
readings on
true.
department matters. However, the statutes were amended a handful of years ago to allow for even the first reading to be performed on consent, so long as the agenda item clearly spells out the title and some other particulars. So if that's what the board would want to do, we could certainly accommodate that.
Okay. So what is the will of the board?
I would guess that we would give the direction as you just outlined and bring it back on consent for first reading at the next meeting.
And then if anybody has any questions though,
They could pull
we're
it
gonna
out.
have to pull it. And that's my concern is that we're gonna have to probably pull it anyway, because county council, you kind of made this statement that we need some clarity on the enforcement versus citation. And I don't know if we're gonna want to talk about that or that's all. It just seems like we're going to be talking about it anyway.
I would presume that what comes back to you is either directly in accord with what you're suggesting, or if it differs, that there's an explanation in the staff report indicating why it is that
We can't
staff
do
is
that.
moving in a
Okay.
different direction.
Give it a go, Jennifer. See what you can do on a consent item.
Well, so not to sort of complicate things further, but the first reading was for this new section of chapter 9.49. So I feel like we might, if we were to change the enforcement section of the ordinance, we might need a first reading for that change separately anyway. I don't know I mean, normally if we are making changes all together, we would bring it all together, but we might need that to be its own first reading. So I guess I'm wondering if, I mean, we could do that. It would delay this, but we could, do our best to bring it back as quickly as possible. But we could also just maybe get direction today to look at the enforcement piece and make changes there separately from the dog park ordinance.
Or Supervisor Lane, or would you be comfortable in moving forward with the ordinance as written, recognizing that if we come upon a problem with enforcement, then, the board is willing to deal with making changes to the ordinance? We're not anticipating it. Or would you prefer to deal with it separately?
Well, I guess my preference would be to try to make it as right as possible in the beginning, because it'll take months for it to percolate to the top as a problem. So I was just looking at my calendar. I think if we do it the way County Council suggested, and we direct staff to look at these three issues, they, in their best and professional opinion, bring back the item next week on consent, that it would only really delay it by like a week or so, unless we're at odds with what staff comes up with compared to what we're thinking of. But I think that moves it fast. I'd hate to leave it like this and have it be a problem down the road.
But that consent item that would come back would be the first reading.
Right.
Yeah.
On consent, which is unusual, but we've done.
But we've done it.
We've done it.
Because we've had the larger discussion here. We just need some refinement.
Right.
That's all.
I see County Council exploring. All right. So how would you, I hate to put you on the spot. How would you word this again, Dave?
So I think Supervisor Lane, I think, did a good job addressing it as well. I think what you'd be doing today is you provide direction to staff on modifications to the proposed ordinance, and I believe the resolution. I think you had changes to both.
Right.
And then you would continue the item for an additional first reading on the specified date to be placed on the consent calendar.
Okay. So direct staff to, I'll take a stab at it then.
Right.
Direct staff to explore the modification of, I can't read my own writing. Of adding an appropriate contact number to the sign, replacing the definition of handler to be consistent with County Code 6.12.050, and explore the explore the
citation versus enforcement.
The enforcement action. Oh gosh. Explore the enforcement, clarify the date of the enforcement action
versus citation date.
And make the proposed changes to the ordinance and resolution, and continue this item for an additional first reading
on consent
to be placed on consent on April 30th, 2024. And I know that was clunky.
I second that.
But I think you got it all.
I think you
Okay.
got it.
And staff, feel free to reword that a little better.
Tim, do you think you've got notes sufficient to cover that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And she
All
has
right.
video.
So there was a second?
There was myself.
Supervisor Lane. All right. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you for bearing with us, Jennifer, and everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you for this. We're excited about the Railroad Dog Park, and it's going to be a great community asset. So thank you all. So with that, it's a little after 12. At this point, the board will recess for lunch, and we will be back at 1 o'clock for our open forum portion, then following item number 24. So thank you all. Well, good afternoon, everybody. We are back for this afternoon's session. Welcome. Nice to see a broad array of folks in the boardroom today. Welcome. With that, we will move into the open forum portion of our meeting. And Kim, could you please open this item?
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Once again, this is for anything not on our agenda today, so please come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jim.
Push the button on the mic.
Right there, so make it green. There you go. Perfect.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Ginger Luzada, member of the New California State, the 51st state. I am reading the U.S. Supreme Court crushes California impact fees as an unconstitutional taking by the Mountaintop Times, April 15th, 2024. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled on April 12th that individuals, developers, and home builders in California may protest impact fees commonly imposed by cities and counties to supposedly pay for new roads, schools, sewers, and other public improvements as unconstitutional taxes. The U.S. Supreme Court focused on prohibition under the Fifth Amendment taking clause that prohibits state and local government for failing to pay fair value when infringing on citizens' property rights. Almost all California's 58 counties and 482 cities, towns, and villages began imposing impact fees, quote unquote, impact fees after 2006 that can run between $21,000 to $157,000 per dwelling and account for up to 18% of the cost of a new median-sized home. The critics led by Shasta County Chairman of the Board of Supervisors, Kevin Cry, blame the impact fees for restricting the new supply of affordable housing and thus spiking rents on young families. Chairman Cry led Shasta County to be the first county in the state to terminate the fees. Cry said that under the California Constitution, state and local taxes must be approved by a vote of the people. But greedy politicians have ignored the constitutional requirements administratively passed a blinding array of so-called impact fees to avoid a vote by the affected residents. In a rare show of unity, Supreme Court voted 9-0 decision to vacate and remand a, quote, traffic mitigation fee, unquote, of $23,420 charged to an elderly El Dorado County man that bought a modest trailer 7.5 years ago and put it
30 seconds. Go ahead.
And put it on his small piece of property. The rural county had claimed that the addition of one mobile home caused a countywide traffic burden. The Pacific Legal Foundation attorney Paul Beard that provided pro bono representation of the El Dorado County mobile home owner celebrated the victory. Quote, holding building permits hostage in exchange for excessive development fees is obviously extortion. Beard added, quote, we are thrilled that the court agreed and put.
Thank you.
You guys need to allow people enough time. That's not okay.
Everyone gets 3 minutes, and I apologize. It is frustrating.
More than that. It is so unfair to the people.
All right. Good afternoon again, board members. My name is Roger Luzada, a resident of El Dorado County and volunteer chair and state senator for El Dorado County, the state of New California, 51st state. So, starting off where she left off, Beard added, we are thrilled that the court agreed to put a stop to a blatant attempt to skirt the Fifth Amendment's prohibition against the taking private property without just compensation. Now, you heard that the gentleman is from El Dorado County here. You probably know him, all right, George Sheets. He went to the Supreme Court called Sheets versus El Dorado County. So he has paid over $23,000 to place his mobile home on the property he bought. And the Supreme Court case. So we have 4 questions. Chris Street, our CEO of New California. Question number 1, are you considering terminating the impact fees after the U.S. Supreme Court decision calling them an unconstitutional tax? How much is impact fees have you charged over the last 10 years? Question 3, if you're not going to terminate impact fees, how do you plan to justify them as fees rather than taxes? Number 4, have you set up a process to handle refunds to residents that were inappropriately assessed impact fees in the past? Now onto a different topic. So these past Thursdays, April 11th, April 18th, I've read our 12th and 13th declaration, constitutional default in front of the El Dorado County Courthouse on 495 Main Street in Placerville. This coming Thursday, April 25th at 3:30 p.m., I'll be reading the 14th constitutional default, and that pertains to the 13th Amendment, slavery. I will be reading how Gavin Newsom has and is continuing to trampling on and destroying the United States Constitution by failing to provide all 3 elements of Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution. Also this Friday, May 3rd, 2024, a press release has been sent out that on the steps of the Capitol of California, a public pronouncement of special action will be declared and that the 15th Declaration of Constitutional Default will be read as well. This Thursday, we'll also have our meet and greet at the Round Table Pizza Place at Missouri Flat Road from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., where you can sign our declaration, request and response with specific facts for the Register of Voters, Bill Neal, to answer.
Thank you for your comments.
And I have information for all.
Thank you. Perfect. Give that to the clerk of the board. She'll distribute it to us. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, and thank you so much for having us here today to speak with you. Thank you so much for agreeing to become public servants of we the people. We thank you so much for having taken your oaths of office to uphold and defend our Constitution. So thank you so much for that. So my name is Sandy, and I come as we the people, and we come to you in peace. We come to you in peace to give you notice and instructions so that you and your agents may provide due care. This is the national lockdown notice, and it has already been given to 50 state governors, to the President of the United States, to the Supreme Court, to the United States Senate, and the United States Congress. We are now giving you a copy. In January, we learned that the federal government, in alignment with the World Health Organization, has announced an amendment to a credible threat of a public health emergency. Their expanding countermeasures now include both Ebola and Marburg viruses, and extensions of liability, immunity to manufacturers, distributors, program planners, qualified persons, and their officials, agents, and employees. We have included this report in our notice envelope just given to you. We have also learned that the government was never granted any authority to lock down the people, even in times of emergency. The main object of government is the protection and preservation of personal rights, private property, and public liberties. The government just serves for our benefit as public officers, trustees, and servants of the people. We are also attaching a list of unalienable rights, which includes the right to accept or refuse any medical treatment for any reason. Since this board has a history of putting the city under health emergency orders for extended periods of time, We are very concerned that another round of involuntary lockdowns and health orders could occur in our Fair County. My colleague will continue.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for allowing us to speak and having this forum for us. We really appreciate it. Please take notice that in all states in our Republican form of government have sworn to protect individual liberty as a condition to be hired as trustees. The people of America are all guaranteed to have the same rights in all states. As an elected official, do you believe it is your duty to always protect the natural rights of the people so they are guaranteed enjoyment of all their natural rights? Or do you believe that in some time of panic or emergency, that you can remove the people's rights to freely exercise liberty, movement, worship, commerce, or any other purpose that is lawful? If so, please show constitutional authority where you get that power, posting this guaranteed authority conspicuously within the next 15 days, notifying the public and all agents. If you cannot show where you got the authority and you take any action blocking the people's rights to enjoy freedom, then any lockdown, mandate, or forced use of a medical device will be construed as being done with malice, intent, full knowledge, and understanding against your trust indenture, your contract with the people, the Constitution. This notice is given in peace and with the love of Christ, that you and your agents may provide due care to those who have all the political power, the people. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hi. Should I introduce myself or?
Yes,
Is that okay?
that would be great.
John Murphy out of Citrus Heights. I'm just here today to make just a couple of comments. Didn't prepare enough.
That's all right.
But the idea of the lockdowns, regionalism has crept in to our government and like a virus, right, at all levels, federal, state, county, city. And but worse than a virus, it doesn't kill us, it enslaves us. It makes us dependent, our local governments, very good operations, dependent on money from the state, for instance, at the county level, the Fed. So my recommendation would be to, well, to understand the virus and what happened and what's going on at a global level. Watch some YouTube characters like Dr. John Campbell, for instance, as opposed to the co-opted media, which isn't doing us any favors. But my suggestion would be to, one, not accept any state money and not accept any federal money. And I haven't studied the budget, but the negative impact, I would suggest compensating for that by cutting your government down, maybe by half, if that's what's required. If that's too drastic in 1 year, maybe a third, maybe 3 years, boom, 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 something like that, to the right size, something that could be more interactive with the people in a sense of you might not need consent calendars, things like that. Because people don't have a lot of time to get to meetings, especially in the middle of the day and stuff. But that's one thing. The other thing would be, please feel free as citizens, as people, to serve notice to the state as individuals, not as a board of supervisor from El Dorado County, but as individual. Serve notice to affect the change that's needed, because we're dying a very slow death. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Sue.
Hi, good afternoon. I made a comment this morning asking about clarification on the Texas reservoir, and I want to I don't get to respond back, so I wanted to say thank you and was hoping, if you'd put in the legislature, just explain it as you did to me. And I don't think you'd have to do a big EIR on this if they're just going back to there's residents there already. You're just going to the zoning of what is there. That's not a big deal. And I would just have made it really simple, and then Sue wouldn't have been, and you would also not hopefully have to spend so much money on a huge EIR. Okay.
Glad the description was helpful.
If that's truly what you're doing, right? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Sue. Good afternoon, Peg.
Take a deep breath. Peg Vanderkar, resident of Placerville, and I'm here on a totally different topic to encourage the board to figure out how to allow and make use of the design for Clementine housing that's up behind Rayleigh's on the Armory property. I think with the will to make this happen, which we sorely need as workplace housing, as housing that's reasonable, and we all realize who are looking at this and dealing with it, that it needs more parking. There needs some kind of parking solution. And I believe that the board and all of the folks involved in any part of this can make that happen. So I'm just here to encourage on behalf of Housing El Dorado and myself that y'all figure this out and make it happen before it's too late to get the funding for it. So thank you very much. And thank you for all the hard work you're doing, because I know it's incredibly difficult.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the boardroom that would like to speak on open forum? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Let's go online, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First off, I wasn't planning on saying anything about this, but boy, are we in a day where I can just hear in the previous people's voices how, I don't want to use the word terrified, but concerned, rightfully so, we are about the precious gift we have of our constitutional rights, and how it is each one of your obligations, and even my obligation as a volunteer member of a committee, when we pledge that oath to the Constitution, not to the state of California, not to the bureaucracies, not to state funding that I know dangles that gift of temptation would be the word, of funding and money. So I really hope, I haven't heard anything about going to lockdowns, but I sure hope that's not anything we're looking at doing. And I really do hope that we have learned, and that we will protect our own, and that we will do what's best for our own. Okay, on another note, gosh, we hit the Supreme Court case. Like everyone, I am more than concerned. I had some wagers going with some people. I did believe that Sheets would prevail, but I did lose because I did not think it would be a 9-0 victory for them, which should have all of us alarmed, and should have all of us saying to ourselves, how do we keep getting to these places where we are having very, very bad decisions? And I keep seeing it coming from building and planning. And we're in another situation where here in El Dorado Hills, a meeting was held and a synopsis of it was given on the attendees and what was going on with Gateway. And the information that came out has me very concerned about transparency. And I hate to use the word, but honesty. Because I can tell you there is a big difference between a grading permit and what I drove out there today and saw what is going on. That is not a grading permit. That is building. So we've got some lack of communication. We've got lack of studies and impacts. The good news is it sounds like from the developer that we're actually looking at far less impact than what the county reports had that it was going to do, which caused alarm and hysteria within the community. I don't want to keep seeing us get sued, and I'd like to keep seeing us do it right with correct transparency, with the correct order of operations. And I really feel that we are going to have to make some tough decisions with the planning department. Maybe it'll be the next term of supervisors. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So with that, that closes open forum. We thank you all for being with us and sharing your thoughts and concerns with us. We appreciate your comments. And with that, we move on to item number 24, our afternoon's main item that I'm sure you're all here for. So Kim, can you please open this item?
Item number 24 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, forwarding a request for an initiation hearing conceptual review of the Community for Health and Independence project, which includes a proposed general plan amendment. Specific plan adoption to include residential, age-targeted residential, mixed-use, commercial, industrial/office park, and open space guided by UC Davis research. The project is designed to promote healthy living through project design and includes a 200-acre research complex. The project site is located 3 miles south of State Highway 50 along the western county border with Sacramento County. Staff recommends that the board take the following actions. 1, evaluate the submitted conceptual review under pre-application PA 23-0015 for the Community Health and Independence Project. And 2, provide the applicant with initial feedback on the proposed project.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kim. And good afternoon, Karen.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm Karen Garner, your Planning and Building Director. And I'm going to kick this off. We've got several parts to this presentation, but I'm just going to kick it off and kind of describe how it's going to flow and also a little bit of background about why we're here today. So, of course, this is to introduce the project, the Community for Health and Independence. I want to first introduce my staff that I have here with me that are actually going to do the bulk of the staff presentation. I have Andy Flower, Planning Manager, and Rob Peters, Deputy Planning Director. I also want to introduce and acknowledge we have Angelo Sakopoulos here, who is the property owner and I would say the driving force behind this project. I won't introduce that entire team, but Chad Roberts will come up and introduce the team when we get to that portion of this presentation. So again, J6, we hear that term. It is a policy that the board adopted first in 2013 and then updated in 2020. And it requires that we do a conceptual review by the board for projects proposing a general plan or specific plan amendment when there is an increased density proposed of 50 or more units. And certainly this project falls into that category. So the purpose of the policy really is kind of twofold. One is to provide early knowledge of the project, both to the board, to staff, to the public. And then the proposed plan is conceptual at this point, and I can't emphasize that enough. So no applications have been submitted for entitlements. Those are probably a ways off. And no decisions have been made. So this really is the initial kickoff just to introduce this project to the community and to the board. Again, the discussion today will be fairly high level because we have not determined the details. And if there are some detailed questions, we'll certainly make note of those and be sure to answer them in the future when we actually are processing the entitlements later on down the road. The second purpose really is to, with a project of this size, receiving early feedback can inform on potential changes to the project, or just as important, if there are things about the project that you want to make sure are maintained or enhanced. That is great feedback to have both for staff and for the applicant. A project of this magnitude requires significant investment by the applicant just to get the entitlement applications. There's a lot of studies that have to go into that just to submit it to us. So for that reason, and then of course, there's also significant investment on the part of staff in reviewing a project of this size. So we want to make sure that we're starting off in the right direction and get that feedback from the board. The J6 policy provides some very specific criteria that we will be talking about further in the presentation for the board to consider as you provide comments. Now, the Community for Health and Independence is a unique project, of course, and one of the really unique things about it is it's multi-jurisdictional, and it crosses the county boundary. So roughly half of the project is in El Dorado County, half is in unincorporated Sacramento County, and the proposal would be to annex into the city of Folsom. Projects like this, there's not a lot of examples out there, so we're really kind of treading in somewhat new territory. It'll take a lot of coordination. We've already been coordinating and had several meetings with our counterparts in the city of Folsom, have met with Sacramento County staff as well, so that we make sure we have a common understanding of the project and, talking a little bit about where we will certainly need to coordinate, but really just making sure we're on the same page as we move forward. The presentation today will be primarily focused on the El Dorado County half of this project, the eastern half of this project. But of course, talk about the project overall as well. And again, just can't emphasize enough that going forward, coordination, if the applicant chooses to move forward with this project, coordination will be essential with not only the city of Folsom, but all of our partner agencies. We already did some noticing to certain, similar to our technical advisory committee meeting. We gave information, copy of the proposal to El Dorado Irrigation District, Fire District, School District, so that they had early information. And we've actually had some very good conversations, particularly with the school district already, but have gotten some initial feedback, which we'll talk about as well. I also want to acknowledge that it is challenging to provide feedback on a project like this because it is conceptual at this point and it's very large. And so we acknowledge that. And, when you don't have all the details, sometimes you might feel like there's more questions than answers, and that's okay. Even those questions that you have will help both the applicant and staff as we move forward, and we know what to focus on going into the future. So high-level feedback, dialogue. We are not looking for approval or denial of this project. We are not taking a vote. You don't even need to indicate your level of support. It's really just feedback and thoughts and ideas on what you're going to hear today. We will have some very specific topics that we're going to bring forward at the end to help guide that discussion. You're welcome to talk about other topics as well, but we kind of picked out those bigger policy decisions that we think will have, some of the greater interest from the public and from the board and others. I also want to acknowledge that late this afternoon, we received a letter from SACOG about this project, and that has been attached to Legistar. It's out there. Because it was submitted so late, staff really hasn't been able to dive into it and be able to respond to that. But I do want to acknowledge that we have already been working with our partners at SACOG. And in fact, March 1st, we had a meeting with SACOG staff and also the El Dorado County Transportation Commission staff to start talking about this project. We know that's going to be a big area of further discussion. We are very, very open and have already told SACOG, whatever information we can provide to help them, we will work with them and keep them informed as we move forward with this. So the rest of the presentation structure, I want to go over that briefly because it's a little bit different than probably what you're used to. We're actually going to have the applicant come up first, and they're going to go over their project. After that, staff will provide the analysis per the J6 policy of the project. At that point in time, if the board wants to ask questions of either staff or the applicant, that's probably a good time to do that. My suggestion would be to then take public comment. And then after that, as I mentioned, we'll bring up those topics of conversation to get feedback. If you want to change any of that around, that's fine. That's just a suggestion how I think it can flow. So
That sounds great.
okay.
Yeah.
With that, I'll take any questions of me. If you don't have questions, I'll go on to the next part.
Any
So-
comments at this point for Karen?
Not at this.
Good lead in. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect introduction, Karen. Thank you so much. So at this point, we'll invite Chad up.
Yes, Chad Roberts is going to come up and he'll kick off the applicant's presentation. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Good afternoon, Chad.
Good afternoon, Chair Thomas, members of the board, Chad Roberts at Hefner Law. On behalf of AKT, thank you so much, Aaron, wherever you are, for that lead in. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. Thank you to staff for all of their efforts in getting us to this point. I am joined today by many members of the AKT and UC Davis Health teams, and we are thrilled to be here to present to you our vision for the community for health and independence. The Community for Health and Independence is envisioned to be a first of its kind master plan community grounded in extensive research by UC Davis, incorporating design features and state-of-the-art technology to enhance the well-being of older adults and individuals living with physical or developmental or intellectual disabilities, all centered around a world-class 200-acre research center devoted to the study of healthy aging. Significantly, the Community for Health and Independence is not just for older adults or for individuals living with physical or intellectual or emotional disabilities. This community is for everyone, and intentionally, it includes all housing types, many other land use types, and because that's what the research tells us promotes healthy living. In just a moment, Dr. Tom Nesbitt and Dr. Heather Young from UC Davis Health are going to tell you a bit more about the need for and the opportunities in this type of community. Angelo Sikopoulos is going to share with you more about his vision. Dr. Lou Vizmara is going to speak to the origin story for this idea, as well as how prior collaboration between UC Davis Health and AKT has led to extraordinary results. Donna Pasquantonio from McKay and Somps is going to detail our preliminary planning efforts, and I'll conclude our presentation and be available to answer any questions you might have. I hesitate to say this because Karen did such a great job, but I just wanted to remind everyone listening or in attendance today that we have not submitted an application yet. There are no decision points today. This is the first step in a very long process. It's an important opportunity for early public knowledge and input, which we welcome, an opportunity for us to share with you in a public forum our vision and to hear your preliminary feedback, any concerns you might have, and of course, to understand what considerations are most important to you, and also to hear from the public, which we look forward to. We're the first to admit we don't have all the answers here. We have a lot more work to do and a lot to study, but we are committed to working with the county and working with the community as we continue to study this exciting vision. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Tom Nesbitt and Dr. Heather Young.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, and welcome, Dr. Nesbitt.
Hi, how are you? So are you going to operate the slides? I can bring the slides up. While they're bringing them up, I just want to say, I came to UC Davis over 30 years ago after being in private practice in rural Idaho. And after completing a research fellowship at the University of Washington, my reason for joining UC Davis initially was to study more effective ways of delivering care to rural populations, which led me to lead in the development of the telemedicine program at UC Davis. UC Davis was really pioneers in developing telemedicine, and we have a very robust program today. A few years later, I was asked by Governor Schwarzenegger's office to help with the development of the California Telehealth Network. That was FCC money that allowed for us to build out a broadband network to remote rural hospitals, small hospitals, and clinics. And about 8 years ago, I began to focus on a different topic, and that is how technology might help provide better health and health care to older adults, particularly those with chronic disease and disabilities. Too often, age and/or disabilities define people's lives. It defines where they live, how they live, and who they can socialize with. And we believe that technology and how a community is built can help alleviate some of that. That led Dr. Young and I to develop a new program called Healthy Aging in a Digital World. And about 7 years ago, Dr. Vizmara came
up, who you'll hear from in a minute, he came up to me at one of my talks and said, you know, how would you like an opportunity to participate in planning a purposely designed community where the design of the community and the technology used in that community can help address those barriers to people enjoying their independence throughout their lives, especially for those older adults and those with disabilities. This was an incredible chance for us to create a model for a community that allowed us to apply our research, the things we were doing in healthy aging in a digital world, and that's what we're here to discuss today. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Young, and I'll be back to tell you more specifics in a minute.
Thank you, Dr. Nesbitt. Welcome, Dr. Young.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, Supervisors, thank you for having us. I'm Heather Young. I'm a professor in the Betty Irene Moore School of Nursing, and I was the founding dean of that organization, and I'm really excited to be here with you today. As a geriatric nurse practitioner and as a researcher over the last 30 years, I've dedicated my work to understanding, creating, and promoting environments that support healthy aging. And I've done a lot of work in housing, in technology, family caregiving, and also in policy. And so bringing all of those elements together is really critical as we think about aging. As Dr. Nesbitt mentioned, we also co-lead the Healthy Aging in a Digital World initiative at UC Davis, which was chosen by the chancellor out of a field of around 200 different proposals for cutting edge things that matter to society. And it was one of 6 ideas that were chosen to really develop and think about using the resources of the full university to solve complex problems with multiple perspectives. So we're very excited to be part of that. I'm also more and more interested in this issue as my hair gets grayer. I don't know about you.
We can relate to that.
And my husband and I care for my mother with dementia. And so we deeply appreciate what it means to live in community and to live in a healthy way. So that's why I am here, and that's what I am about. I need to go to the next slide and share a little bit more about our role and responsibility. We need to clarify, Dr. Nesbitt and I, our role with you. So we have no financial interest in anything that's any of the technologies and in the development. We've been working with AKT Investments under a contract that was approved by our regents. And it was important that it be approved by our regents because we want to work together in a collaborative and positive way. The regents heard this idea, and actually one of the regents said this should happen more often where developers go to the university for advice. So it's something that was very positively endorsed by the regents. And as a public university, we're prohibited from endorsing any kind of political activity or any kind of a business activity. So we're really here today purely as researchers and to educate. So that's our role here today. Next slide, please. There are really compelling issues going on in society and our globe at this time that we have to be thinking about aging. It's such an important issue. Between 2020 and 2050, Californians aged 55 plus will increase by 70%, which is staggering. So it's not just the numbers, it's also the proportion. For the very first time in history, we have more people who are grandparents than grandchildren in our families. And in our families, we also have 3 generations over 65. And so the issues around family caregiving and what we're dealing with and grappling with as families is changing dramatically. So the old solutions and the ways we've thought about it before are not going to be the solutions of the future. And clearly caring for people as we age is going to take dynamic new ideas. Likewise, people with physical and intellectual disabilities, the numbers of people with those disabilities are growing as well, living healthier, longer lives. And so the needs of people in our communities with disabilities are also growing. And so solutions in housing and any sector of what we do have to consider all these other individuals, the inclusive diversity of our members of our communities. And according to AARP, 95% of Americans want to stay and live in their own home for the rest of their lives. And I probably would imagine that most of you feel that way as well. But it takes something to do that. Most of our homes weren't built that way. Most of our homes and our communities aren't designed to enable us to do that and to actualize that particular dream. So we do have to think of different things. In 2019, Governor Newsom issued an executive order to develop a master plan on aging. And I was really honored and privileged to be part of his stakeholder advisory committee to that effort. And it's one of the first master plans in the nation that have been developed at a statewide level. It crosses all sectors. It's housing and transportation, labor, and everything. And it was really an idea to set out a blueprint for action for state and local governments, and as well as the private sector and philanthropy, to think about how do we want to age together in our communities. And out of that plan, there are 5 main goals. And the first goal is housing for all ages and stages. So it's something that's really very much on the radar of the state, as something that's important to be planning for differently. So there's a pressing need for new solutions in the community for us to be able to age in place, age in our communities. Just in El Dorado County alone, in the last 10 years, the number of people with intellectual and physical disabilities living in family homes has increased by 93%. So families are working and trying to manage the situation on their own, and we can think about solutions at a community level as well. Next slide, please. So we were asked to do a deep dive into the evidence, and this is a really robust report that's actually available online, and it's available to anyone who's planning healthy aging communities. And it was commissioned by AKT, and a number of our investigators at UC Davis came together to look at what is the evidence, what are the guideposts, what are the important kinds of considerations for any community that's being built to think about the future. And there's a lot of evidence out there that mixed-use communities are the answer. I don't know if you remember, but in the 70s and 80s, there were a lot of communities developed just for older people, and they ended up becoming very isolated enclaves. And the idea is not to do that, but to have integral life that goes across the lifespan and multi-generational communities. That green space and being able to be outside and be active is really critical. That neighborhoods are safe for walking, for rolling, if you're in a stroller or a wheelchair, that it's a place where you could be and you can be out and you can be nurtured by the beautiful weather that we have around here. So green space is important, safety is important. And then also third spaces, places where people can gather, where they can be together, because we know now that social connection is absolutely vital to health and meaningful connection, and also meaningful engagement in the community. So opportunities in the community to be involved in activities that matter. Access is important, the idea of universal design. And there are some countries I know that have taken this on as a universal idea, that every home that ever is built has to be using universal design so that it's accessible to people. This is really important for us as we build for our own futures, to be able to have our own homes be accessible as we age and need more supports. So universal design is a really strong concept. And then also collaboration, because communities are not just in isolation, but connecting to one another and connecting to valuable resources in the region is also really important. So in the business sector, in nonprofits, in the health systems, in the universities and colleges, so that a community can be developed that really creates opportunities for vibrant engagement, employment, friendship, connection. So all of those elements are really vital for enhancing the community. And then technology, as you can imagine, we're going to talk about technology, and I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Nesbitt to continue with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So next slide. So I'm going to talk about some technologies and some structural elements that are important in these communities, but I want you to not think about these as individual components, because what we're proposing is that bringing these together in one community creates synergy between all of these things and makes them more valuable. But one of the things that has to happen in these communities is really ubiquitous broadband connectivity, so that they can support wearable devices that people have when they're out in the community that measure, heart rate and steps walked and all those kinds of things, but also wayfinding devices for people who may have difficulty, intellectual deficits, either because of, memory loss or other intellectual disabilities. But they're also, ubiquitous broadband also can support new versions of autonomous transportation. Transportation often is a barrier for people living independent lives. And for those homes where the most vulnerable live, backup power systems for those individuals so that when power does go off, they have backup systems to, make sure that medical devices continue to run. There also needs to be facilities that are support all of this, facilities that not only educate members of the community around health issues, but also that can be used to put those educational sessions out online to video networks so people can interact as they are doing today with all of you. Just a couple of other ideas of technology that are important in this kind of a community. Air quality sensors, they're available now in the home, but air quality sensors that connect to the HVAC system. So when you have bad air during fire season, it automatically turns on the fan within that system and filters the air. That's particularly important to people with chronic lung conditions and chronic health conditions. Also at UC Davis, our Lighting and Technology Center has done some research on lighting in homes, and where the placement of lights are and the tone of those lights during different times of the day have a significant effect on mood, alertness, sleep, and fall risk. The idea of blue and white lights in the morning, amber and orange lights in the afternoon under counters so people can get to the bathroom without falling, but it doesn't blind them and wake them up in the middle of the night. That's just one example. Again, there's a lot of technologies in terms of health monitoring technologies as well as telemedicine technologies. Many of you have probably experienced telemedicine to home, particularly during the height of the pandemic. But one of the things we're recommending is how these homes are architected, particularly for older adults, that there could be something like an alcove, for instance, off the main bedroom that would be have a privacy door, full spectrum lighting, broadband connectivity where people could have a telemedicine station. They would be able to move, show somebody how their shoulder is after physical therapy and those kinds of things. And that space could be used for other purposes when you're not using it for that. A vanity could be in there or a dressing area and those kinds of things. But finally, I would say about the home that it's really important that the home include, I've said it a couple of times, broadband and really high bandwidth broadband, particularly in homes with people with disabilities. For things like robotic assistive devices. Robotic assistive devices are really beginning to come on the scene, and things that will help somebody transfer from wheelchair to bed, from bed to wheelchair, from wheelchair to couch, or something like that. So those are really important, and I think that you'll hear about more of those in the future. Next slide. This is just a slide that I won't go through the detail on, but it's just this is from a paper that Dr. Young and I published 6 or 7 years ago, and it really categorizes the technologies into technologies that you wear, things that measure your heart rate, your blood pressure, those kinds of things, to technologies in the home like medication dispensing devices where, the red light starts flashing when it's time for your meds and it dispenses your medications. And including things like those robotic assistive devices that I talked about. But there's also community technology support types of things that ought to be included in a community like this. I talked about sort of places for meetings where people could meet to be educated in video networks, but also technology that would support virtual support groups for cancer support groups, Parkinson's support groups, Alzheimer's caregiver support groups. And also in the community, another area in the community is making sure that there's availability of assistive devices for people with disabilities. All of these technologies can potentially connect to your care team, but we want to make a couple of points really clear. These should be person-based and person-centered, and privacy is paramount in this, that the privacy of any information that comes from this is controlled by the individual. But that these things can connect with someone's own healthcare providers, and working on this kind of thing is really going to require collaboration with other health systems in the area to make sure that they are connecting and that the information that people want to go to their healthcare provider is able to go to their electronic health record. I want to give you a couple of current examples of things that are actually happening. This isn't all just dreams that we have. Go to the next slide. So there's a pilot project going on at Marshall Medical Center. And Marshall Medical Center actually is very fortunate that they have some great expertise there on these types of technologies. This project is being supported by AKT, and it's to Georgetown, and it really is a platform that allows patients to, interact with their care teams for things like, what kinds of social issues are going on, shopping, those kinds of things, but also what kind of subjective symptoms they have going on, what's their pain like, their appetite, those kinds of things, but also provide reminders for those people about upcoming appointments and medication refills and those kinds of things. And the idea is that with this kind of technology, you can reduce unnecessary medical visits. And again, eventually connecting for the kinds of physiologic monitoring, blood pressure, heart rate, those kinds of things, again, with the person's permission, with their care teams. Go on to the next slide. This is a project that that is very new and very proud of. This is also a platform based for people in their home, but this is really to coordinate numerous caregivers that often are caring for older adults, particularly with dementia. You may have distant, children that are trying to help with the care. You have professional caregivers and local caregivers. This is designed to really coordinate their care. Who's calling mom today? Who's making sure she takes her meds? Those kinds of things. And allow professional caregivers to put information in there. Remind your mom to drink lots of water since her last urinary tract infection, or those kinds of things. And so this is a platform that really is interesting because there's some unique technology that's being attached to this. And these are these small vibration devices that can detect different kinds of vibration, like a pill bottle being set down on the side table. So if you lift up and put down the pill bottle, it will tell you that mom put down the pill bottle this morning. Now, whether or not she took it or not is another issue, but it is something that you can track. But did she open the refrigerator door? Did she go into the bathroom? And you can look at, is her pattern of activities of daily living normal, and what she's been doing. We were fortunate that we made the front page of USA Today with this technology back in February, and KCRA did a nice story on this technology in March, and I'm sure you can see that. Next slide. Now, there are clearly opportunities for universities to collaborate in these communities, and I just want to give you a couple of examples. One of the things that is obvious to us about what could be done in this community is training the next generation of health professionals. And this is collaboration with not just us, but other universities and community colleges, that particularly people working, to nursing students working to learn home health, and physical therapists, students, and speech therapists, and people like that could work in these, could work in this community and training, the next generation. Obviously, the facilities I talked about for community education, but not just classrooms. Having things like community gardens, demonstration kitchens, which our Office of Wellness Education is working on right now. Our College of Agriculture has experts on how to help people create community gardens and the things that they should grow in those gardens, etc. In our research mission, we think there's great opportunities for research. Spaces for researchers to be, places, laboratories for researchers to meet with patients, and group rooms where they can explain projects to people that might want to participate, but also a place to bring international researchers together. We've talked about an Olympic-style village where research from around the world that are researching this area could come multiple times a year and share best practices on these types of things. And I think this is a great opportunity for universities to collaborate in this type of community. So in summary, you've heard about the growing need for this kind of housing and community. We really believe that the built environment, the design of communities and the inclusion of technology can really help people live a quality of life that's independent and healthy. We've only touched on a couple of elements, but again, I would urge you to look at the 142-page report that we produced, and there's far more detail. That's available online, as Heather said, and we'd be happy to provide all of you with hard copies of that if you want to. And I'll turn it over to Donna.
Thank you, Dr. Nesbitt. Appreciate the presentation. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the community. My name is Donna Pasquantonio. I'm a land use planner in this Roseville area, Sacramento region, where I've had my entire career, which is 32 years. I work for a company called McKay and Somps. We've been around for 71 years. We provide engineering, planning, and land surveying services. It's my honor and my pleasure to be here and part of this collaboration on such an important, socially important project. Next slide, please. We've talked a little bit already about the motivation for the project and the collaboration and the purpose. I'm not going to read these slides because they were pretty much covered, so I'm going to jump over this one and onto the next slide, please. And this is the covers of the two documents there off to the left that UC Davis has prepared. And these documents, and thank you, Dr. Young and Dr. Nesbitt, for describing in detail your reports. These documents describe the evidence that informed the vision for the project, which we're going to convey to you, we hope, today. Together with these reports, we had numerous design charrettes with people with lots of initials from all over the world, both on Zoom and in person, that helped to inform the land use plan, the very, very preliminary, I'll add, land use plan that you'll see later in the presentation. And of course, this land use plan is certainly real early stage, so it shouldn't be viewed as locked down by any means. We haven't done the studies to support where these things need to be, how much drainage facility, how much open space, how many, we're getting close, but it's not locked down. So we're looking here today for input on the land use plan. Next slide, please. Of course, at the heart of the grand vision is the proposed UC Davis Research Complex, which is a world-class center for the study of healthy aging and people living with disabilities. The proposed UC Davis complex is just the catalyst for a much larger community and a much larger support system. This is a holistic approach to a new model community for planning and design, a plan for everyone. This socially important project cannot simply be squeezed into an existing plan area. It can't be retrofitted into an existing project or subdivision. It's so much larger than that and more detailed. This important endeavor is much more comprehensive than just that. Next slide, please. Over the next few slides, excuse me, I'm losing my voice for some reason. I think it's the allergies, the change in the weather, so bear with me.
Oh, absolutely.
Over the next few slides, we will illustrate a very, very preliminary conceptual plan, as I discussed. The plan should not be viewed as fully baked, and experts have informed the plan. And one of the overarching comments that we received is the benefits of the greening and the health benefits related to greening. And by greening, I mean, it's really that simple. Green things, green spaces, green lawn, outdoor spaces, shady tree canopy, walkable environments, places to stop and rest. It's really just that simple. The beneficial health outcomes are listed there on a screen. I'm not going to read them. And obviously the greening strategies, there's a few of them listed there. We're still developing those. And when we get to a point where we're actually drafting a specific plan, we'll outline a lot of those in that specific plan. Next slide. So this is an image of the entire project. As you know, half the project's in El Dorado County and the other half is in Sacramento County, proposed to be annexed to the city of Folsom. That diagonal line that you see through there is the county line. And I'm showing these diagrams holistically so you can see how the parts fit together. These are the green spaces of the plan. This is where we play, where we learn, where we explore. The blue areas are schools. The darker green are parks. The lighter green are creek corridors. The North Creek corridor is Carson Creek, and the South area creek corridor is Deer Creek. These shapes and things are preliminary at this time. We're certainly not planning a bunch of round parks. Those are placeholders. Those will be designed with future subdivisions, and we'll have to fit those in with street patterns and the topography and that sort of thing. But it's merely a conceptual plan. Our goal here is to have more than 30% of the plan area is open space, permanent open space for the enjoyment of everybody. We have a goal, of course, to meet parkland requirements, and we need to work with the district on where those parks should be, how big those parks should be, and their dispersion. We have sort of an internal goal that the home sites are within a half-mile walking distance. We've got some strange shapes here, so we might have to stretch those out, but that's an internal goal. And we're certainly working with Parks District and the Schools District on locating these very important facilities. Next slide, please. Next up, in our places for all, these are all of our workplaces where we do business, our places of commerce. At the heart of that area there, you see a 200-acre UC Davis, proposed UC Davis complex. There's research and development areas just immediately adjacent to that in both counties. There are mixed use areas, residential and commercial mixed use, vertically and horizontally mixed use areas that we show there. And of course, we're showing the schools too, because people work at school sites. So we're showing that there. Our goal is to have a jobs housing balance of 1.5 to 1. This is important. Why is it important? Because we want to walk to work. We want to bike to work. We're going to have a lot of non-drivers, non-driving adults likely in this plan area that want to walk, or we have people that are retired and want to volunteer. We want to make sure they can get walking to school to help those school kids read in the library, school crossing guards, things of that sort. So that's really important. Next slide, please. And of course, our residential uses. This is where people will thrive, live, and grow. We're proposing a plan area with all sorts of different types of residential housing types, including an active adult area that might be more conventional active adult as you've seen it, but that's certainly not what the project is about. What we're finding is really important in this plan area is the multi-generational housing that has a detached unit or an attached unit with a private entrance. Sometimes we see that unit over the garage, sometimes an accessory building that's out back. Sometimes it's a unit right in the front of the home where our adult children can live. My adult child is living with me, not for any other reason than financial reasons, but he's there and I'm lucky to have that space for him. But also for our parent that wants to be with us, but really can't be by themselves all day. We're checking on them all day. And so that's really important that they have that inclusion in the family. The worst thing we can do is isolate people. And so these places are really, really important. Another important type of housing that we're finding is just workforce housing. People with just regular jobs, your police officer, your school teacher, finding home sites to purchase, to rent, getting harder in our community. And of course, we'll have our affordable housing and our attainable housing prices. Next slide. These are the details for what we call the Community East, the other side of the plan that would be annexed into the city of Folsom. We call the Community West, just by way of reference. I'm showing the land uses there on the west side screen back so as to not confuse you, but they're there just so you can see them. I've got some statistics on the diagram there, which I'm not going to get into because again, this is really preliminary. Those numbers, the exception of the acreage, likely to change, right, as we define this plan a little bit more. We will be preparing, you see under the planning entitlements there of key importance, we'll be preparing a specific plan for this project. In the project narrative that you got, we identified a series of guiding principles. These are super important, and these are going to inform how we implement the concepts of this plan, the technology, the why here, all of these things. How are we going to help people live these independent lives? You can't see that on the land use plan because we're 30,000 feet in the air. We can't see those technologies and those implementation measures. This is where we can bake that in. It'll be in implementation measures. It'll be in the development standards. It'll be in the design guidelines of the specific plan. Next slide, please. Mobility is so important for people to feel like they are living a quality of life. And we've heard from the experts that individual mobility is a top factor in promoting independence and that quality of life, that individual mobility, being able to move about not only in my house, but outside my house. I want to go to the store. I want to go to the community garden. I want to work in the community garden. So that garden bed has to be raised up for some folks, right? So that mobility is super important. We plan on collaborating with SACOG and the local transit authorities to provide transit opportunities because, again, as I mentioned, we're likely to have a higher percentage of non-driving adults in this community that want to go to work. They want to be productive. They want to get to school. They need to get to the doctor. So we need to work those details out. I want to point out in this plan area, early in the planning process, we're building in under trails and bikeways, that second bullet, class 1, 2, 3, and 4 facilities. Class 1 trails you're probably familiar with. In our vision, they're 12-foot wide and paved, unless there's a topography issue that we've got to work with. Maybe it goes down to 10, but they're 12-foot wide and paved, and they've got a 2-foot shoulder and a 4-foot shoulder. That 4-foot shoulder is great for running in, for those people that are able to run, and it allows people enough room to kind of get by the slower traffic. Class 2 facilities are on-street striped bike lanes, typical bike lanes that you see. Class 3 routes, that's traveling with traffic, bikes on the streets, that you'll see that like in local neighborhoods. The miles per hour on these streets is less than 25 miles an hour, and we will share NEV traffic, neighborhood electric vehicle traffic can share in those travelways because of the low speed. So bikes and NEVs are safe at that speed. Class 4 bike facilities are sort of a class 2 facility on steroids a little bit. So it's a bigger lane, it's a buffered lane from traffic, and NEVs, neighborhood electric vehicles, and bikes can use those travel lanes. They travel with the flow of traffic. It's a dedicated lane, and you'll see those in our plan area on streets that are over 35 miles per hour. And so we're baking that in early into the plan area and providing for that. Next slide, please. Utility plan, of course, water is top priority. It always is. And water supply and water service to the project is important. Without water, we don't have a project. So we're studying water supply, or we will be studying water supply and available conveyance, treatment, all of that, wastewater and recycled water. And of course, we'll have our drainage facilities. We're not showing drainage facilities on the land use plan yet. That's one of the reasons why the plans are going to get more green. I haven't put them in there yet because we haven't studied how big they need to be, how many acres, where they need to be, and all that type of thing. So when we come back to you with a project application, you'll see all of those because we'll have the evidence from the studies. Next slide, please. Public safety, also super important for everybody, right? And so we'll be collaborating with the sheriff, we'll be collaborating with the fire districts to determine what level of public safety is needed here, where those public safety offices need to be. We're assuming we're going to have them internal to the plan area. Where they end up being really is kind of up to the districts, is where they should be, and the service areas and all that sort of thing, together with our land use plan and how our circulation plan works. So once we get a little more fully defined plan, we'll sit down and meet with those agencies to figure out where those services need to be. Next slide, please. Benefits to the region. Obviously, housing is top priority. We're in California. There's a housing shortage. Everybody knows this. We'll need to comply with our RHNA housing needs allocation, which different jurisdictions have different requirements, but we need to have affordable housing at the various income levels. And of course, we're going to provide that housing. I mentioned also earlier workforce housing, attainable and affordable housing. And we really see there being a big variety of housing and living structures. Yeah, community housing, there could be congregate care with the small yards or no yards, just a front patio, but a big open area where people can spill out and have a shared common area. There could be all kinds of living structures, structure types. And so we're super excited to work with architects and other people to start to develop what these things look like for our community. Next slide, please. Fiscal benefits. We need to provide fiscal benefit to the county. We understand this. This is yeah, exactly. We understand the sensitivity of this topic to the county, and we share your concerns about the fiscal health of the county. And obviously, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we're providing net fiscal benefit to the county. Again, we're early on when we come in with an application, we'll have ideas and thoughts of how we can prove that to you, that we will be fiscally sound. Next slide. And I mentioned earlier, this is not a project that's just going to squeeze in somewhere, right? That some people are asking, well, why here? Why here, right? Well, because we're adjacent to two very, very dynamic, maturing places to live, El Dorado County and City of Folsom. These are family-friendly places with great trail systems, with great resources, with great shopping, with great amenities, with sound governance. This is on purpose, the selection of this land for this project. As I stated, this is a holistic vision for a new model community, and it takes a certain land area to pull that off. It's places for everyone. It's not warehousing for people. It's places for everyone. And so to provide that diversity, we need a certain land mass. To provide these resources, we need a certain amount of rooftops to pay for all of that. And so that's why the project is where it is and shaped the way that it is. I will mention also that this land that we're proposing the project on is not considered prime farmland. It's not heavily treed, so we don't have to deal with any resources from that perspective. Or, I mean, those things are wonderful, but often they are removed to develop a project. We won't have to do that, so that's great. And we do have some trees, but it's just not heavily treed. And so that makes this project, or the location for this project, very, very enticing. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide. Obviously, we talked about where we're at in the process and that we're early on. We're coordinating with you in this transparent process on this very important project, and also City of Folsom and Sacramento County. We'll take our feedback that we get from this process and from the community meetings we're going to have and from all of the district meetings, and we'll develop a more robust land use plan, and we'll do all the technical studies that will support that robust land use plan. So we've shared our vision with you today for a socially responsible new model community. A community that's purposely designed from the ground up. Now we need to complete the analysis and the technical studies and the environmental studies that provide the evidence that will bring the vision to life. Appreciate your time. And I'd like to invite Dr. Bismara.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pasquin Antonio, and congratulations on your part in getting it. Well, absolutely. Congratulations on your part on getting to this point of this revolutionary project.
Thanks so much.
And good afternoon, Dr. Bismara. Lovely to see you.
Lovely. Thank you so much. It's a privilege to be here, honorable supervisors. This is probably the most difficult talk. Well, first of all, by means of introduction, my name is Dr. Lou Bismara. I've actually been privileged to have 3 separate careers. First 30 years, I was an interventional cardiologist. Retired in 1999, worked in the California legislature for 15 years. And now for the past 7 years, I've been privileged to work on this project with this amazing AKT team. A couple of weeks ago, I was asked to give this talk about the origins of this. And I've really been obsessing over this talk. It's the most difficult talk I've ever given. And I've given a lot of lectures and stuff like that. It's difficult because it's highly personal. It's extremely emotional. And there's a tremendous sense that it's really important, not only to my son and my family, but to a lot of other people, many of whom are in. Could we see the first slide, please? Oh, it's up there already. So I'd only like to share one data or date with you, and that is September 19, 1994. September 19, 1994. That's a date that my life and my family's life really changed. The first top of the slides are my early life. I was born in Italy. Right after, I was an only child. Right after World War II, my mom and dad came to the United States. I lived in Italy with my grandmother for 3 years. That's my passport there, 1948. Cute little kid, I think. And then went to college in the Bay Area, went to medical school in Houston, worked with one of the preeminent cardiac surgeons, Michael DeBakey in Houston, came to Sacramento, did my cardiology fellowship, was on the faculty for about 6 years at UC Davis, and then started the open heart surgery program at Mercy General. And wow, life was pretty sweet. I mean, as a cardiologist, it was really, often felt like it was master of the universe because it was a great, great job, et cetera. Well, we have 4 kids, ranging in ages now from early 40s, and our youngest is Mark. Picture there on the bottom is now 31 years of age, just had a birthday. First year of life, totally met all of his milestones. Uncomplicated pregnancy. My wife had absolutely no problems. First year did great. Walked when he was like 9 months. Second year, he was still very active, but he wasn't talking much. Was not talking at all. The interesting thing was that of all of our kids, he was the most cuddly child that we had. He loved to be held. And I remember thinking, I'd heard about this thing called autism, but, they were supposedly aloof. Mark loved to be held, but in retrospect, it was the physical pressure that he enjoyed. And we took him, to the pediatricians when he was 12, 14 months, still not saying much. And, boys always talk later than girls. And, and he's got 3 sisters, et cetera, et cetera. September 19th, 1994, he was diagnosed with autism. Totally changed our life. Totally. All the dreams and aspirations, and I mean, having girls was really neat, but the idea of having a son that you could do stuff with, that went away. So what did we do? As a physician, as a cardiologist, well, if there's a problem, let's fix it. So we'd heard about, these various nutritional supplements. We'd heard about this thing called ABA therapy. This was in 1994. At that time, there were less than 5,000 individuals who were regional center consumers with autism. That number is now approaching a couple of 100,000. There's been this explosion. But back then, there was not a lot of stuff known about autism. So what did we do? We completely went into a bunker mentality. We went through all the stages of grief. There was anger, there was shame, there was frustration. We didn't share Mark's diagnosis with anyone outside of our immediate family. We had incredible intensive therapy coming in 60 hours a week. The incidence of divorce among families with autistic child back then was about 70%. How my wife and I survived is a miracle in of itself, but we did. And, we were hoping that Mark could be cured. Well, after doing that for a couple of years, we realized that that was not going to be. He made improvements and he got some language, but he was still going to be severely impacted. And it was interesting that during that time, I'd seen all the incredible changes and advances that had occurred in cardiovascular medicine. I mean, when I first started back in Methodist Hospital in Houston, open heart surgery would take 7 hours. Now it takes 45 minutes. So I was always looking for where is the Michael DeBakey? Where is the epicenter of autism research? There wasn't any. Back then, the NIH was spending a total of $7 million autism research throughout the entire United States. So we did that for a couple of years, didn't share Mark's diagnosis. The first person that I shared Mark's diagnosis with outside of our immediate family was Angela. And I've been taking care, and I met Angela through some mutual friends, and we shared the immigrant connection, et cetera, et cetera. And remember, I think I was taking care of his brother at the time, and in the course of talking to him, he says, well, how are you doing? He kind of seemed, and I shared with him that, we had a 2-year-old, 3-year-old son with a severe disability. 2 days later, I heard a knock on the door, and there was Angela. And he said, hey, what can I do to help? What can I do to help? It's people who show up that really make a difference in life, isn't it? It really makes a difference. So he came in and we talked, and we had a few glasses of wine and had some pizza and stuff. And I shared with Angelo the idea of a research entity that we have been discussing with a couple of families in terms of starting a research center. And Angelo said, well, let's make it happen. And that kind of changed the dynamics. I mean, we have been talking with the leadership at UC Davis, et cetera, and they were very polite. But again, they said, why should we do it here? It's, there must be someplace else that it can be done. It just doesn't sound very practical. It sounds like it's going to be too expensive. The usual what ifs, whatever. Well, Angela changed that conversation. Angela totally changed that conversation. I can still remember that we had a meeting with the leadership at 7 o'clock in the morning, and they were pretty impressed when Angela was there. And I remember he said two things that changed that totally shifted the conversation. One was, we know more about the dark side of the moon than we know about people's brain and how brain functions. We need to understand how people think, how they process. This will help all people. Number two, right now, the idea is back in the 90s that so many individuals with autism were being institutionalized and warehoused. He said, this makes no sense. It's like if I own a building and the roof is leaking and I'm getting buckets, we need to fix the roof. Next slide, please. So again, after a fair amount of discussion and planning and strategizing, et cetera, and quite honestly, dealing with a lot of individuals, we finally were able to start the Mind Institute in 1999. I took a year sabbatical and had the privilege of being involved. And again, if you go to the website, it's pretty impressive what it's accomplished. They currently have over 56 senior faculty. They saw over 9,600 patients last year with a whole variety of developmental disorders across the lifespan. And it kind of reminds me of what Einstein said, is that the true test of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination. And again, when we first imagined this concept, people were very skeptical, and quite honestly, it took a fair amount of convincing. But again, I think the bottom quotation kind of summarizes the incredible accomplishments that the researchers and the university has done. And the other thing that I think is important, and I think also aligns with this project, is that back in the mid-90s, the Mind Institute was a new concept, a new model. The idea of multidisciplinary people where you have veterinarians working with physical therapists, working with biochemists, that was totally foreign. And that was the whole concept of the Mind Institute, that people would come together, they would collaborate, and there would be a new way of approaching things. Could I get some water? Sorry about that.
Not at all.
Next slide, please. So after that year sabbatical, the idea of going back and working as a full-time interventional cardiologist was just a non sequitur. So basically, I happened to run into a former patient of mine named John Burton. I'd taken care of him when he had a heart attack, and he asked if I wanted to come and work on health policy stuff. Did that for 15 years. And it was, again, it was a great experience. It was an interesting experience that I was able to use my medical background and weave it into a lot of public policy stuff. It was also really interesting because I was able to network and provide outreach to a whole array of organizations across a variety of healthcare fields, but obviously developmental disabilities was an important issue. And probably one of the neat things that we were able to accomplish was after 10 years, we were actually able to implement legislation that required health plans to pay for behavioral intervention therapy. One of the other gifts that I received is after 15 years, I was ready to retire from that job. And literally during the last week or so that I was working there, I got a call from a colleague who was in the Senate Office of Research. And she said, "Hey, Dr. Liu, I know you're not practicing medicine anymore, but can I tell you about my parents?" Sure. So again, over the next 45 minutes, she shared with me the challenges that she and a sibling were facing with aging parents. And this is something that I had never considered before. Knew nothing about geriatrics, et cetera. But again, as I listened to the fact that they were facing challenges in terms of caregiving, in terms of support, in terms of socialization. The light bulb basically went off that not only was there a certain symmetry and a certain complementary aspect between people with developmental disabilities and aging population, but that there could actually be interaction and both groups could benefit. So we started looking into that. I approached with Angelo about the idea because we had actually been talking about a community for autistic individuals for a number of years. We were looking at a multi-family units. We were looking at small congregate settings, intentional, and then the 2008 recession hit, so those projects. But the idea of a large, integrated, multi-generational community that provided services and supports for everyone, because we believe that everybody can benefit from this type of project. So that was basically the genesis of that. And it's been interesting that I've also been interested in the employment opportunities, and we did an interesting pilot project with Eschaton a couple of years ago, where we actually had 18 young adults, including our son, who's severely impaired, working at an assisted living facility in their nutritional department and in their culinary department, and the interaction between elderly adults and people with developmental disabilities was incredibly, incredibly heartwarming. Next slide, please. So again, what happens to kids with autism? They grow up. When we started the Mind Institute, Mark was 8 years old. He's now just turned 31. Those are pictures of Mark. He's really a neat looking guy.
He's a handsome man, just like his father.
Takes after his mom. But again, this is the vision that Angelo and I and some others kind of came up with back in 2016. And again, it's incredibly heartwarming and just an incredible attribute to the AKT team that this project, with your involvement, engagement, and support, will hopefully come to fruition. Next slide. The other standout moment I had in the legislature was one of the first hearings I had was as a staff for behavioral health. And Sally Zenman, who is an incredible advocate for behavioral health, came up to me at the end of the hearing, and she literally got within 2 inches of my face and said, Doctor, do you know what we all need in life? And I was new to the job and totally aghast. No, Sally, but please tell me. Doctor, we all need a job, a home, and a friend. And I think those are words that resonate with all of us, because I don't know, as I look back in putting together, I had an opportunity to reflect on my life. I've been incredibly blessed. I've been incredibly lucky. And there's been so much serendipity in my life that has just happened by chance, conscriptive. And I'd like to think that there's a purpose of why we're here today. I really believe that, I believe in God, but I believe that there is a higher power and that things happen for a purpose. And I also believe in what my mentor, friend, and brother, Angelo, that I've known for 45 years, says when he says, we must all try and leave this world a little bit better than we found it. I think this project could do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your heartfelt story and being willing to share your personal journey with us. And your story shows us that often our biggest challenges enable us to be the biggest blessing.
Well,
Thank you for sharing
It's
that.
a privilege. Thank you for your leadership, and hope we can work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Mr. Sokopoulos, welcome. Delighted to have you here today.
Madam Chairperson, members of the board, thank you for listening to us. We appreciate you very much. You are enlightened leaders. And we're here to present a dream, an idea. And we hope that you will understand what the University of California is attempting to do or wants to do. And Dr. Vismara and the rest of us want to help them do that for the benefit of our country, for the benefit of our seniors, for the benefit for the children who are autistic and they will grow older. How will they be taken care of? The parents, I've met some of them. Luis Mara is one of them, Dr. Mara. They think about that constantly. So it is a privilege and an honor for me, an immigrant that came 15 years old, to be associated with such a wonderful project with the University of California, Davis, one of the great universities in the world. I was lucky enough to be involved with the Mine Institute. What a privilege, and to watch and to hear and to read of their successes. Awesome, wonderful things. To understand how the brain works, to understand our friends and to understand our enemies, what makes them angry, what makes them happy. A wonderful project right down the road. Well, this is a sister project. And you heard the university, what they want to do, so I won't go into that. Believe me, I believe this will be an exceptional project for our county. No question about it. It'll be very helpful to many people, not just here, but all over the state of California, the United States, and the world. I don't know if Dr. Tom mentioned that other countries are talking to the university about sending scholars to learn how we do things, how the university will solve the problems. So we ask you to consider this project, to be advocates of the project, all of you. It is an awesome project to help our seniors and our disabled or people with disabilities, developmental disabilities, and to get all our people to work together for a stronger community, a stronger state, and a very strong country. We are so fortunate to live in this country. This country is paradise on earth. You only need to live in a different country to appreciate America. Nothing like it. We're truly blessed. And however, we need to keep on working, solving as many problems as we can to keep America strong and our citizens happy. Any questions you may have of us, I'd be very happy to answer them for you. Our dedication to this project is unconditional. We will do whatever it takes. We'll supply whatever ideas or funds or whatever land it takes to make sure that the University of California, Davis is successful. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr.
I
Skopoulos.
thank you very much for the opportunity
Thank
to
you.
appear before you.
I'm sure we will have questions, but I think Mr. Roberts is standing to wrap up the presentation. Thank you so much for sharing your grand vision with us. Yes.
Chair Thomas, members of the board, thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you. I know we're running a little bit long, so I will sit down, but I just want to let you know that our whole team is here and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you
again.
so much. All right. Well, like you said, there is a lot here, and I love the term grand vision, and that's exactly what is before us today. And so once again, I do want to reiterate, fortunately, there are no decision points today, and that's really nice because this board and our community is able to get a first look at a revolutionary project. It's a big project, no doubt, but it's revolutionary. And so we're all, getting a first look at this together. So I think that, the most helpful thing we can do is to provide any feedback that we have at this point, recognizing there's a long road ahead of us. But at this point, do my colleagues have any introductory comments or questions at this point?
Well, it's in my district, so.
Then go right ahead, Supervisor
Well, I
Turnbull.
think that the biggest issue is the school district. Latrobe School District is a small district is what it is. Made up just a few hundred kids. And the biggest part of the problem is it's going to impact that school district. Because it's going to take a new school. It's going to take a new high school. And with the cost of the schools today, I mean, a high school, a Union Mine, I think it was $86 million. Today, it'd be 3 to 4 times the amount. Especially when you're putting kind of mixed use houses with families and stuff. So it's going to really impact it. And I encourage you to reach out to that school district and listen to their concerns and what they can do and help them, you know, and they can help you. I think that's one of the biggest things that I have, and the infrastructure, the roads. We have a problem with all the developments that are going in my district, seems like lately. It's going to impact a lot of Latrobe Road and a lot of the roads and the housing developments around there. So I think we need to work with DOT. I ask questions, try to solve that problem, because we need to solve it, especially when it comes to traffic impacts and especially our roads. The biggest things is if we don't have any schools, a lot of the people that live down in that area, a lot of them are from Blackstone and whatever, Union Mine or Ponderosa High School. So we need something there if we're gonna grow down in that area. So we need to work on that, because I don't want to see that school district broke up into little chunks. You know, I mean, because Buckeye School District is one side up more north, and then Latrobe is more south. And this biggest thing with the water and stuff in Latrobe School District, and they're working on 3 wells. They have 3 wells, and they have to monitor those wells all the time to see if they have adequate drinking water. That's pretty bad, isn't it? And it's going to take anywhere from 20, 25 years to even get EID down in that particular area. So I encourage you to work with the school districts and the residents from Blackstone, Heritage, and Four Seasons, because that's going to impact the traffic in that area. So I encourage that. And talking about special needs kids, my sister-in-law, she works for Rescue School District. And that's what she does. She just got hired back on. She retired. She went back to work at the school district and got retired again. Now she's back again. So because Cheryl is really good at her job. And especially when it comes to childs with, autism and Asperger's. Asperger's is a new thing now. And I know a lot of people don't really know too much about it, but it's a form of that is what it is. So anyway, I think it's going to be good, because we have seniors. I mean, the baby boomers like myself, we're getting up in the age and there's going to have to be something. It's 60% of the population in El Dorado County is seniors. What's going to happen in another few years? It'll probably be up to 70, 75%. And we've got to have some adequate place for these seniors to be housed and be able to give the things that they need. John and I in the business park down there, there's a medical facility that's developing a lot of new ideas and new technologies they're bringing with virtual body scans. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Amazing that we have it, the technology that we have right in our own county. And it's shipped all over the world to help. And then they were talking about some of the visions that Angela was talking about, where they can have these full body scans when people are, especially when the doctors can, all they do is they step into this thing, they can diagnose them and that body scan goes out and they know what's going on at all times. So the new technology and stuff is moving forward, it really is. And we need to support that, especially when it comes to our seniors. But like I say, there's some issues and concerns that I have, and I would really love you to seek that out and address those problems. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions at this point?
I'm going to make one, and that is we're going to talk a little bit here when we get into the staff's presentation about Road to the West. And I just wanted to frame that with the idea that this project we had no insight of this project when the Road to the West discussion started several years ago. And I think our Director of Transportation can talk to that. We started talking, my planning commissioner and I started talking with him 3-4 years ago about the need to provide an alternate routing to get south of the business park to alleviate the traffic demands on Latrobe Road, separate from this project totally. It was a vision of what we needed to do from a circulation perspective. So I just want to make sure that it's understood that this project is not driving the Road to the West discussion. It's an adjunct to it. It adds potential traffic capacity needs, et cetera, but it wasn't the driver for Road to the West. It was just an observation that we had a demand to do something different, particularly for emergency system evacuations, fire, et cetera. You need multiple ways out of an area. And we were looking at, with growing the expansion of the business park in other areas, that there was an entrapment type of thing relative to Latrobe Road. If that's the only roadway you can get out on, short of Carson Crossing, and that isn't a high capacity roadway, you had a real issue with anything happening down there. So that Road to the West was started way in advance of this project. So I don't want people to try to tie these together, that we've been scheming on this for 4 or 5 years, because that is not accurate. It was started independently from the standpoint of the needs of the community and the needs to provide adequate circulation. So that's the caveat I want to put on
Perfect.
this.
Actually, that's a great tie-in to the staff report. If the staff want to walk us through then?
Yep.
What this J6 initiation hearing and this conceptual review is really all about. That's a perfect tie-in, Supervisor Heidel. Good afternoon, Andy.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Thomas, honorable members of the board. I'm Andy Flower, Planning Manager, and we have this J6 review before you today because this conceptual plan proposes an amendment to the general plan and adoption of a new specific plan that increases housing by more than 50 dwelling units. Next slide. This pre-application process provides valuable opportunities to identify issues early in the design process to best prepare applicants to provide the initial full project application materials. Next slide. Staff has outlined a few issues we propose for discussion points, and we'll be talking about those in just a little bit. The earlier feedback is received, the more integrated solutions may be for a project. So we look forward to all that you share with us today and that the public shares with us. We did send out 415 notices. We mailed them out to all properties within a half mile, and we also noticed this in the Mountain Democrat. So these are the suggested 6 topics for discussion, and we have it outlined a little bit in the staff report. I won't go over the full body that is within the staff report for time's sake, but for agriculture, there are opportunities to establish conservation easements for nearby land that may be owned by this same applicant. And of course, the Agricultural Commission would be involved with those steps as well as working together with us in a development agreement. And for housing, this application includes a focus on housing for special needs and a commitment to offering affordable housing, which of course is especially difficult to meet for HCD's RENA standards. And then for jobs and education, this UC Davis Partnership for Research and Development could become an incubator for young professionals to locate in the region, for existing population to grow their careers locally, and to demonstrate to the next generation that education can lead to professional success without having to leave the county. And for school expansion, the county, of course, would expect the project team to work with the school district to address the needs of the increased student population. And we've heard from this applicant team that that is their commitment. Next slide, please. The proposed change to the general plan is twofold: for the rural region designation for this project area to instead be designated community region. And second, to adopt a specific plan with a diversity of land uses. And you can see within the staff report a sample of the general plan policies that specific plan would be expected to be consistent with. Next slide, please. On the right, you'll see project vicinity, and this is a focus on transportation connections. It shows general connection points as well as that, oh, excuse me, on the left, thank you. As well as potential east-west connection. On the right, you see the project context that shows the surrounding land uses, and the project area is surrounded by other specific plans, including Valley View to the east, Valley View specific plan to the northeast, which includes West Valley Village, also known as Blackstone, which has been built out, and East Ridge, which is approved and soon to be under construction. To the northwest is Carson Creek specific plan, which includes age-restricted dwelling units. Next slide, please. This image shows the proximity of the project, of the conceptual project to the El Dorado Hills Community Region boundary and the Carson Creek specific plan. The colors on this map only differentiate the APNs. Next slide, please. There are only 2 general plan designations for this project area. A future slide will detail this further, but the 2 western parcels are the only 2 proposed to have commercial, research, medical, medium and high density residential. So all of the other parcels, other than those 2 western parcels, only include low density single family homes, open space, and parks. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning change would designate all parcels within the project AP or approved plan for the specific plan. Only the northwest parcel is zoned agricultural grazing. All other project parcels are zoned rural residential currently. Next slide, please. This shows an overview of the land uses per acreage. And you can see that this project proposes up to 57% of land dedicated to housing. We've heard from El Dorado Hills CSD that the ratio of parks land needs to be bumped up to 30%. And as we heard with the presentation, the applicant is ready to do so. Next slide, please. The proposed conceptual site plan. This is where you can see how the land uses are divided up. And all land other than single-family parks and open space are located within the 2 westernmost parcels. And the open spaces and landscape corridors are the uses proposed closest to the Latrobe Road. Next slide, please. This proposal may act as a catalyst for the Latrobe connection. And the image also highlights proposed amenities for active transportation with dedicated shade canopies and a walkable village center. Next slide, please. Comments received from the Technical Advisory Committee can be found with attachment D. We received a comment late from the Agricultural Commission after writing the staff report, and Ms. Leanne Miller's email outlined General Policy 8.1.2.2, which requires consideration of the Agriculture Commission report prior to taking action like what is requested with this application. Next slide, please. So with next steps, a formal application would include the following permit requests: a general plan amendment, a specific plan adoption, and a rezone. Together with all of this, an environmental impact report would be required. Rob will review some of the next steps, including the technical studies required. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Rob Peters, Deputy Director. So I just wanted to, and it's kind of been articulated already, but I wanted to make sure that everyone understood that when we're talking about the next steps and the types of studies and materials that would be presented to this, to the Planning Commission and ultimately this board would include things like the water supply assessment, fiscal impact analysis, and public facilities financing plan, which would address that the fiscal impacts and the fiscal health of the project against the county and special districts. Things like traffic analysis, archaeological studies, biological studies, oak woodlands, preliminary grading, drainage, and geotechnical, acoustical analysis for transportation related study, passive solar for proposed residences, fire safe plan evacuation, because a large part of the project is within the high severity zone, but and some is within the moderate severity zone, and they've tried to push sort of the more denser land uses within those moderate areas as opposed to the high severity. But those general plan policies related to getting fire safe plans, the fire safe regulations, and the CEQA requirements for evacuation planning. Also, a public engagement plan. Because of the nature and the size of this project, there will be a required public engagement plan. So I just wanted to add sort of, along with the entitlements that we're talking about here, all of those studies and things like that would be in support of those potential applications. And then further, a development agreement is likely. And so, there'll be opportunities to discuss, things that are sort of outside of the normal realm of conditioning and that sort of thing. And then we do anticipate a tentative map, but it's not a requirement of the specific plan. But that would be the mechanism that, would actually create the lots and along with the zoning and the specific plan. That can come after the fact, but I think, you're likely to see large lot and small lot tentative mapped types of applications as well. And, we kind of breezed over quite a bit of this. We hope that the staff report included all the information, that kind of rounds out, and we're happy to answer any questions, but certainly we wanted to, because of the length of the presentations, kind of come through that. So thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
The staff report was very thorough, very helpful to provide background context, as there are a lot of moving parts here. Yes. So Supervisor Heidel.
This is a huge project. And I think it needs to be understood that a specific plan is not as specific as what a lot of the public would like, right? So if we do get tentative maps submitted, I think that's a big help and a big step forward in terms of better understanding what the ultimate use of those particular parcels will be, the designated usage, the street circulation, all those kinds. It's a detail type of thing. But the thing I hear the most is, well, if a specific plan is what's being proposed, well, I don't know exactly what's going to happen. And that's not the format a specific plan is put into from the standpoint of the definition within the county. It allows a lot of latitude of decisions. So I'm very pleased to see that the tentative map application is something that would hopefully be a part of this. Because again, it provides more transparency. It provides information to the local residents to understand what's happening with this project. It is a planned community, and we have very few planned communities in El Dorado County. So again, this is kind of a heavy lift for us to take on this type of a project and really understand all the dimensions, all the nuances, all of the impacts, which is why CEQA is required. A complete CEQA analysis to understand what those impacts are, and then to be able to appreciate and basically fund the mitigations that are necessary to make this as good a project as it can be and compatible with the existing business park uses, residential communities in that area, because that's the biggest concern I've heard is that, this is going to substantially change the quality of life. I'll just use that as a general term of people who live in Blackstone, people who live in Heritage, people who live in Four Seasons. And I think that is a realization that it will change things, but there are ways to mitigate the biggest impacts of those new developments and to make it a more suitable condition from the standpoint of maintaining quality of life. I've already seen some emails about property values diminishing. I don't necessarily associate that with this project, so I would need to try to understand whose interpretation that is and where that's coming from. I think there's a general sense that when more construction happens, your property values devalue. And I think from an integrated community perspective, that's not necessarily true. But so there's a lot of things like that that are out there that are concerns that have to be addressed through the CEQA process and beyond. But I think this is a great start. It provides much more information typically than we have at a J6 review, in my opinion. When you get into talking about specific acreages and housing, I mean, it's conceptual, right? We recognize it's conceptual. But to get to that level of detail and define specific areas within the planned community that certain activities will happen, including mixed-use housing, which is where I think we get the affordability, and there's an area already defined for that, goes with commercial. There's lots of things that are in this conceptual review that people just need to ponder and try to understand better as they develop and get more mature and they're defined. But I think conceptually, this is far more than what you typically have at this stage, and I appreciate all the efforts that's gone into it, and particularly the public perception of this, the public participation. One of the things that we've tried to do on the board is more and more public transparency. But that comes at some risk of when you provide too much information early, then everybody aligns with something that can not necessarily be a factual pursuit. All right. So that's why I think when we start seeing these things, we really have a formal application. Again, a fact sheet is probably something we're going to need to put together when we get a formal application that would contain references to all of this information, because there's always the need to inform and educate somewhat the public in terms of what the project really is, and provide that avenue and make it as easy for people to understand it as possible. Because any project is going to have its resistance, and that's to be expected. But our role as county supervisors is to look at what are the property rights of the individuals, and how do we make sure the CEQA document is absolutely as good as it can be in terms of identifying impacts, complete set of impacts, and then appropriate mitigations. And that's where you get into some discussions that can lead into development agreements as well. So I think we're off to a good start. I think I'm going to stop my comments at that point, because I really want to hear from the public ultimately and get a perspective, on the pluses and minuses. We've received several emails already. My office has, and I know planning has. I think even the planning commission has received some. So again, this is going to be a very formal process with all the steps being taken to get public input, to get public review. And it's going to take some significant period of time. This is not going to happen in a 6-month blink of your eyes or a year even. It's going to take a long time to develop all these plans, and particularly getting through CEQA, public reviews, et cetera, et cetera. So this is not something that we're forcing to happen within a given period of time. It will take as long as it takes to get through the process if it's submitted. But it is a process, and the process is pretty well defined. You just need to try to understand it. And it is complex. It's not easy.
Well, and Supervisor Heidel, with our haste to get through the presentation, we should have added that there were public comments that were added to the Legistar. And in fact, you received an email because one was forgotten. And thank you to Superintendent Scroggins for making me aware of it. But from the 5th and 6th grade class from the Latrobe School District, that has been sent to you as well.
Yep.
And you talk about, there'll be a lot of public interest as this moves forward, and talking about a fact sheet. Want to remind everyone of a fabulous new tool the county has called Projects in My Area. And it's on our website under Building and Planning. And it's an opportunity for you to go to our website, see all of the projects that have any kind of entitlement to them. And this will, as this moves forward, will no doubt be on there. You can click on it. You can see the progress. All the pertinent information will be on there. So it will allow you to track it in real time, how this is moving forward. And so once again, building transparency and information into this process. It's really an exciting tool that was just announced in couple weeks ago. So if you have anything else to add, Rob.
Just if I may, Madam Chair, that it is already up there from the pre-application lens.
Oh, perfect.
And we'll certainly, if we get a formal application, we would update that to include those informations, but it actually is on that tool.
It's on there now. Perfect. Thank you so
That
much.
should be the one-stop shop to get to the fact sheet and all the other relevant information.
It's a great tool.
Right? Yep,
It's a great tool.
It's very visual too, which I like. Yeah.
Any other questions
Well,
from
I
the
just
board?
say one more thing. It's just transparency and communication. Communication with the residents, especially if they live down in that area.
Okay. I do have 2 quick questions before we turn this over to public comment. And I don't know who's going to want to answer this. It's one of the questions is on housing. I love the diverse housing mix in this project. It is something that is severely lacking on the West Slope, and I really applaud this project. And I see that we have age-restricted housing on this project, and I hear the desire to have housing for those living with disabilities. What's the mechanism for that? Will there be, I don't know if the term is disability restricted housing, or or is it just simply a matter of the affordability of those units that will be accessible to those living with disabilities? So how will you accomplish that within this project? Just for my own edification. Because I love that concept. I have a sister I actually have 2 family members living with different levels of disabilities, and I see the huge need. And so I really applaud that this is a community that focuses and embraces that. So
Sure, appreciate that comment. And this is going to be an unsatisfactory answer, but we are still very much in the planning stages and figuring out what that might look like. But it is a really important part of what this project is going to be, not only to the AKT and UC Davis health teams, but also I know to members of the board and the community. So, we are going to work on that internally, but also we would expect that as part of the project entitlements, we're going to help define that with the county as well.
Well, it's an integral part of this community with UC Davis. I mean, so yeah,
Absolutely.
and that's a perfectly satisfactory answer, knowing this is just the initial concept. So thank you, Mr. Roberts. Appreciate it. And my second question is, this project, will convert ag land, and recognizing that, agriculture is our culture in El Dorado County, but also recognizing that this is not prime ag land. And maybe this is not a question. I think this is just maybe a topic for discussion that I will be, looking forward to seeing what your options may be to how we mitigate that ag land, recognizing what a critical issue it is to El Dorado County, but recognizing that there's perhaps some other opportunities for how we preserve and convert ag land, what those mechanisms might be. That's something that I know will be important to El Dorado County. So just food for thought. And I know you're already thinking in those terms, but that is important. All right, at this point, we'd love to hear what you have to say. You've all been patient with us enough. And so, Kim, let's open up public comment. And before we do that, just recognize that there will be a lot of people commenting. Some of you are brand new to this process. And so everyone gets 3 minutes just so we can make time available for everyone. And there will be a timer to help you mitigate that or manage your time. So with that, Kim, open public comment, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Love that you're lining up. That's perfect. Come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chair and Supervisors, thank you for the work you do and thank you for your attention to this exciting project. My name is Mark Wheeler. I'm a professor at Sacramento State and I'm President Wood's Chief Strategist and Senior Advisor. I'm here with a team from Sacramento State to speak on behalf of this wonderful project, this wonderful collaboration between AKT and UC Davis. And Sac State is also helping to partner with them on this very innovative and possibly game-changing project. I'm going to read some words from President Wood. He would like to be here, but sends this instead. At Sac State, we champion inclusivity and support for every member of our community, particularly our older adults and the disabled. We understand the importance of accessible and supportive environments that cater to the needs of all age groups, ensuring that everyone can lead fulfilling and independent lives. Sac State is recognized throughout the region for our dedication to fostering environments where all individuals can thrive. It is from this foundation of community engagement and support that we wish to extend our urgent support for and urge you to pursue further study of the Community for Health and Independence Initiative envisioned by AKT and UC Davis Health. The proposal aligns with our values and our understanding of the critical needs that seniors and the disabled face as they navigate the later stages of life. Seniors and older individuals often encounter a range of challenges. It's essential that our community evolve to provide accommodations that meet these diverse needs comprehensively. The Community for Health and Independence represents a forward-thinking solution that promises to significantly improve the quality of life for our senior residents, the disabled, and all of the community members who live with them and grow with them. We respectfully urge you to proceed with the studies to evaluate this innovative concept, and we thank you for considering this vital initiative that promises to not only enhance the lives of our senior and disabled community members, but to serve as a beacon of inclusive community and development throughout the world. I'd like now to concede the floor to Robert Peretti, Associate Dean of Health and Human Services at Sac State, an expert in speech and language pathology, and we are grateful for your time.
Thank you, Professor Wheeler. Appreciate it.
Madam Chair, may I just ask a quick question?
Yes.
I do notice that there's a woman in the back that's on crutches, and I was thinking maybe we could ask her to come down and we could just get her in?
If you'd like to come on down, I don't expect you to stand in line.
Actually, if she's more comfortable, she can sit down and I can provide her with the cordless mic.
We can do that too, yeah, but I know you're finishing this presentation, so please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me today. I was joined today by Dr. Tanya Altman, Chair of the School of Nursing, and Dr. Andrea Becker, who is the Director of our Health Science Program. I'm going to read my remarks so that I capture all of our comments. They had to get back to the university. But again, thank you for having me today. At Sacramento State, we're committed to inclusivity and support for all members of our community, particularly older adults and individuals with disabilities. The College of Health and Human Services provides quality academic and clinical programs that empower students, serve and enrich diverse communities, and promote well-being and best practices. In this work, we recognize the importance of accessible and supportive environments that enable everyone to live fulfilling lives and thrive regardless of age. We also recognize the specific challenges faced by aging individuals and individuals with disabilities, which include physical challenges, mobility challenges, hearing and communication challenges, healthcare needs, and fixed incomes. The CHI initiative aligns well with our university's values in the areas of community engagement and student success. The College of Health and Human Services operates 6 pro bono physical therapy clinics and is the home to the Mary Jane Reese Language, Speech, and Hearing Center, which assesses and treats more than 950 clients each year in its speech and language clinics and audiology clinics. The college is also home to the Center for Health Practice, Policy, and Research and its mobile healthcare initiative, Health Hive, which are dedicated to impacting community health by promoting collaboration, transdisciplinary practice, and innovation to reduce health inequities in our region. The Community for Health and Independence represents a forward-thinking solution focused on improving the quality of life for a diverse population. The plan has the potential to serve as a model for inclusive community development. As we work to provide innovative, progressive, and inclusive educational opportunities at Sacramento State focused on the whole student, we continue to embrace additional and new opportunities to partner with UC Davis Health Services in the development of service learning, internship, research, and job creation for our students in the areas of nursing, physical therapy, speech language pathology, audiology, recreation therapy, and social work. These opportunities would be mutually beneficial to the residents of such a community and to our students as we work to support innovative academic and clinical programs designed to meet the changing needs of allied healthcare fields and the contemporary needs of our region. That said, thank you to you and to UC Davis for their work on this plan and for considering this initiative, which is poised to enhance the lives of community members and set a precedent for future community planning and development projects that prioritize inclusivity and support across all age groups. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us and for your collaboration. Yes, thank you. Madam, if you would like to provide your comments.
You want the portable mic? Maybe that's easier.
Right now.
Stand up? Yeah, she's going to stand up.
Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon.
And lower it down a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Make it easier.
Technology. Thank you, Kim. Good afternoon.
Hi there, and thank you for having me. My name is Rava Johnson, and I'm a client advocate with the Alta Regional California Center. I'm here to speak in support of a further study of the land for developing housing for people with developmental disabilities and senior citizens. Now, this is important to me because this is an opportunity that is available today that wasn't available when I was a young adult coming up in the world. But today I have a 17-year-old daughter who has developmental disability and she has autism. And I am excited that there's an opportunity like this for her. It gives her a chance to have a fighting chance at a good life. And when I think about how she's going to graduate school this year, high school, this will be here for her. So I urge you to continue to study this land, to take into your mind that this is something that's going to be beneficial not only for her, but for people like me. And I just thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you for your comments and happy graduation to your daughter. That's an
Yes.
exciting time.
Celebrate. Yep.
That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. We really appreciate it. Good afternoon. Welcome back.
Thank you again. I just had a couple of comments. I know you can't really answer any questions, but what I wanted to say first of all was that it sounds like a really neat project, a great project with good intentions. But of course, anything of this scale or any scale really that affects the people, you want to, be responsible with all the research that you need to undertake to make sure that the people that are already here are heard and not inconvenienced, and that it's a positive addition to the community for everyone, not just the newcomers. I do want to say thank you to District 2 and District 1 comments that I heard. They were very responsible and they were very pro-people, the people of the community, keeping in mind, the types of problems that might occur with this kind of a scale of development. So I appreciate those comments and the encouragement that you give the developers to go back into the community and try and work to not just mitigate, but actually to improve life for everyone. It's not just about mitigating. Mitigating sounds like we're going to try and reduce the problem. Well, no, I mean, this is going to uplift everybody and everything. So I wanted to comment on that. And then I also wanted to, I get concerned with the technology. I'm not sure that we have enough studies that show if there's any ill effects on individuals at different age levels of being exposed to excessive energy sources. If you're going to have all these like robots and computers and machines that people are living in, that's definitely different than what we are exposed to now with just microwaves and television. So I'm just wondering if there's any research that's being done on that kind of exposure, because we may be trying to treat one problem and then generate another one. So we need to be responsible with that as well. What else? How can I bear excessive? Yep, I think that's it. So thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments. And I'm encouraged that we have one of the best research facilities engaged with this. So thank you for your feedback.
I didn't know this was here, Kim.
Yeah, Maya.
Secret's out. Oh, well.
Good
This
afternoon.
is so
Maya.
exciting. Madam Chair, supervisors, thank you so much for the time this afternoon. My name is Maya Schneider. I'm the Executive Director of Business and Strategy for Marshall. And I just wanted to add some color to the slides that were presented early on here, and share with you a few comments about our collaborative work that we're doing with UC Davis and AKT. But I wanted to start with Marshall's vision. We are committed to creating a community where everyone can achieve their highest desired state of health and well-being. And that's our commitment from the ECHO Summit to the Sacramento border and beyond. And so seeing our decision makers and local governments take on the issue of creating communities of health, that the built environment as well as the structures themselves have a focus on health, is very encouraging. I think it would be encouraging to all health providers. I wanted to thank UC Davis for bringing us on to this early. They reached out to Marshall right away when they knew that they would be doing some work in El Dorado County. And I think that that's just a really positive reflection on the healthy relationship that we have with UC Davis and the collaborative work we do with them. I also want to thank Mr. Sakopoulos and AKT for the very generous grant that they were able to underwrite our pilot demonstration project out in Georgetown. And my colleague, Dr. Entwistle, coworker, friend, is going to be giving you more detail on that project and how it's going. But I just wanted to say that we're very excited about that project, excited about the work that we're doing with UC Davis. What we're learning about health-enabled communities is really going to be leveraged for future healthcare purposes. And so that makes it a win for us right now, regardless of what happens in the future. So my thanks to them, my thanks to you for hearing all of this afternoon, and I will hand it off to Dr. Entwistle.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being with us. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Dr. Entwistle.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. Thanks very much for the opportunity to talk. So you heard a little snippet of the pilot project that we have in place up in Georgetown. So I'd really like to call out that we're already getting benefits across the county from the partnership with AKT and UC Davis. Now, as you're all aware, and you've pointed out, we have an aging population, we're skewed elderly. We aren't just focused on El Dorado Hills, we have to focus across the county. Some of our challenges, how are we going to support our community in place and not have everyone have to come to the hospital or go to the clinic? How do we connect them to the health services that they have in their community? And so our pilot project was to take maybe one of our more challenging areas, Georgetown, rurally isolated, people who may be somewhat averse to having technology, and demonstrate how we could implement it, because that's extremely useful as a learning point in the project you've heard about for down in El Dorado Hills. So our project in Georgetown is to place technology in people's homes so that we can be preemptive. We can understand if there are issues, inability to get to their appointment, running out of medications, so that we don't just have the ambulance at the bottom of the hill, so to speak, sorry, the pun, when people are coming to the emergency department. We know something may be happening and we can intervene to keep people safe, well, healthy in their homes. That project is very small. It's a small number of people targeting the technology, and I have to say it's going pretty well. No surprise, not everyone is willing to get on board, but some already are, and it's proving very helpful. We're having people interact with us, say, I do need help getting to my appointment. I am about to run out of medications. We're helping connect people to the Georgetown Clinic so they can get the care in the community that's already there. We're at a point that we hope to then scale that project out and spread to Garden Valley and to the other local areas, so that we can really begin to scale up. So I'm really calling out that the partnership that you've heard about actually has got an impact for everyone in the community, and we're taking those learnings and spreading them out. So we're excited about what this can do in the broader sense for our community, our population, et cetera. And I think it's an exciting demonstration of partnership between ourselves in this county, UC Davis, and AKT supporting us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the update. That's exciting to hear that's going well. Look forward to future updates. Thank you, Dr. Entwistle. Good afternoon.
Hello. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mark Jenkins, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Eschaton. Eschaton's a senior living company, the largest nonprofit aging services company in the greater Sacramento area, and we also operate here in El Dorado County.
Sure do.
So, this is something that's really important to us because in our industry, every graph, I'm going to be going to a conference later today, and I will see a graph inevitably that shows the need for services like ours going up like this, and the ability of care and facilities like ours flat going down like this. We actually sold 3 communities in Sacramento County due to pressures in staffing and cost increases. And, so it's really important to come up with new innovative ways to care for this group of folks that are coming. And so projects like this could stem the very things that are going to help take care of all of us as we get older. So, like Dr. Young said earlier, as a nonprofit, we can't promote this project as a for-profit private entity that's presenting it, but we can support the idea. And the idea is something that we're very much behind and passionate about. And so we encourage you guys to take a real look at this and see if it's something that you guys can make work.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Jenkins. And we love our Eschaton community in Placerville. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Lori Benalis, and I'm the Executive Director at Alta California Regional Center. We serve over 30,000 individuals across 10 counties, El Dorado being one, Sacramento being our largest. Since 1970, we've been aiding El Dorado County residents with developmental disabilities to live and work in their home communities. That is our cornerstone. That's our hallmark, integrated, inclusive communities. Regional centers are private, nonprofit organizations which are contracted by the state of California to coordinate lifelong services and supports to individuals with developmental disabilities and to their families. We've noted a growing call from our clients and their families for more affordable housing locally. Notably, 80% of those with developmental disabilities live with families throughout their lifespan, leaving many with aged caregivers and very few viable options. The importance of accessible, and supportive housing cannot be overstated. Those with developmental disabilities, regional center clients often struggle to find safe, appropriate housing that impacts and helps to lift their independence and community involvement. We're excited about AKT's work with UC Davis to explore a supportive community for individuals with developmental disabilities and the elderly. Creating housing designed for individuals with developmental disabilities will foster a more inclusive and compassionate community where diversity is celebrated and every individual is valued for their unique abilities and contributions. We urge the Board of Supervisors to back further study on utilizing this land for housing that supports the very people we serve. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being with us and for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, El Dorado County Board of Supervisors and Madam Chair. My name is Kimberly Buss. I am a family physician and I have worked for Sutter Health for 25 years. My family and I are longstanding members of this greater community and we plan on staying here permanently. I belong to the Future of Our Kids in the Disability Housing Alliance. I attended the University of California, Davis Medical School and Family Medicine in residency. My son Eli was born right at the end of my medical training at UC Davis. Eli is beautiful. He has deep dimples, a heartbreaking smile, wavy brown hair, and searing eyes that bore straight to my heart. He is sweet, loving, and funny. He is a huge fan of the Sacramento Kings and the San Francisco Giants and will probably even learn to like the A's. But Eli is also different. His speech is slurred, he has problems with his balance, and his handwriting is childlike. He has an intellectual disability. An MRI discovered the source of his trouble. His cerebellum, the back part of the brain, is too small and surrounded by extra fluid. That said, his passion for life is extraordinary. He's always busy creating beautiful candles in all colors and scents, carving wood with a laser printer, and growing seedlings all over our house, which he then transplants to our garden. Eli attends an amazing school near here called Mary STEM, where he was studying arts and pottery and gardening, cooking, archery, movement, living skills, and independence. And someday soon, he will be ready to move out on his own. But to do so, he will need to find a community to live with that is built with his needs in mind and designed to support his independence and well-being. It is hard to find this type of housing, but if he is able to find such a place, he will thrive and he will continue to be a blessing to us all. The Community for Health and Independence is a fabulous potential opportunity for our region. All of us, people who are neurodiverse, and us parents, family, friends, and our entire wider community urge you to go forward with a study of this proposal. I ask you to do this on behalf of people like my son Eli. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Buss. And I hope Eli has a bountiful garden this year.
He already does.
Well, it's better than mine. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Zaring, and I'm here. I'm also adding a little more color to our presentation here with all these pictures. Here on behalf of Disability Housing Alliance, a regional group of volunteer families with adult loved ones with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or IDD. Disability Housing Alliance works with Alta California Regional Center, the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, and other disability advocacy agencies to support a range of housing options and necessary supports to enable adults with IDD to live in the community of their choice. We represent a number of families, some of whom cannot be here because they are needed at home to provide care for their loved one with IDD. Opportunities for young adults exiting the public school system to move into homes of their own are very limited. The lack of available housing continues through the lifespan, and as you heard, 80% at least of adults with IDD continue to live in the family home with aging parents and out of financial necessity. There's an urgent need to accelerate the efforts to develop a range of housing options for transition age young adults as well as older adults. And these are photos of just a few of our members from the Disability Housing Alliance. And here's my daughter. She's 24. This is Shay, showing off her pink nails.
She's beautiful.
Thank you. They range in age on here from late teens to mid 40s. We have several parents in our group who are in their 70s. We've been brought together over the common worry about where our children will safely live as we age and can no longer care for them, and especially once we're gone. It's what keeps us up at night. It's what drives us to come and advocate with elected officials and the greater public about the urgent need for IDD-specific housing. We are their voices, and we ask that organizations like ours have a voice in this matter. And so we urge you to move forward with studies on the proposed Community for Health and Independence, which aims to include this important but often ignored population when it comes to housing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Aaron Sherm. I'm the executive director at a program called Meristem in Fair Oaks. We support adults on the autism spectrum, IDD, develop greater independence, and hopefully transition to the community in a way where they can have a more fulfilled life. One of their biggest challenges is they don't have a community to transition to often. It's either home or it's kind of living on your own and maybe having a job, but you go right back to that home. I want to share a little bit of my own personal biography because I was lucky. I grew up in a community that was an integrated community back in the 90s in New York. And there was babies, adults working, elders who could pass on in grace, adults with disabilities. And the longevity of the people living in that community was staggering to me. Most of the elderly lived over 100 years old regularly. It's my experience that this type of social model is essential to just healthy community long-term, particularly for integrating adults with disabilities. I still remember Mark and Michael, two adults with disabilities. Michael would travel to New York on Mondays to play in one of the orchestras there. He was an incredible cellist, but every time we'd see him, we'd talk about sports. And we were friends. We were not, I'm taking care of you. He was integrated. He did his job, and it took a community to support. I've talked to many parents who are exhausted, and basic conclusion that we have in Meristem is it takes a community. You can't do it alone. And it's going to take communities like are being outlined here. Where I grew up, when they started, they worked with New York State to pass certain laws in order for them to operate in ways that allowed visionary ideas like the one being proposed to come forward. And so I'd encourage you all to do what you can to make adjustments as needed to allow types of innovation like this plan to move forward. Obviously, there's things that got to be met. Challenges have to be acknowledged. But I would really encourage this council to work as much as possible to make adjustments because we found at Meristem, the most important thing is human beings working together to solve these problems. And that's essential. So I would just encourage you to continue with the research, follow up, and be flexible around, the shifts and changes that need to happen. So thank you for your time. Appreciate you. Have a good one.
Thank you for your comments and thank you for the work that you do. Good afternoon. Thanks for being with us.
Good afternoon, El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. My name is Deborah Beal. I'm a resident of El Dorado County. I speak for myself and my daughter, JC, who is 22.
Hey, JC.
Since the closing of the developmental centers in California, it has left communities, organizations, families, and individuals needing to find solutions to house our developmentally disabled adult family members. I'm excited to hear about these very smart people in the room, all of them, who are trying to find solutions to benefit this population. These individuals have the right to live in their communities, contributing to and getting supports from the community that they live in. While the regional center can provide services to help them live independently in the community, housing still remains a need. There needs to be access to safe, affordable housing options for this most vulnerable population. My daughter, age 22 with CP, is one of these individuals. I'm excited about the dream for an inclusive community that will incorporate technology and universal design. As you can imagine, those things are very important to JC. She uses a computer to speak, to operate her computer, to engage in all social activities. And universal design is quite important. I always have to try to figure out what chair I'm going to bring for wherever I'm going, because not all places are accessible. We oftentimes run into stairs and different things that we just can't get around. So the universal design is also very important. And because the Community for Health and Independence would like to accommodate opportunities for this population, I'm asking that you support this project and that you let the study phase go forward.
Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it a lot. Good afternoon.
Hi, excuse me, good afternoon. My name is Angela Rodriguez and I work for Social Vocational Services. I'm the Director of Quality Assurance Services and also New Program Development. Our agency has been here in California since 1977. I've had the pleasure of working for the agencies for 43 years. I started when I was 2.
Yeah, really.
Write that down. But our agency provides a wide range of services: adult day programs, career exploration, supported employment, supported independent living, residential services for more than 80 locations. And we're super excited that we're going to be opening soon a location here in Folsom. I can speak firsthand on the challenges statewide on housing, employment, and healthcare for the individuals that we serve. When I first heard of this project, I was super excited. And on a personal note, I have an older brother that has this diagnosis of autism. He's 64 years old. He lived with my parents up until 3 years ago when they both passed away. And they had chosen to move to Florida because they believed that the services there for seniors and for my brother would be better. It wasn't. It was okay for seniors, but not so much for him. And so for the past 4 years, while they were sick and needed care, dad with dementia, mom with cancer, I was flying back and forth constantly. I was able to bring him here to California, where he's now living his best life in a residential facility just a mile from my home. But when I heard of this project, the first thing I kept thinking is, where was this when my parents were making decisions about where they were going to be? You know, they had the resources, but they just didn't have a community that could support all three of them. And so I'm excited. I also am concerned that, in 2019, the regional centers have seen an increase of 30% of individuals needing support, and most of them are under the age of 22. We've got to start planning for the future. I'm hoping to retire the next few years, and I want to leave it to the next generation so that we can continue to grow, and that services for people like my brother can be amazing. They can live their best life. Individuals can live in a community on their own with support. So I'd really like for us to see this project at least, go through the process and do the due diligence to hopefully make it a project that can be the standard for the rest of the country. And like it was said earlier, maybe for the rest of the world. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you being here. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Karen Mulvaney. I'm a family member of a young woman with developmental disabilities living in El Dorado County and a member of the Disability Housing Alliance group that is here today. And as an advocate for individuals with developmental disabilities, I've had the pleasure of collaborating with El Dorado County planning staff during the 2021 housing element update process and presenting to the board on the housing needs of individuals with developmental disabilities for a number of years, going back to something like 2017. And I just have to echo all the comments from the other family members about the difficulty of finding housing for this population and how extraordinarily fortunate we are to be blessed with this project landing in our county. Just to show you a couple of numbers on the need, in El Dorado County, families have been shouldering an increasing proportion of the housing burden for their family members with developmental disabilities over the past 10 years. At year-end 2013, 61% of adults were living in the family home. At year-end 2023, 73% of adults were living in the family home in our county. Data I just got from DDS yesterday. And so you're seeing that also at the same time, as people mentioned, these family members are aging in place. So this project is sorely needed. We recognize it will take time, but it couldn't be happening at a better place and a better time. And the project is one of the most innovative and promising projects I have seen as a housing advocate for the past 10 years. And it promises to bring technology in to homes with the assistance of people who have actually studied what it can do. And technology, I know from having worked with technology company for the better part of 3 decades, is the one thing in our economy that always gets better and goes down in price. So it's just critical for us to have that expertise integrated with housing and supports to figure out how are we going to be able to manage these challenges as we move forward in the future. So I couldn't be more enthusiastic and thrilled that we have this opportunity in our county. Thank you very much for taking public comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Mulvaney. Appreciate you being with us. Good afternoon, Laurel.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Laurel Brempum, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce, speaking on behalf of our county chamber and the El Dorado Hills Chamber. We are very excited about the prospect of the vision of this project, the inclusiveness, the thoughtfulness, the variety of housing that's going to be available, the trickle-down effects of what's going to come from this amazing visionary project that will bring employment, that will bring opportunity to the community. And every project has challenges. And yes, this is a huge and a massive project. But I think that this is an organization that is willing to be flexible, is willing to come to the table and face those challenges and make sure those challenges are mitigated and helping to find a path to yes. So we really encourage moving forward with this study.
Thank you, Laurel. Appreciate your comments. And good afternoon, Mindy.
Good afternoon, Mindy Jackson, longtime citizens of El Dorado County. I'm in District 3. And I was so excited about this project that I sent my public comment before the agenda was even on the line. I understand from my past work experience that the planning process is difficult. The needs for the people affected in the area have to be addressed, but this is a regional project, and I really hope you hear from people in all districts, which it sounds like you are today. I had an aging mother-in-law, and we struggled with finding how to care for her here in El Dorado County. My brother-in-law was Down syndrome, and before he lived with us, he lived in Sacramento where he had a job for 20 years, and when we moved in with us, there were no jobs. So it definitely changed his. So I'm excited. I spend 1 day a week working with adults in our community with intellectual disabilities. And I can tell you they want to work. They want to live independently. And they would be very excited about these opportunities also. I'm not sure that anyone's talked to them individually about it. So as you can tell, I'm very excited about it, and I can help in any way if at all possible. So it's an amazing grand vision of a model community that I see could be successful for our region, for our community in many, many generations, and could be modeled for other areas too. I think we could show the world how to do it.
Thank you, Mindy, and thank you for your dedication to our community. All right. Hey, come on down, and then we'll go online and take public comments. Good afternoon.
Vanderkar, Placerville. I wasn't going to come a fourth time.
Always
but
nice to hear
I
you.
stayed to hear about this because it looked really interesting on the agenda. And now that I've heard the whole thing today, I'm totally excited. We have a niece who has Asperger's, autism, and she owns it. She's proud of it, but she needs a place she lives now in El Dorado County. There's no good place for her to be next to other than with us, and that's not a good long-term solution. She doesn't like it in Placerville because there's no sidewalks, there's not enough buses. And anyway, the transportation is not great and it's not flat. But this would be a wonderful place for her to be able to go. So I'm very much behind this and I would love to participate in some way if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments. All right. Well, and thank you all in the boardroom for your just inspiring and heartfelt comments. Really appreciate them. Kim, let's go ahead and take our online callers.
Now taking public comment from Lisa Coleman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Lisa Coleman, and I am the Legislative Director for the California Commission on Aging. The Commission on Aging is established in state statute as the independent advisory body and the principal advocate before the governor, legislature, state, and federal agencies on issues impacting California's older adults. The Commission has been and continues to be engaged in the Master Plan for Aging. And as it was referenced this morning by Dr. Young, the Master Plan for Aging is the state's 10-year blueprint for advancing a California for all ages and abilities. Now, I'm sure you can recognize, to ensure that this doesn't become a report that just sits on the shelf, we have to secure local leaders in both the public and private sector, combined with a commitment from local and state agencies. When the commission staff first learned about this proposal, an intentional living community, we got very excited. It grabbed our attention because it addresses the first goal of the master plan, housing for all ages and abilities. Last year, the commission convened a forum addressing housing issues impacting older adults, and the report will be released at the end of May. And while I encourage you to read it, I'm going to give away the punchline. For the state and specifically the Sacramento region, with this anticipated greater than 500% growth of those over the age of 65 over the next 40 years, we are going to have to be intentional as we develop communities. These communities should provide financially obtainable housing, foster intergenerational homes, which are catered to all ages and abilities. Now, I need to be very clear here that I am speaking and the commission is not endorsing this specific development or this specific developer, but I am urging the council to take a proactive role in incorporating housing designs that are better suited for intergenerational housing. We need to create and promote housing that addresses daily non-medical care, assisted living, and affordability that allows our older adults to remain in the neighborhoods with their families. Livable communities that prioritize accessibility for transportation is key to the success. The commission is looking forward to seeing how your project moves forward. Specifically, we are looking to see if this can be a best practice housing model that can be replicated across the state. So I'm encouraging you to be the first in our state so that other counties can follow your example. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. And Kim, we will go through Whitney W. because I know the AKT needs to get this the Folsom City Council this evening. So we want to be mindful of that.
Now taking public comment from Thomas.
Good afternoon.
Thomas, can you unmute yourself?
Thomas, can you unmute yourself? Let's go on and we can circle back if he's very good.
Now taking public comment from George Steed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Steed.
Good afternoon. My name's George Steed. I'm a resident of Heritage El Dorado Hills. I'd like to start reviewing the vision of El Dorado County. Exceptional quality of life with a strong sense of community, rural character, managed growth, and opportunity for all. I don't question the merits, goals, and benefits of this project as presented, but there is no question the scope and scale of this project will fundamentally change all of El Dorado County and not just the neighboring communities. The question is, who should approve that change? The fact that this requires a general plan amendment demonstrates it does not comply with the current plan's vision. The current general plan is due for a 20-year review to assess and update it to address issues and societal changes, including development into rural areas outside the current community regions. This massive project must be brought into that larger assessment for the future of El Dorado County and not viewed as an isolated individual project. I ask the supervisors to provide feedback to both staff and the applicant to proceed in a way that maximizes public review, incorporates that input, and ultimately affords the citizens of El Dorado final approval of those changes to that future vision expressed in the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. George, you just stole the words out of my mouth, so I won't be redundant. Yes, this does need to go to the voters. And that's just because that's the policy. Even when something sounds really great, we have to stick with the general plan. One question I would have as they venture forward, today we've covered making sure that we are working on our unhoused residents. We're now taking care of our seniors and our disabled people, and that's wonderful. But I will never stop backtracking to the fact that I wonder if this project incorporates the young families and the young graduates that will be the nurses and the doctors and the technicians for all of these communities, and the fact that they absolutely cannot afford to own property or a home currently in El Dorado County unless they are making well over $100,000+ a year. So I would really be curious to know, is the thought process that they're supposed to go to Folsom Ranch, which starts at $700,000 right now for a cracker box, or will we have incentive housing or some kind of benefit for the young people who are also trying to create a life and would like to have ownership? I think it's interesting that, you know, with Mr. Chikopoulos, that's how you made your millions, could be billions for all I know, was that starting of that one piece of real estate. Yet our young people don't have that opportunity right now. They too are living with their parents. They too are paying extraordinarily high amounts of rent, starting at $2,500 on up. Add a child to that, and it could be $3,000 if you need a 2 or 3 bedroom. And that's just rent, throwing away money. So I would really like to see incorporated into this project of how we are going to facilitate ownership value for our young people and have some kind of incentive that we maybe have a pool for below market rate or something to attract the people that are going to need to take care of these people. And lastly, I would just remind people that as philanthropic as this sounds, this is an extraordinarily profitable venture. Developers, as philanthropic as they want to be and as kind and good-willing, I would doubt that if we asked any of the developers to waive their profit margin back into the community, the answer would be a big fat hell no. So I am very cautious about this. I live in an area that would be impacted by this growth. It was certainly nothing that I expected coming to El Dorado County 20 plus years ago.
Thanks for your comments, Kelly.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. That was quite the sales pitch we listened to all afternoon. I do want to make a note before I make my comments on, I don't really think it's appropriate for Wendy to cut public comment short to accommodate AKT's team. The public comments are for the supervisors, not for them. Also, as someone who was a member of the sandwich generation, some of you know, took care of my mom for 3 years. She died at 67 of early onset dementia. I was homeschooling my girls, starting my business, and a homemaker as well. As difficult as those times would be, the last place I'd want to live at that time was in a medical industrial complex utopia. I would never have wanted to move into this kind of development. There are some benefits, and yes, it sounds altruistic, but there's great profit, like Kelly said, to be made. I think the disrespect for the general plan is getting to be a little much for a lot of us. Wanting to spend all your time revamping our general plan is not acceptable. We have a voter-approved general plan right now, and that needs to be adhered to. I think it's also, you know, to me, it's a 15-minute city medical industrial complex utopia. And there's so much more to this, but they did a great job of selling it to everyone, to making it sound like the need. It's kind of like the sales technique. We're going to sell you the saw, you know, we have the fix. So anyway, and like Kelly said, it doesn't seem to address the real need in this county, which is affordable housing for the people that are working. You know, maybe they're going to throw in some condos or something, but anyway, I think that this is a no for me, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Thank you for the time today. Definitely a lot of information that was provided. So I have a few things. One, in regards to the aging population, it's very true that people want to remain in their homes. They actually want to remain in their homes, not another home that's built for them someplace else. A great example was what was provided in regards to Georgetown and the telehealth and the technology we're trying to use for them, because they want to stay in their own homes. So a lot of the comments I heard, I know sometimes they can be challenging, dealing with health issues, whether it be elderly or disabled. But the family unit is super important. And a lot of the things I heard kind of made it seem like, well, we're going to provide a place where people can go and so families don't have to take care of them. I have a lot of concerns about that. Some of the items that was saying that there potential for expanding other businesses even beyond this area. I think that that's important for us to keep a focus on. Our general plan was to potentially for sprawl, and ultimately I see that's what this project is going to create for us. So I think we should account for that. Also, there's also potentially other options. I don't know why we would be rezoning this land, and even agricultural grazing land is important because we do have cattle in our county and others. Maybe the business park could be used for the UC Davis building portions of it. We still have Heritage 3 that's going to be coming up for the elderly portion of it, potentially. Maybe some of the Montano apartments. All of those things are in the focused areas where they could still be close to each other. I think that would be good to be able to consider other options are available rather than trying to create this massive complex. So the other thing I would say too, we already have budget challenges within the county. And in fact, within the last couple of weeks, you've asked departments to review where they could potentially make cuts in regards to how things are processing. So if they're asked to engage with this particular effort, then how many things for members of the community potentially would have to be set aside in order to allocate resources for this, or funding potentially if we're saying now we need an outside contractor to come in and do it. So I think that there's just a lot of things to be able to factor in. My suggestion would just be to say no, that now is not the time to spend our resources for something that would end up totally redefining our county outside of a full general plan review. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Whitney W.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Whitney Worthington. I have several concerns about this project and the disregard for the general plan and desires of the people who live in our community. There are almost as many houses in this proposal as the entire Folsom Ranch on a smaller acreage, which will lead to dense housing, high traffic impact, and increased pollution and road damage. According to Folsom City Council, they don't have the emergency resources to support this astronomical number of additional houses. Our county already has a problem staffing our fire stations and other emergency services. Adding in 8,000 homes is irresponsible. While there may be enough water, according to EID in El Dorado Hills, Sacramento County and the city of Folsom do not have the water resources available to support this development. So where are the water rights for the west side going to come from? Will El Dorado Hills end up being responsible for their lack of water? Folsom Ranch development almost imploded as the homes were being built without the water rights finalized. The community being discussed sounds nice on paper, but isn't in the long run going to help El Dorado County grow and thrive. There seems to be a large focus on making El Dorado Hills an elderly community. We have Heritage, Four Seasons, and multiple memory care centers. As George stated, we already have a majority seniors in our area. The county needs to focus on making El Dorado Hills and El Dorado County more family friendly for the younger generations that are going to be living here long term. If we keep trying to bring in an elderly population that are going to require more services that we don't have the capacity for, it's going to end up harming the county long term. We need to focus on making the county more accessible for the people that live here now and as a place that people want to come and grow their families. Right now, we can't even get a library that hosts a reading time at an hour for working families. There's no weekend reading hours at the library so that people who have to work to live in our area can take their children to. We can't get parks with sufficient parking to actually use or that provide changing stations for our children to be changed in a sanitary and private way. The county needs to be focusing on improving services for the residents that already call this area home. We are also faced with a school crisis where we don't have the resources to provide adequate schooling for the children that live here. We're having to bus our high school students up to Placerville, to Union Mine, and Ponderosa because El Dorado Hills doesn't have the capacity for high school students that already live here. Adding in all of those extra homes is just going to increase the problem that we don't have a solution for right now. So the county needs to focus their resources on serving the families that already live here. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in your comments.
Now taking public comment from Thomas.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Monica Thomas. Sorry about the technical difficulties earlier.
No problem.
I'm calling because I believe the purpose of this meeting today was to let the developer know the issues with moving forward with the project. The property is general plan land use of ag and zoning is ag. Within a rural region, it will kill our housing element, using up requirements that should have been spread over decades. EID is already close to 400 million of debt, and the ratepayers are wary of more debt on our backs. This project also violates Measure E, which cannot be written off by CEQA. They will be sued on this. UC Davis can go to the research and development zone properties by right in that same vicinity, and this eliminates our historic rail line as well, which is to be preserved by our general plan. AKT could also bring UC Davis into his Valley View project. But the purpose of this meeting is to let the developers know if moving forward would be a waste of time or not. The board needs to let them know not to waste their time or money or the public's. This is what the planning director should have told them. This is what the Board of Supervisors should be saying right now, rather than giving them a wave to keep moving forward. Sacramento County already turned them down. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for your comments. We'll go ahead and take Sue because there's no one else in the queue. Then that'll be done.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Sue Taylor. Seems like decades ago, I talked Jack Sweeney into creating this process and three of you have sat through these meetings with me, next to me several times, because we chased these projects through the whole process that they spent millions and millions, and at the end they were obligated to approve because they'd wasted so much money. And we asked Jack, can you put this as a warning so they don't waste all that money to go through this process? And this meeting was intended for that, not to say, oh, go move along and let's see what you've got. So by patiently gaining control over boards and supervisors throughout the Sacramento region, Angelo has already pillaged this region by owning at least 3 members on those boards. That's all it takes, 3 members willing to sell out their constituents. In our county, he has burdened us with water infrastructure debt and inflated the cost of living to the point that our children can no longer afford to live here. Moving forward means being complacent to now start pushing out the older rural residents that have already lost their younger generational families to bring older people that don't currently live here. When is enough enough? We were a truly sustainable county that did not suffer from the Depression because we had the assets of our resources. All I have seen since Angela has been in this region is loss of our cultural resources, our cattle ranches, our farms, our rice fields, our industrial railroad transportation system that transported our goods and services to other parts of our country, all at a huge cost to our independence, which has been replaced with urban sprawl. The county does not have the funds to continue to facilitate this person's dream. Today, your planning department asked for more funds for the public to cater to developers' projects. Please stop and start actually implementing the promises made to the public when they were duped into voting for the 2004 general plan. What about the dreams of existing residents? Our general plan promises a plan for managed growth and open roads, a plan for quality neighborhoods and traffic relief. Mr. Sakopoulos has the right to ask for anything he wants from our tax and ratepayers, but you also have the right today and obligation to those rate and taxpayers to tell him no, with a period at the end. The citizens have been under development duress for way too long. Please send a message today that El Dorado County is no longer for sale. Then I would suggest you get a 100-foot setback from Sacramento County for the rest of the county's land going south of that horrible south of Highway 50 project. What was proposed and sold to us is something that may not even happen with the approval of this project. So please just tell them no.
Thank you for your comments, Sue. Thank you for calling in. That's all for public comment. So we appreciate everyone's feedback on this item. I would like to address that last issue that Sue asked, that we would need to send a message that El Dorado County is not for sale. Sue, I'm not for sale either, and neither is anyone else up here. And I want to make that very clear, that we can look at this project and we can understand what it encompasses, and we can have differing opinions. That does not mean we are for sale. I've never taken a dime from any developer, and I will not be a party to that accusation. I want to make that very clear. I'd like to just say some brief comments. I'm sure our applicant has taken copious notes on all of the issues that have been identified today. And once again, that was the purpose of today, is to give everyone, including my colleagues, as well as the community, an opportunity to share their concerns and their fears and their hopes and their dreams and any issues that they see. And so I appreciate everyone calling in and voicing their opinions. This is exactly the time we need to start gathering that. And as far as my comments, the one thing we haven't addressed, and unfortunately I have not seen the letter that SAGHOG submitted earlier today. It came in today when we had already started our board meeting. But as the board's representative on SACOG, I want to address that. I have been focused for the last couple of months on how this project intersects with our blueprint process that we're currently engaged on in the SACOG board. And, as many of you know, this plan is not in the planning forecast and won't be included in the current blueprint. And I've been working as the board's representative to understand what that means. Important to know that the county always retains land use authority, and that this project will be years in development. As we've said, it's a comprehensive and complex project. And when it comes to fruition, if it comes to fruition, in the ways that it's anticipated, transportation and state policies might look very, very different than they do today. So I think we need to continue to move forward with the exploration of what all those technologies mean and how we've heard that it's going to be a complete project with transit and mobility options. And my understanding is this team is working to understand what all those options are. So what gives me comfort is how revolutionary this project is. There's nothing like it. It serves a population that no other regional development serves. What we've heard, not even in the nation. So once again, it's a complete project with housing and jobs and retail and service areas with connected mobility built in. There's not a traffic model for this right now. So as a SACOG rep, I'm confident that we can continue these conversations, these regional collaborations to explore all the issues that, will no doubtably arise. So I just wanted to mention that. And I've also had targeted conversations with Woody at the El Dorado County Transportation Commission, which we serve on that board. So once again, just because it won't be in the current blueprint process doesn't mean that we cannot continue to explore these options, and I'm confident we can. I'm personally very excited about the mix of housing in this project, which we desperately need. We're talking, alley and court homes and ADUs and cottage homes and group homes and single family homes. And I have heard that it's going to be a very integrated community with seniors and folks living with disabilities, as well as workforce housing, which we heard from the community that is also what our community is very interested in. So I love the fact that UC Davis is likely to be located right in smack dab in the middle of it, which could significantly increase opportunities in our business park and other jobs and good paying jobs, which once again is a priority for our community. So yes, we don't have all the answers today. Yes, there's issues to be resolved. Yes, there's questions. But I'm personally excited about the potential of this project. So Supervisor Perlin.
Shoot,
So
did
you weigh in.
I
You
push my
your
button first?
Darn it. Thank you.
So, this is so not fun to be up on this dais because in my mind, we are supposed to ask the hard questions and make it really clear there are concerns. And I've always been a proponent of our general plan. That's just who I am. And so this project doesn't fit our general plan, period, in a story. It just doesn't. So I love the concept of it. I like the idea of having different types of housing. I did meet with the applicant team last week. And one of the things that this is a lot of proposed housing, a lot. And I did get to read the SACOG letter. And it raises several concerns, actually. And one thing that I thought that was interesting in here, and again, this is also conceptual. It's hard to, talk about things strategically, but the SACOG letter kind of said, at least from what it could tell, the very idea that the lofty goals of this project are to assist seniors and those with disabilities. And yet, just from what we've seen on the maps and the drawings and all that, it looks like only 20% of the proposed housing fits that. So we need to be careful, when we're saying this is our goal, when a small percentage perhaps is, the big picture that we keep aiming for with the seniors and the disabled residents. And then I mentioned it the other day, so I'm not saying anything new, but with housing, what we've heard in the last several years is that our local folks would like to buy homes, and yet it seems that, I mean, I remember especially when we had that big boom during COVID and houses, people wanted to get out of the city so badly, and their houses were off the charts, and people here couldn't compete, you know, because folks were selling their homes in the Bay Area and making cash offers. And as a lot of people said, our young families they were just getting priced out. So I don't know how, if there's a way to guarantee, you know, because we keep talking about how it's going to benefit El Dorado County, but if we can't do that, if we're just building more housing to let more people come in from the Bay Area, what are we doing? You know, that's really not a benefit for El Dorado County in my mind. So, and then the SACOG letter did bring up a concern, which somebody else had called me and brought up too. What's the right word? Not good with words, you guys. The allure of having, you know, the UC Davis project in the project, it's not a guarantee at this point. In the documents that we read, I mean, UC Davis had a big disclaimer just all over the place saying, no guarantee that that's going to be part of this project. So if we're, you know, all excited and wanting to support a project that's based on something that might not even happen, what if the UC Davis part falls out? Then what? We're just going to have a bunch of houses again? So that's very concerning to me. We need to be thoughtful on how that's approached. Water, I don't even know what to say, you guys. I watched Folsom. I have a family member that lives in Folsom, and when they did all that stuff south of the 50, the Folsom City came down on residents and said, you must conserve so we can build more houses. I will never support doing that to El Dorado County residents, ever. So there better be a guaranteed water supply, because I've had some people say, what do you care? Let this happen in El Dorado Hills. I go, oh, heck no. If my folks up in Garden Valley or Cool or wherever EID serves water, you know, and they have to conserve water to build more houses, they're going to lose their minds. So, you know, we need to really know what we're getting into. What was the other thing? Before I forget, Dr. Bismarck, because I do appreciate, I want you guys to know how much I appreciate the Georgetown pilot project with the telemedicine. And, you know, that we met like 2 years ago, I think, and we had a meeting, and you were talking about how people want to age in place. And I said, yeah, you know, my mom lives in the county. She wants to stay where she is till the day she dies, quite honestly. She does not want to move into some community to age. She wants to stay where she is. And then that got us talking about this telemedicine. And then next thing I know, you guys are doing a pilot in Georgetown. And I'm like, you go, because in my mind, that's going to help a lot of our residents where they are currently. They aren't going to have to pick up and move to somewhere where they really don't want to be. And that was said by some callers that called in. Folks like the home that they have, and they truly don't want to move if they don't have to. So thank you so much for that telemedicine project. I just submitted a letter of support for going for more money to spread that and expand it. So I really appreciate you bringing that to our county, and I hope that Marshall is able to grow that and assist a lot of our residents. So I didn't want to forget the thank you. Yeah. And yeah, the aging in place is important. And then, you know, I have to just, you know, we just had a conversation about our general plan and the 5-year review, like our last meeting perhaps, or a week or two ago, I can't remember. And I literally said, I don't like the one-off general plan amendments. I like looking at our county as a whole and our general plan as a whole, and yet here we are today. So, you know, it's tough. Our residents have an expectation of us and how our county grows. So we might need to take a step back a little bit and really look at our community region lines, because this doesn't fit. And we have several community region lines in the county. You know, if we want to ultimately expand everything on the west end of El Dorado County, maybe we need to limit some growth up further east, you know, to accommodate or something. But we need to take a big look at everything. So, and then last thing, because I have been through some of these J6s before, and I've actually seen some projects that developers spent a lot of money on studies and stuff, and they were actually told no, because you have to remember it's up to a vote of the board. And so if you don't have your votes on the board, which with ever board in the future, it's not this board. So, and we don't know who's coming and what their thoughts are. So I just, I want to make sure that, and I've said it to other developers, so I'm not saying anything new, but it's a risk. You're taking a risk of putting money into looking at these studies and moving forward. And you need to, and I know you know this, Angela, you've done so many projects, but I want to say it out loud for the public and everyone. It's a risk spending money on something that's not a guarantee, and it has to be said out loud. So anyway, thank you. And like I said, I love the concept of it, but there's a lot of obstacles here and we need to be mindful.
All right, any further comments?
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing, especially talking about the schools and stuff. And you're talking about like Union Mine, I mean, $86 million. Today, it could be over $344 to $350 million to build a school. So where's that money going to come from?
These are all things to be determined.
I know,
Yeah.
and that's one of the biggest concerns that I have, because we're going to have a school. There's no way that school district can be able to support this large project, especially with the new housing and everything that's going to go in. It's a great concept. I agree. I think another thing that needs to be done, I don't think it should be, how many feet do you go out from this project to reach out to residents? What is it? Half a mile? I would extend it. If I had my way, I would extend it so more residents have more input. We need to do that. Okay?
Well,
So-
I can offer that if an EIR is being prepared, that we do have a 1 mile notification radius, but that is the extent of our regulations.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing is we need, I need to hear some public input. We need public input a lot. And that's what a lot of biggest concerns before a lot of this stuff goes forward, because we need to know. We need to know how the public feels about it. I know there's a lot of people that are for it, and I think it's a great concept, a great project. But I'm also concerned for the residents that live in that area down there, so.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. And I purposely held back a little bit today because I'm still learning the El Dorado County philosophy and what people want and don't want. So I'm really paying attention. I was part of a project up in the Tahoe Basin, the redevelopment project. Supervisor Heidel, I think you spend time up in there. It was transformational for our community, and it took a lot of political will to get it done. We used eminent domain, which is very painful, but we had the political will to do it. And I kind of see this project based only on what little I know as being, probably that world-class transformational project for this area. It's a healthy living planned community. It's going to be walkable and bikeable and crutchable and wheelchairable. It'll serve so many different underserved people in our community that we just heard a lot of input that we know they're out there and we know that they need support, whether it's autism or dementia. I think we need to know more. I'm very grateful for this policy that the county has, this J6, where it gets a big project out into the community so we can talk about it. There's so much more that needs to be explored. There are probably opportunities in this project that we didn't even hear about today, that we will stumble over as we go through the process. So I'm very anxious just to continue down this path. I personally don't know if this is the right place, but this is where the land is that's privately held, and this person is willing to make it available for this project. So I think it needs to be looked at. As far as general plans go, they are a general plan. When they're conceived, we don't know what all the possibilities are. Our general plan is 20 years old. We now have a project before us that in order to fit into the zoning, would need some possible changes. And that's why it's called a general plan. It's general. As long as, we're not making great leaps and bounds and switching zoning opposite, but close. I know we do that all the time up in the basin. You have to take advantage of what you have at the time. So I'm certainly not afraid of making the tweaks to the zoning to make it work if this is the right location and if we come up with the right project. And there's so much of that that still needs to be shared. So I'm very enthusiastic, and I thank everyone for bringing this, like I said, world-class transformational project before us. And hopefully we'll do it. And if we don't, we'll probably have a very good reason. So thank you.
Thank you for that. And I guess my final comments was, if this was just another large subdivision coming in, I might be overwhelmed by the challenges ahead of us, but this is not. This is a once in a lifetime transformational project. They articulated it as a grand vision, and to have a grand vision, it means you need a visionary, and to be a visionary means that you are capable of seeing new things and issuing in new possibilities. And that's what we're being asked to do today, is to conceive of new possibilities. And I don't discount any of the issues that were brought up today. Each and every one of them are really important and need to be worked through. But the vision is worth exploring that and moving forward. And so I share your enthusiasm for moving forward in a measured way. And this team is certainly, you're professionals in your field. You know what you're getting into. You know the process ahead. And I'm sure you've heard the broad breadth of feedback. And I have confidence that you will hear the public's, need and desire for engagement, to be heard, to be a part of this process, to hear their concerns, to make this not just mitigate challenges. I like that, but to make this a real asset for El Dorado County and for our region. But especially for El Dorado County, because that's who we're tasked to serve, is our El Dorado County residents. And I love that, we often talk about serving seniors, but we don't ever talk about our most invisible population, and that's those living with disabilities. No one ever talks about them. They are unseen. There's very little opportunity for them. I know that myself. And this is an opportunity to embrace them in a very vibrant, full-service community, not shuttle them away somewhere. This is worth exploring. So I'm excited by that. And just, thank you all for being with us today, giving us a look, and look forward to walking through this process ahead. So there's no decisions we need to make. And I think we've gotten a lot of feedback. So look forward to continuing conversations, and thank you all for being with us. All right. So I know we have some closed sessions ahead. Do we want to put 2 and froms next week?
I just
Yeah,
got a
let's do
fast
that.
one so I can get it over with because I've been sick.
Okay. Yeah,
I'll just tell y'all,
let's wait just a few minutes for the.
here it's so not important. I just wanted to do a shout out to Woody.
Okay.
Because he's been helping me interface with Caltrans, and as a result of some Transportation Commission meeting items.
Oh,
And
yes.
so super helpful. I could not do this without him. So other than that, just lots of meetings with staff and constituents.
All right, excellent. Bye-bye, thank you all.
Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Of course. Supervisor Turnbull, did you have an update you wanted to provide?
On my 2s and froms?
Yeah. Or,
I'll hold off until next week. I got to write them all down because I can't remember them all.
Okay.
We've got for 2 weeks.
John?
Yep, so I'm going to keep it very short. On Thursday, the 11th, CSAC had a rural caucus meeting. The primary subject matter was a proposed sub-region realignment. And so I shared that with Supervisor Lane so that she represented us at the annual legislative session to determine what that is. But I just want to make sure you understand there are changes going on at CSAC relative to rural caucus. And we can get into the definitions later. Also attended the annual ag dinner that evening. There was a lot of discussions on the future of ag and survivability. Very well presented, very well done, and a lot more work for all of us to do to make sure that ag is viable
Yeah.
in our county for many, many decades to come.
I'm sorry, I
And then-
had to miss that.
Yeah, and then
Oh,
lastly,
me too. I was sick. I
Yeah.
had ticket. I was going and then I got
it was
sick.
great.
Yeah.
It's always good, always good event.
And then lastly, George and I supported a meeting that was held with the citizens supporting the El Dorado Hills, and that was primary purpose was discussing the Gateway project that was referred to. There was a very large attendance there. There was a focus on trying to address some of the issues and really determine what the accurate information and data was relative to primarily the traffic. And I think we made some major inroads there. We're going to continue that conversation.
Right.
But I think through updates and stuff, the residents out there will have a much better understanding of what that project's all about. There are 2 warehouses under construction that are previously approved. So when people talk about that, yeah, they were approved. They're building them. And then there's 4 more to come that have not started, but are pretty much committed. So
And it is a business park.
yeah, it is a business park. So we'll have more of that later,
Yeah.
but that was the highlight. So
All
anyway.
right, thank you. I'm going to give my remarks on cap to cap next week. So,
Okay,
yes,
good.
I quite a bit to say.
And I'll just wait
Yeah,
till next
I'll do it
week.
next
I can
week.
Put it all
So.
together.
Next week. Next week.
All right. Sam? Good. Okay, great. So at this point, the board will now recess to close session to hear items 25 and 26 as specified on the agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide public comments on these items may do so at this time.
Now, taking public comment on closed session items, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
And County Council, are we expecting any report out?
No, Madam Chair, I'm not.
Okay, so with that, we recess to closed session and we will see you all next week, El Dorado County. Thank you for being with us.